friend. Well, good morning, America, and everybody else who might be tuned in right now. I know we've got some people north of the border, south of the border, across the river, across the water, I should say. My name is Joe Castro. I just got out of a car not too long ago that looks a lot like the ones you're seeing on your screen right now, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the morning of the Le Mans 24. So here I am, Grid Vision, the very first time I've had a chance to talk on the air here, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I hope that you have a cup of coffee, and if you stayed up all night, I hope that you're not feeling too groggy, and if you're just waking up, welcome back to the world. It is a great morning here in split number 3. I'm getting a little more acquainted with where things are. My race was in split 13, so I don't really have as much of a basis. But I'll tell you, the one thing that I did hear upon coming into this was the 505. If you haven't been paying attention, it looks like they may have just. It looks like they're in the pits right now. But the 505 has basically been leading this thing. Jared Bailey in the 505 endurance team has basically been leading this thing since lap one. It's been a bit of a clinic from what I've heard. And just behind him in the standings, we have a few people that might be worth talking about here in the GTP class. North Sim Racing, the 278, hard chargers today, up 18 places. Not bad at all. Immediately behind them, Colin Arnold in the 499 racing team. He also is charging up 10 places. In fact, these first 5 players here have all made places up. But the first 3 here have all made double-digit increases, which is pretty impressive, I gotta say. The last being Niels Tiesters. I'm pronouncing that completely wrong. I'm certain of it. But Niels with 14 places gained in the 27 from RD Simsport 2. Beautiful morning for these guys in the GTPs. Let's take a look down one class and get you familiarized with the LMP2s. This is what I was driving. It's a rocket ship of a car. Really fun to drive. And in first place right now, David Barraclough. David is driving up 9 places, driving for Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. He's doing pretty good right now. Let's see. His best lap around here is a 3:31, which is close to some of the best, but honestly, it's a little behind the 2 behind him in second and third place here in the LMP2s. Jonas Vanner, I think you pronounce it that way, in the number 2 car. He's just down 1 place from where he started. But Jonas, driving for RJD, is second place in the LMP2 class. Third place, William Chuk. I want to go with that, something like that. Down 1 place also. These two not really budging much from where they started on the grid. Pretty good consistency considering how long we've been driving. And there's even a few other people who are exactly where things began. Looks like one other driver on the race course today, Jason M. Close, is exactly in the position he started the race in. No, it looks like yeah, CG down a few. Yeah, he's down a few. Okay, I'm reading this CG versus G in iRacing Live timing. I forgot which one I will need to be reading here. Class gain. My goodness, see, that's something learned every day. Thank you very much. Class gained. That's been good. Anyways, I'm looking for weird numbers like that right now. Things that stand out, things that are interesting. But let's pop over to and let's see how things are going. Who's that we're looking at right now? Lucas DeVries, leader of the GT3. Let's head down there and talk about them. We did talk a little bit about the first 2, so it would only be fair for us to hop down and talk about the GT3s a little bit. These are the guys that I've been bombing around most of the time, trying to get around them as they keep up with themselves on their way around the track all night and all morning. Lucas DeVries, up 14 from where he was on the grid. Up 4 in class. I think that's how you read that. I'm still learning that process. Looking good though, Lucas, and he is. Looks like he's on the same lap as a couple other of the drivers. Yeah, he's pitting now though. Okay. Yeah, Lucas is pitting in. Might be time for a driver change. I don't have his stint time up here right now. Anyways, second place in the GT3s, driving for Hyperion Racing 3. It's Nathan Deering from the good old US of A. And third place, Danielle Tooley, driving for STK E-Racing Team GT 369. So fine. Look at that. Lovely vehicle. Look at the lovely, I like the very patriotic paint on that car. It's a good look. And we'll go down to just a few other guys here. There's just one lap behind is Christian Mickel here. And he's driving for Orbit DBM. Looks like a team working with another team here. Orbit Cross DBM Mars. And fifth place, since I did the top 5 for everybody else, Aaron Carrots. Aaron Curtez. Excuse me, Aaron Curtez. Driving for Really Slow Motion Racing. That's my kind of team name right there. That's what I like to see. Honesty in team names. That's what I like to see. Oh, we do. Is that it's Harry Benatkin. All right, Perry. Well, you've got big shoes to fill, Perry. Arvensis Racing, with one of the stronger overall safety ratings in the crew here, it looks like. The 4.7, well, excuse me, one of the lower overall safety ratings, the 4.73. Maybe one of the newer guys to this position. Let's see what he can do. It's going to be a tough position to be in, to be the leader of one of the slower classes, obviously. But with a new driver behind the wheel, we shall see. The person they're closest to fighting off right now is Nathan. And Nathan looks like the gap between them is about a second and a half. And Perry is leaving Nathan. He's closing it up. Nathan's slowly closing it up a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see. Could be that we have a new leader in the GT3s before too long here. Basically. That's kind of what I'm trying to hint at. But if we bop it back up to the GTPs, let's take a look at the faster cars. See how things are going. We got a crash reported. Was that an actual crash? I'm going to go back and have a look. Oh, I don't think so. Wait for it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know some of these. Oh, it was a spin out. Yeah, okay. I'm clicking around too on my side, watching how this goes. Yep, got a little loose. A little loosey-goosey. That happens to the best of us. There was a situation in my car where someone who was not to be named set the brake bias all wonky, and we spent a little bit of time doing the 24 hours of Le Mans on ice. Me and the other drivers. And let me tell you, as intriguing as that show sounds and as fun as it would be to take your kids to, I wouldn't want to ever be a driver in that again. Make sure your brake bias is set correctly, kids. Here we are cruising in. There's a beautiful shot of the GTP. Is that Bailey there that we're keeping eyes on? All right. Jared Bailey out of Oceania. Looks like that's the New Zealand or the Australian flag. I'm going to show my ignorance here. That's the Australian flag. Very good. Driver change in the LMP2. Who's out and who's in? Okay, up in the GTPs. North Sim Racing's new driver, Ricardo Gruppi. Gruppi. All right, Ricardo, good luck. Yeah, I see that here. Colin Arnold. Don't have anything here as to why Colin Arnold would go into the pits, but he could be doing a change as well. Roger that. Looks like Jabux has taken position from Colin Arnold's team. As 499 drops a step back, and Project Valorous Academy steps forward. And yes, he did. RJD took over the lead in class. Where's RJD? Oh, the team, yeah. Vanner, yeah. Jonas Vanner. Took the lead from Artyom Ilyin. Bit of a change going around there in the LMP2. So there wasn't that looks like a different lead. David Barraclough. He fell back quite a few places. He pit. And I guess that pit really cost him. They're all on the same lap. Or no, they're almost all on the same lap. It looks like Dale Green is the only LMP2 who's not on the rest of the LMP2's laps. Everybody else is on the same lap. That's beautiful. What a competitive field. What a really competitive field when you've got everybody on the same lap after all this time still. That's top tier driving right there. It's what we like to see here at Grid Vision. Top tier driving. I would know. I'm a seasoned veteran of working with Grid Vision. Been a long day in New Zealand. Oh my goodness, I bet. Yes, I do want to talk with people. I want to talk with everybody. This is your chance. You have unfettered access to somebody who's talking virtually just to fill the silence. And who's been driving a car, who helped did some box lifting earlier today. I made bread with a bread machine, so I didn't really make the bread. I made the machine make the bread. But it's been a long one for your boy, Joe LoCastro. Hey, Asher. One of my buddies from the team chiming in. Hey, buddy. All right, eyes on the situation. Lead is a GT3. Perry and, ooh, yeah. Perry and Nathan, what was I saying? What was I saying earlier? A minute ago, I said Nathan's going to close that gap. Let's watch, folks. Here we have eyes from the front. Wait, who are we on here? This is the 44. We're on Nathan. Okay, good deal. This scrap as they're coming around. I gotta get some of these turn names down. I can't keep calling it this turn, this left, this right, because I have names for them. I'm not sure what you guys would have names for them. Here into one of the straights, the hammer gets dropped. Some traffic filtering through as the two leads of the GT3s get ready to battle into this braking zone. I don't think Nathan's going to make the move until well after this braking zone. He can't risk the position at this time. Ooh, a little bit of curbing there. He's not going to make the move. He's going to use this as a chance to fuel save. He's going to use this as a chance to tire save. Stay there, Nathan. Don't make the move. Look at that beautiful shot. Everybody coming up over the hill, the long lens zoomed in. Nathan Deering, the 44, tucked in on Perry Pinniken, excuse me. Pinniken, the 77, back out into another long straight. Deering holding tight. This looks like an oval race, but on a bunch of wacky noodles. With the way that he is drafting, keeping a crisp car length, maybe a half car length between the two. He's reading him like a book. Taking no chances, though, still with these braking zones. He's not letting up. The amount of throttle control that Deering is putting into this is pretty admirable, I gotta say. Keeping it tight. Another straight. This is going to end in another right turn into the hairpin right. Deering, here's his in-car view. Unable to see much more than the taillights of the car in front of him. Here comes the hairpin now. Forward, down into first. And losing speed on the exit now. We've got Pinniken. You got to correct me every time I say this right. Pinniken. Pinnaken? I'm sorry. Pinnaken. We've got Pinnaken. I got this this horrible American accent sometimes that just butchers beautiful names. Pinnaken. Taking a little bit of a gap now. And it is increasing. So Pinnaken's only defense here is speed. And his only defense is going to come from the randomness of cars approaching. That's going to affect Deering's ability to get in the way, like so. Here come the Cadillacs. Whoop. Almost. Dipping over into pit lane just enough. Here come the big chicanes. Everybody's back out. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Well, let's take it there with the action cam. Run it back. Who are we looking at? Morton. Ooh, tagged. He spins out, and that's the front of the car completely gone. My God. Not even steering anymore. Not sure what wishes he's using to make that car go left and right, but they're clearly working. I can't explain what I'm seeing. That was a heck of a slam. Whew. What a slam. Just the slightest touch, and it's all over. There it goes, and eat it. Awful. Hard to really say. Was one of those things. In that section of the track, everyone is going to be driving in fifth gear or higher. They're going to be driving as fast as they can through this area. You don't need your brakes through a lot of it. It's scary. When I drove this area of the track for the first time, the S's there. When I drove those S's for the first time, and I didn't know I could go that fast, cars were blasting past me. And then once I realized that they're built for you to take, at speeds incredible, I was much more interested and I was much more in tune with it. But you gotta hold your line. And you got two cars. I think they were those two different car classes, by the way. I think they were. I think that was it. I think it was a caddy that hit him. You got two different car classes. Those lines could be just different enough at speed that you're gonna have collisions. You're gonna have crossing when you don't want it. So I don't blame him. Let's see it from the car behind. Yeah. Oh no, they're both LMP2s. Oh, he barely touches him. Oh man, that's just bad luck. That is just a bad luck racing incident kind of thing. Those can be passing zones at speed. Thank you for that replay again. That was helpful. And while we're here, maybe I should do an ad read. That fills the time, right? Ad reads are important. The people that sponsor Grid Vision are the reason that we're here on Grid Vision, able to show you the race today and give you a little bit of a taste of what's good in the world of competitive sim racing. And in the world of what's good, you've got a couple of options when it comes to figuring out how to become the next what's good and get on people's lists and make it to the top of the charts and start leading these groups. Think about Major's Garage, won't you? Unlock your racing potential with Major's Garage. You can take your iRacing experience to the next level. They got pro level setups. They got meticulously crafted setups so you can apply them to your car, designed for peak performance. You could be a pro, you could be just starting, a rookie. But if you go in and take a look at what they've got for if you finally want to dip your toe into the open races in iRacing, you're going to get that competitive edge out of a pro level setup. It's something you're going to need to have and need to consider where to get it from. And if it's not a setup you're looking for, they've also got coaching. Take your skills to the next level, accelerate your skills with personalized coaching. They've got dedicated, experienced iRacing professionals who are going to help you with racecraft, and they're going to get you to that full potential. Soon you'll be able to make your own setups at that point, have your own little graduation. So they've got with a list a mile long of reasons why you should be working with Major's Garage. I'll give you just four. Proven success, they're trusted by racers on all levels. Precision setups, as I mentioned before, fine-tuned and optimally performing. Precision personalized coaching, and a massive amount of community support. Join a passionate community of fellow racers. And if you are ready to rev up that racing journey, they've got a limited time offer right now. You take advantage of the exclusive promotions and discounts by visiting majorsgarage.com right now. Drive with confidence, race with Major's Garage. That's majorsgarage.com. I know a Major's Garage. I have been to their website. I have delved into the wealth of knowledge and information they have available, and I can say that's worth taking a look. So if you're here listening to me right now and you have a browser window you can crack open and you're not yet tired of watching cars go around in circles, whoop! Oh my goodness! Was this live right now? Was that? No, this is the replay. Yeah, I was wanting to catch that. Oh my goodness. Ooh, okay. Trying to pass the GT3 class leader. Oh, there he goes. Ooh, feels like the GT3 may have not seen him in that specific moment. A lot of cars around. GT3 is one of the leaders. His head's going to be in a different game. That's my only excuse for him there. We got a caddy and an LMP. There he goes. Looking back. Pinakin still leading. Deering now 2 seconds back. The traffic, as I predicted, has become one of the major things holding back Deering from getting the run he needs on Pinakin right now. If this traffic was to clear up and Deering was to have open road, clean air, I think we would be seeing a different competition from these two. But as it stands, not quite the case. Up in the LMP2 class, Vonner still leading, and everybody behind him keeps shuffling around. David Barraclough making his way back up the chain. But right now behind, whoa, you're right, they did just driver switch. Simon Rendell in now. Behind them but also on the same lap. So this should be interesting. They just did a driver switch, but they are a minute ahead of the next closest car on the same lap. There has been some insane driving going on. Yeah, I see that. There we go. They're pitting. I bet Artem. Let's see if we get some more pitting out of the LMP2s. Very possible. Especially with all of them on the same lap. Oh, hey, look at that. That guy was playing Tony Hawk. Wrong game, fella. All right. Mika Barnett dropping down while in the pits as Artem Blinkov moves up. Hugo Robb and David Barraclough. Ooh. Big skirt. That was not pretty, but a nice clean rejoin, and none the wiser. Who was that we just saw run off? Rudy. Where are you, Rudy? Where are you on the list? Rudy. Rudy is currently 7th place. He's 7th in class right now. 7th overall as well. Let's see if Rudy can keep it together. He's driving pretty hard. I'm watching him right now. He's got so much speed in some of these turns. But I'm seeing his car lose its grip a little bit here and there. Anyways, he's a lap down from our leader, Jared Bailey. Whoop. That was my phone reminding me to get on the air for this show because I timed it wrong by an hour. So, how about that? Hey, you know what? I made it. Ha ha. Ha ha. And now I have a captive audience. I love it. I love it. You know what I should have done? Is I should have done a fake voice the whole time, and just not explained anything when I changed to this voice for the radio show. Next time. In the lead, the top 4 racers who are all on the same lap: Bailey, Grappi, Balog, Arnold. It looks like as soon as you get down to William Foyle Will, amazing name. As soon as you get down to Will Foyle Will racing for RD Simsport, that's when Jared Bailey pushes his way onto the next lap. And he's almost a whole half lap ahead of Richard Grappi. Bailey is 2 minutes and 15 seconds ahead and has just been crushing it. The team over at 505 Endurance has been eating their Wheaties today. Or their muesli, because they're in Australia. Vegemite muesli for breakfast. That's the stuff. Oh my God, that'll put hair on your chest. It is hard to find unhealthy breakfast cereal in Australia. I will say that. I visited when I was 16, and you can't find like we have frosted, like frosteds. We frost our frosteds here in the States, and in Australia, it's like this is wheat with a touch of honey on it, and it's going to be good for you, no matter what you try to do to it. It's just perfect stuff. I wanted to import it. Explain now.
Hello, this is producer Darby here. A Tim Tam Slam are these little chocolate wafer candies, and you get yourself a coffee and you bite the end off of either end of the Tim Tam, and you suck the coffee up through the Tim Tam, and
The Tim Tam Slam.
yeah, and that is a Tim Tam Slam, as I've been told by my
Darby,
Australian friends.
Darby, you may have ruined me because I've got coffee. I don't have Tim Tams, but I've got coffee, and I'm gonna probably end up making some while we're on the air here. So you guys will get the ASMR of a 37-year-old man making coffee in his kitchen while he calls a race.
We have enough
Some people, but
Australians who are friends of the show that have explained the Tim Tam Slam to me. And they're popular enough in Canada that they actually do sell Tim Tams here now.
they do say, I've seen them. I know what a Tim Tam is at the very least. And wishing he had a Tim Tam right now is me, your host. I don't have a Tim Tam. What do I have nearby? Nothing. I need to eat something. I'm not gonna have anything. I'm not gonna. I feel fine. I'm just hungry. I'm getting into that stage of the night where I need to eat something to keep my energy up. So you might be getting a sights and sounds break for 10 seconds while I go do that. I will let you know. In the meantime, let's keep watching the race, folks. In the middle class, the LMP2s, let's check in there. The top 9 cars in class are currently on the lead lap. It looks like now 2 of the cars have fallen back. Morton and Dale uh, of Race Tech Competition and Sector 5 Racing, respectively, are a lap down from the rest of the drivers in that class right now. But aside from that, everyone else is good to go. One more class down in the GT3s. Pinakin still holds the lead, but look how close it is with Deering. Can we get eyes on that? Look at this. Here it is. Deering finally had enough. Is he finally going to make the move? Pinakin close behind. Jason M. close in the 561 ahead of him. We know he's not going to catch him. So now the battle is between Pinakin and Deering. He just doesn't have the acceleration out of the turns that Pinakin can get out of that. Was it a Porsche he's driving? I think it is. Yeah. Let me see. A BMW. Corvette. Thank you. A BMW. Oh, I see now. Yes. I have my little symbols next to the thing. BMW, here we go. I really want to see. This is the fight to watch again. This is the fight to watch again. Deering, eyes on. I love these slow car fights. Ooh, pitting. Deering going for the pits. Oh, there might be. Let me see. I should be. Oh, I had the wrong window open. I have it fixed now. I think I'm watching the right feed now. We're looking at a Pinakin now. Just tearing it up, right? Okay, there he goes. He's going to the right. And now he's still going to the right because the camera moved. All right. We're caught up. Want to make sure we're on the same page. Because I've also got the game window open. And I'm using it to, like, kind of click around and look at different stuff, too. So I will focus it down. Here we go. I'm just loving this. I was loving that battle between Panakin and Deering, but it looks like Deering pulled off now, and he is pitting, but he is still 2 minutes ahead of Danielle Tooley. So the battle could resume at some point if he can make up a minute of time. Deering now out of the pits, or pulling away now. Uh, it looks like he could. He will. We will only see him back in that situation if he can make up some serious time. That's true. That's true. He's on track to pit. When was the last time he did? His last pit lap was 266, and he's on 273 right now. Yeah, he's going to be pitting pretty soon. And once he does, that's going to line him up to coming out of the pits just about in line with Mr. Deering. And then the battle will resume. The heat will be on. All right, anything else of note going on right now? No pitting? No? Yeah, let's do that. How do I do that? I want to say, let's send it to the side by side.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Majors 24 Hours of Le Mans, as brought to you by Grid Vision. It's me, Joe LaCastro. I've got cold brew coffee, chemicals, the key to staying awake as you do 24 hours of Le Mans. And we are catching up with the class leaders right now. Eyes on Jared Bailey, 505 Endurance. These guys have been putting on a clinic, still 2 minutes ahead of the car, behind and still pulling away. Ricardo Grappi, Jabok is going to have Jabok and Colin, the three drivers behind, are going to have a hard time. Well, Jabok might not. It looks like the Acura just, is it an Acura? Yeah, just pulled into pit. So we will see a new third place most likely in a few seconds here, as I think Colin Arnold is going to be passing up that team. But Jared Bailey was still firmly in the lead there. Now checking in on the LMP2s. Top of the LMP2s, we've got Simon Rendell, Team RJD. Once again, the LMP2s have been staying extremely tight as an entire pack. Not necessarily tight across the racetrack, but tight across the same lap. Only two of the remaining LMP2 cars are off of the lead lap. Everybody else is on lap 303 of today's race. So it's been an interesting and fun showing out of the LMP2s. Seeing them all being able to vie for position where every pit stop counts. Alrighty. And there's the leader in the pits. Is that Jared Bailey? Here we go. So this is the first time I've seen a driver change on 505 since I started doing my commentary here. So I'm interested to see what type of delta Ben Dutton has versus the Grappi. Is he going to be increasing the lead, which it seems is like it's all this team does, or is there going to be a new battle to watch for at the top of the top here? Oh, he is a 4603. My God. Okay, yeah, he's a 4603 I rating, one of the stronger in the field until you get down to Michael Meyer there. And here he goes, Ben Dutton on the road. Big Ben. Take it away. Love it. Whew. Yeah, that car is a racing machine. Ricardo Grappi. Doing good. Let's get eyes on the battle in the back. Pinakin, please, if you could. My good man. Pinakin now a minute and 12 seconds ahead of Deering. The battle that I wanted is not happening right now. And Pinakin, his last pit lap was 266. No way. Oh, that's PL. Uh, huh. Okay. I want to see Panakin battling it out a little bit more, but we're not going to anytime soon. And unfortunately, it looks like the GT3s are very spread out. You've got 3 of them on the lead lap. Excuse me, on their lead lap. You got 3 of them at the lead right now, followed by a few more spread out ones. Taylor Oaks, Aaron, Sebastian, Thomas. As soon as you get down into the lower numbers of the GT3s, everybody spreads out a little bit, and there's not really a close battle going on there. If we go up to the LMP2s, the closest battles look like it's somewhere in the middle of the pack. William Chalk. Can you take us to William there? William Chalk in the LMP2s. Excellent. We're going to get another voice on the radio. Sure, sure. Can we get cameras on William Chalk or Jason Close? Yeah. I want to see what these guys are doing. They are the LMP2. These guys have had a pretty close battle. They're less than a second apart right now, battling for 6th and 7th place in class. And so I'm looking for the close fights. I'm looking for the scraps that are going on right now across the field. And these guys came up. Jason now, half a second ahead. He was recently behind and made the switch. For 22nd place overall, 7th or 6th in class. That's moved him up 1 in class so far. This scrap could be coming to a head, but it looks like Jason, or coming to a close, because it looks like Jason is pulling away now, giving William a little bit of distance. Let's see if we can find another close scrap somewhere across the field. Well, at the top of the LMP2 class, you've got Simon, Artem, and Hugo. Hugo and Artem are only about 3 seconds apart. Simon's got about a 20-second lead. About a 15-second lead on Artem. And then the further you go back, the closest fight right now is that William-Jason back and forth. But Jason is leaving William in the dust as David Barraclough now hits the pits. Looks like there was a position change for position 53. Daniel Holmer. That's a P53? How does that even work? Oh, I see. And this is Dutton, I think, right? Are we watching now? Van Dutton. Looks like Will Foyle Will has hit the pits. Jabok might be able to make up the time there. 30 seconds between them. This pit could be exactly what he needs. Ooh. Ooh. Give me that replay one more time. Was that King Garrett's? All right, Kane, what happened? Let's see. He's in a fast mover. Oof. Loses all kinds of control. It feels like he just overdrove the car. Or maybe the car drove him for a little while. Either way, looks like Garrett's is now sitting in the pits. Maybe switching out drivers. Back in LMP2 land. The top 9 are still on the same lap. That lap being 3:05. Rendell, 14 seconds off the lead. Artem and Hugo Robb. Hugo is now making up the distance between himself and Artem. We get eyes on Hugo Robb. This is Rudy. Oh. Oh my no. Oh my goodness. That was Rudy Avetsland we were just watching there. But Simon Rendell, the leader of the LMP2s, has crashed. Here he goes. Cuts the chicane. And the chicane cuts him. Pulls forward. Whoa. He's good. An expert short distance burnout to spin the car a perfect 180 degrees. That was a spin out. I wouldn't even register that as a crash in his mind. He just thinks he drove the car well or hard. Impressive recovery. But it did give Artem the chance to make up a few seconds, and what was a split of almost 10 seconds is now a split of only about 5. So the battle for the lead of the LMP2 class is still on and only getting hotter. Yeah, I see that. We got pits all over the places. Groppi, Arnold, Agard, Kaiser, Bertel, all pitting. And those are all cars in the GTPs class who are similarly split across a number of different laps here. Our leaders are on lap 317 right now. Ben Dutton, of course, still setting times. Our fastest time so far of the day, though, might have to go to Ricardo Groppi or Team North Sim Racing. I see it. Nope, wait, I take that back. Let me look here. 21:47, 21:21, 21:46. Okay, yeah. The 21:47. Oscar Fredriksson. Simrace Sweden Esports. GTPs. Oscar Fredriksson and his team did a 3:21:47, which was the fastest time around this track in this split so far today. And they're holding things down in 8th place in their class, down 6 places from 2nd place where they started this race. Still competitive. They've had to fight their way around, again, some of the hardest chargers of the race so far. 18 places Ricardo Groppi and North Sim Racing have made their way up. 18 places from 20th. Oh my goodness. Gotcha. The 22, that Swedish car was the overall lead for some time. Is that right? Okay. Oh, I wish I had a number of laps led visible here. That would be nice. I'll have to fix that for later, folks. Oh, here we go. Show. Very good. Yep. Talking about Martin Statman. Rendell still in the lead by 30 seconds in the LMP2 class. But now you've got LMP2s, 3 of which are in the pits. Still on the same lap, still holding it down. Looking good. Making it look good. We got the view facing backwards now. Going out one of the long straights. It's the lead, it's the lead. Brilliant. So the 2 leads of the GTP and the GT3s are right next to each other right now. Let's see how they're doing. Pinakin and Dutton are dancing around each other, heading into, here we go, the first big chicane. There we go. Flying. There's Pinakin. Turning in. Now into the S's. This is where you can really, you drive a race car like a race car. It's one of the only spots on the track, aside from the straights, where you really get a feeling that your car is being driven the way it wants to be driven. Coming back to the start-finish line here and into those heavy chicanes is Pinakin. Yep, Pinakin in the pits. Now the last time he was in the pits, I think it was 42 seconds, something like that. So we'll see if this lets him catch up. But remember, Deering is 1 minute and 18 seconds behind him. So we're going to have to see how it goes. This is the battle I'm interested in here. Look at that time in pit lane. Oh, it's ticking up. Oh, it's going. It took him 42 seconds. That's a little over half the time. That was the split between the 2 of them. Here comes Deering. He's getting read up by one of the LMP2s there. There we go. Pinakin still in the pits. Oh, Pinakin's out. No, Deering, excuse me. Deering's out. He's driving now. Across the start-finish line, getting ready to pass the pits. Goes for it. With 74 seconds in the pits, Pinakin is going to be meeting Nathan Deering at the line practically. Deering only a little ways behind now. 14 seconds, 13, 12. With the momentum on his side, Nathan Deering charging forward in the GT3 class, excuse me. We have a crash. Can you take me to that crash? Let's have a look. Oh my God, the trees are attacking these cars. It's carnage. Oh, there we go. Okay. Drives hard, drives off. Easy peasy. It can happen to you. It can happen to anybody. You drive hard, you get distracted, you drive off. There's more, he says. Oh no. Who's this? Whoa. Whoa! 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 It's, oh God. One, two, three, four, five cars. Don't do it. There's no way. Five, five cars. Done. In the pits right now. Felipe, Barreto, Marson, Sleck, Artem Blinkov, Dale Green, Lorenzo Mora, Aaron, Kertez, all in the pits. Can't tell why for half of them. Oh, that's the shot of the day. That's the shot of the day. And insane amount of carnage. Wow. The physics. Just insane. Oh. I didn't hear no bell. The race is on. Whoop. All right. And welcome to the call. Ewan.
Morning. Welcome.
Morning,
welcome.
Ewan. How are
Hello,
you?
I should say. Doing well.
It is
Not even
morning.
better than most of the rest of the team. It's about 9:15 for me in the morning, so it's so I'm doing fine. I'm imagining everybody else is doing less fine.
You've been up and at 'em. You've had the sun for hours.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Literally. So yeah. Thought I'd come and help out, save you from talking to yourself. But it looks like I feel slightly responsible for this crash, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's just me, myself, and I in here. But we're all. I'm happy to have a fourth person to keep me company, and it's also been Austin helping me out here too. So, but you're right. I have been losing my mind talking to myself. Now, how do you feel responsible for this crash?
Because I've just turned up, and there's the biggest crash I've seen all day, immediately. So I feel slightly responsible, to be honest with you. But hopefully it's not my fault.
They heard you enter the chat, and they were like, "Ewan, what?" And then that was the end of that.
Yes.
Just panic, sheer terror. Well, it's been an interesting morning. I don't know if you did any racing over the last day, Ewan. Did you do any driving at all for anybody?
I haven't done any driving, no. What I have been doing is a different broadcast on a different race. So that meant the first 11 hours of this race is pretty much a write-off. But I've been following since this morning and was pleased to see, actually, that there are very small gaps out there and there's still some positions to be settled, let's say, even this late on in the race. So looking forward to the conclusion of this because there's still plenty of action to come by the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been trying to narrow down the hot spots, and right now I can say for sure one of the hot spots is the GT3s. The top of the GT3s has been a back and forth between Perry Pinakin and Nathan Deering, and it went back and forth for a minute. Deering took the lead for a second, then there was some pit stops going on, and now they are 10 seconds apart. And I'm kind of rooting for Deering. I'll be honest in this case. I'm kind of rooting for Deering because he's been driving so. Oh my goodness!
Ooh.
Are we still watching that wreck? Oh my god!
Yeah. I wonder actually. There was some LMP2s there, and the LMP2 field was the closest field, sort of as a whole.
Correct.
I get what you're saying about the GT3s, and that is an interesting battle as well. But it's sort of just between those two. In LMP2, there's lots of teams that can win.
You're
just
right.
By purely looking at the gaps. But I do fear slightly, I don't know, I do fear slightly whether some of the LMP2s caught up in that crash were previous contenders on the lead lap who are going to be taking some repairs as a result of that crash now that it's happened.
I think you're right. Blinkov, I was about to say, Blinkov was definitely caught up in the initial wreck. Green as well. Because before that wreck happened, there were only 2 cars out of 11 that weren't on the same lap in the LMP2s. And so you're exactly right. I noticed that there's only 1 lap difference between all the LMP2 cars. So 1 wreck, 1 pit, the whole lead's going to change. The whole board can change with just one little thing. Chaos can reign. And that wreck, Artem, don't recall where he was before the wreck occurred, but he was up there. I think he might have been top 5 in class, and it definitely shook things up. 4th in class? Okay, yeah. It definitely shook things up because now we've got the 2 of them in the pits, and they're still there, and they've been in there now for 6 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
they've been there for 6 minutes. Oof.
they'll be there for longer. I mean, it would be a sizable repair, I would say, for anyone caught
Yeah.
up in that incident. To be honest, it's such a fast part of the circuit, and it wouldn't have been any easier in the past. But these days, it's even narrower to make your way through at the Porsche curves. Now that they've just brought that wall out slightly further towards the circuit, you can see it on the right-hand side, just as we're following through here.
Really?
With those who are still in the race, you can see it there. The wall's very close to the circuit, so means you've got no chance really. It's a blind corner as well. You've got absolutely no chance of avoiding that. So, unfortunate moment for lots of the teams still going in this race. Multiple cars caught up in that.
Yeah, that blind corner, now that you mention it, I am unfamiliar with any changes that have been made to this course. I really only got to know this course within the last week or so. I'm one of the oval guys, so coming off of that, getting to know this and driving it was very interesting. But that change to make it a blind corner, and especially in a part of the track that encourages some of the fastest left and right weaving that you're going to be doing anywhere else but you're not going to weave at full speed anywhere on this course except for that spot, and your chances of getting caught up in something are much higher there, I think, than almost anywhere else.
Yeah, I think that's the only place on this circuit anyway where that sort of thing could actually happen, and unfortunately it has happened for some of those who were really contending for big positions by the end of the day. What it has done though is still left us with a LMP2 leading batter, which is developing right now on our screens.
That's it. Here we go. Up in the front, Simon Rendell. Rendell, I don't know if you saw it before you got on, but Rendell had a fantastic recovery. I'm a very slow 3-point turn kind of recovery guy. Not Simon Rendell. He spun, was facing backwards, popped the perfect 180-degree burnout, and then drove straight forward and was able to get back on the course within less than 10 seconds. It was gorgeous. Yeah, watch this replay here.
Let's have a look.
Here comes the 42. He knows he's the answer. Whoopsie daisy. No problem. I'll see you all at breakfast.
Put it around back again and gets going again. Problem being though, it's being caught very, very quickly now by the second placed driver, and sort of invited all of that pressure to have to soak up now for the lead of the race. So yeah, this is the situation we've got between top two. An interesting fight for the lead in LMP2. And
I love it. This is what I wanted. Into the hairpin. Good speed from both of them. Simon with just a little bit extra, but that draft is going to keep Statman on his butt.
the straight's so long that, yeah, it doesn't, especially, you don't have to get a fantastic, amazing exit out of Mulsanne corner. You can just get a decent one and then let the draft do the rest of the work. Does he go for it into Indianapolis? No, is the answer.
No. I was about to ask you, where do you think Statman's going to bite? I don't think he's going to bite until we're out of these straights.
Well, logically, I would say the same, but I was covering a race yesterday, and it was at this circuit as well in this same format of cars, and the most passes actually happened down in towards Indianapolis. So while it's not particularly the corner where you'd like to make a move, I don't think, and it can be a bit dangerous from time to time, go side by side through that section of corners, it actually seemed to be the best place to do it for most of the drivers during that race. And I wonder whether it would be the same during this one, but look at how close they're getting here. One of the Cadillacs working its way through right round the outside. Just that extra bit of downforce they've got may have opened an opportunity here for a change of the lead.
Formation flying as they are too wide going in. Woof. Just cutting the nose off. He makes the pass. And we have a new leader now in the
Oh, spin.
LMP2s. Oh, here he goes again. Randall off. Can he do his good rejoin? Yep, nice and clean. He's back on, but he looks like it finally got into his head. Statman, using the traffic, has taken the lead in the LMP2s.
Yeah, he's probably going to get it anyway, based on what we're seeing from Rendell at the moment. Just a couple of mistakes creeping in here and there. He's got to smooth that out a little bit in the next few moments, but this is good driving from Statman to just get that lead sort of calmly. Well, I say calmly. It did go steaming into the final couple of chicanes. It didn't look that calm, but
he was looking for his spot. Yeah, he was looking for it. He really was, and he finally. It felt like fortune saw that he was looking for it, and it sent him that Cadillac to stir things up.
Yeah, it's not something you see too often, actually. The LMDH cars going round the outside through that part of the Porsche curves there. They're not that much higher downforce than the LMP2s. I was about this earlier on about the fact that I keep calling them GTPs. The LMDHs and LMP2s are not that dissimilar in any individual characteristic. They've got a tiny bit more downforce. They've got a bit more braking performance, bit more straight line speed, bit better off the corners, bit better in slow corners. But none of those effects are especially massive. There's no one characteristic that makes the LMDHs way better than the LMP2s. They're just a bit better in a load of places. And what that normally means is that you can't actually do what we just saw into the Porsche curve. You can't normally go around the outside quite like that. But clearly the Cadillac was able to make it work on that occasion and get through rather nicely. But it's worth noting that the top two classes in this race are not maybe as dissimilar as you'd sometimes expect.
That is an excellent observation. After driving in it and having relatively low experience between the two classes, I can say that the LMDHs tend to bully the LMP2s when it comes to racing here, at least down in Split 13 where I was racing, in the Lucky Boy split that I like to call it, the Just Glad to Be Here split. The LMP2s, like you said, it's the difference between maybe just a B and a B plus. It's something, but if it's a B plus across every single grade, you're going to see that these cars are going to have that extra touch of dominance that's going to make them the lead class in this race. And it could get into the driver's heads. It got into my head. If I saw one of them coming, I would try to just get out of its way. I knew that I didn't have what it took to race it. So then it just became another obstacle on the course for me that I knew was going to be ahead of me before too long.
And you just saw an example of it there, just on the way towards Mulsanne Corner. The LMP2 in the back, sort of goldish-looking LMP2 in the background, was just drafting off the back of this Cadillac. And effectively, when you go through in one of these GTPs, you can find an LMP2 just basically using your slipstream, because when the LMP2's got the slipstream of you, it can sort of just stay with you, to be honest, because of the effects of the draft. It's not quite going to happen in the same way here, because they've just had a traction zone out of carnage, and that's where the LMDHs are going to use their hybrid power a little bit, which the LMP2s don't have, and so that makes it very difficult for them to stay with them. But if you get a full-on top speed battle, and we'll see it at some point between those two classes, you'll see the LMP2 just tuck in behind the LMDH and effectively just stay with them down the straight. If they've got the slipstream, the top speed is very, very similar indeed.
Gotcha. Absolutely. And we're going to be looking for that here, especially as the traffic stirs things up and we see if there's any more possibility for some changes going on. The battle in the LMP2 class looks like the top battle still. I'm just going to touch in really quick with our leader of the LMDHs, Ben Dutton, who was the guy who started things off here, still 2 minutes and 29 seconds fully ahead of second place in the LMDHs. The next close battle, like you mentioned, in the next close battle we've got is still back in the LMP2s. We've got it looks like Ashley Collins and David Barraclaw. They're only about 3 seconds apart, and the leader Martin is being gained upon now by Simon Rendell. Looks like we just had someone off there. What was that?
27 Cadillac. That is William Foyle in 5th position. Not sure how he's ended up there, but we'll find out.
Will.
Very good.
As he's seen, yeah. Ooh,
Yeah,
okay. Oh, right on the bumps.
yeah.
Those bumps,
It's
that
pretty
that
awkward.
second set will really unsettle you.
Yeah, it certainly will. And you've got to be careful of getting slowdowns through there as well. If you're not too careful on the curves, that won't have been a problem that time around because the spin into the gravel will have served any slowdown that you'd get from all of that. But
Yeah.
the um, the, the curves are certainly something to worry about, as you say. It's just making sure that you sort of clipping them without going overboard on them
Yeah.
and spinning round on them, which is what happened there.
Can you predict, or have you seen any cars actually take damage from hitting those direct at full speed? Because I assume that if you take it, if you took one of those red bumps at full speed, you've got to be putting something on the car, some kind of mark.
It used to happen in the old LMP1 days, back when we had those.
Okay.
The floor damage you'd get from going over those curves would be quite indescribable. But sometimes it would be sort of, you wouldn't really understand where the damage had come from. You'd say, well, I've been doing the same thing every lap. Which lap has been the one that's actually given me floor
Yeah.
damage? Because he's been doing the same thing every time.
Yeah.
Realistically, probably you did do something a little bit different. But anyway, that's a different discussion. I think in these cars, it's not as bad. First of all, the amount of downforce they have compared to the LMP1s and just the overall speed they have is lower. And so any damage that they do get does affect you a bit less than it would in LMP1, where even if you were losing 2 kilometers an hour, let's say, in a straight line, you would really feel it in LMP1 back in those days. But in these cars, you don't necessarily so much. And also, let's not forget about the updates to the iRacing damage model and the iRacing repair model, where the days are gone in which you can't fully repair your car anymore, no matter what state it's in. You can get your car back to 100% health again during the race, which wasn't the case back in the LMP1 days. In these days, you can just repair your car and get it back to how it was before. So I don't think damage is a particular concern, even to these prototypes, over those curves in the final chicanes.
Hey, it sounds like it's a change that's worked out for the better for the drivers, and the strategy seems to be take those bumps, but take them at a way where you're not going to unsettle, where you're not going to be at a disadvantageous angle when you take them. As soon as you do, you're going to see what you're going to get, what does happen. But if you take those bumps just right, it's as if they're not even there. You just got to go right over them and have the confidence to do so at speed. Here we go with another GT3 getting passed up by a beautiful Cadillac here. And who is this that we're watching here? It's not Panakin. Mora.
One of the BMWs, yeah. Further down in the field, Lorenzo Mora. I'm not sure he's running in class, but running fairly far down as far as the overall standings go. By the way, my count has us at still 36 teams in the race, which is about 2/3 of what we had. In fact, exactly 2/3 of the 54 that we had to start the race. So
Wow.
that's a decent level of attrition, I would say, but maybe a little bit on the high side. But it's a decent amount, considering we had effectively a Le Mans 24 hours, roughly amount of cars on the grid at the start of the race.
Wow. Yeah, I am unfamiliar with the amount of atrophy that you usually get in one of these endurance style races. I assumed it would be about a quarter to maybe about a third of the teams by the end of it, who weren't ready to race, or their cars they got DNF for some reason. But like you said, damage is more repairable, and I think that as long as you're willing to put in the time, you're going to be able. You can finish. But I haven't. I'm surprised that wreck that we had right when you joined didn't end some races, and
Yeah.
I'm certain it. I'm almost certain it did, but I don't see anybody who's fallen completely off the chart yet.
I'd
So
imagine it probably will have done. I'm seeing 4 teams making that crash. By the way, happened about 20 minutes ago now.
20
I'm
minute
seeing
stops.
4 teams still in the pit lane as a result.
I see that. Yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah.
So,
And to give you folks at home an update on who those 4 are, that's Nikolay Agard, the number 3 in the LMDH class. That's Artem Blinkov and Chris Sherburne in the LMP2s, and Aaron Kertes in the GT3s.
and by the way, I just got word through of someone who has retired actually from that. As I was just looking through, I believe that Race Tech Competition, the 818 LMP2 818 is out of the race, I think. I'll tell you the name, but it's too long for me to read on the time screen, so I can't do that. But I believe that is the only retirement we've seen from that crash. They don't seem... They repaired their car for 12 minutes, or they at least waited for it for 12 minutes, but they might have called it a day after that, because they, as far as I can see, are retired.
Yeah, the numbers aren't going up anymore, so that might have been it.
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
by the way,
you hate to
you were
see it.
saying about you sort of don't know what to expect in terms of how many people to get to the end of the race.
Yeah.
I want to use the real world Le Mans 24 Hours from last year just as a reference. I'm not sure how much reference we can take from it, but whether it's easier to finish a sim racing 24-hour or harder, I don't really know.
Right.
It's probably quite similar, to be honest. But out of the 62 cars that started the race, I think about 38 or so finished in a good position, and about 40 a couple of cars came out right for the very end and were many laps down. So
Okay.
I'm going to call that 38 out of 62. I don't know what that percentage is compared to what we've got now, which is 35 out of 54, but it's very similar to real
okay,
life,
yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, it's a little better than half from the other one, and then it sounds like we are. Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, there is some overlap there, and I'm not sure where we're gonna get the ability to make any predictions or correlations based on those data. But I think that the amount of survival is about right, and probably for the same reasons. Cars breaking down. In the case of sim racing, I think you may have people leaving from fatigue more often, or frustration than in real world racing wins. Because once you get out there and you're racing, you're gonna try to drive that car until it can't drive. At home, your inclination is to say, "To hell with it, I'm done."
Yeah. No, it's true, because, as you say, in real life, you made the effort to go to Le Mans, France,
Right.
and so you're there. Well, we might as well race if we can. The difference in real world Le Mans, of course, is that if you don't get your car back to pit lane, then you're out the race. There's no towing service to rejoin the race at Le Mans in real life, whereas there is in iRacing. You can tow back to pit lane from anywhere and still rejoin. However, that's not the case, of course, in real life. So, could argue on the one hand that makes it easier in sim racing, but as you say, there's more inclination to continue in the real world. Hence why I mentioned those two cars who came out for the end of the race to effectively just cross the line and enjoy finishing the Le Mans 24 Hours. They were about 54 and 98 laps down or something, a very, very, very long way back, but just decided to finish the race because they were there anyway. So
But
might
you
as
were
well.
there. Exactly, because you're going to go home and say, "I finished the Le Mans 24 hours." It'd be like if I went and did Dakar or something, and you're going to be last place. You still want to get across the finish line because you want to say you finished the race. It's just something you want to get done.
Yeah, it's half the challenge of these races, really. Get
Half
to the
the
end.
challenge, absolutely. Now we're watching a lot of traffic now here going into the back straights. Now, who's doing some passing? I've been seeing some numbers go by. It looks like Venkateshwar passed Agard for 15. That was in the top class here in the GTPs. Bottom of the GTP class, there was Nicole Agard and Venkateshwar going back and forth a little bit. That's the PWR and Racing Lab esports teams. They're now 6 seconds apart. Looking for other close gaps in the race right now. Trying to see if we can find some that are stacked up, because it looks like Statman and Rendell, that fight's not happening again anytime soon. There is a close battle between Ashley Collins and David Barraclough, though. Back down in the Delaras, the LMP2s, excuse me.
Yeah. So,
Overall leader is in pits. Is that our boy Ben?
yes.
Big Ben
Yes,
Dutton.
indeed, yeah. So another stint complete for Ben Dutton. It's what's turning into a relatively late evening over in Australia at the moment. Not sure whether that's where it actually is, but that's the flag next to his name, so I'm going to go with that. It will
Yeah,
be
that's what I'm seeing too.
about maybe about 8:30 at the latest in the evening for him already. So
Whew.
it's been a very long day for those over in that part of the world, Australia and New Zealand. I saw someone in YouTube chat earlier talking about how it's been a very long day for those in New Zealand, and they're even further ahead than those in the UK. I think it
Oh
might
my
already
goodness.
be coming up to 11 p.m. in New Zealand, so it
goodness.
could be quite a late night as well as staying up all night. Then it's quite a late night on Sunday evening as well.
Well, it's 3:37 a.m. here outside of Chicago, Illinois. So I've been kicking since about 7 a.m. yesterday morning. Took about an hour nap, maybe hour and a half nap today in between one of my stints. And I'm just ready to keep talking about racing.
So that's 6:30 p.m. apparently in Australia. It's summertime, isn't it? Australia, and I'm not sure if this is noticeable in America as well, but I'm guessing it is. In summertime, we are closer to Australia by 2 hours than we are in the winter. In the winter, they're 11 hours in front of us, and in summer, we're 9 hours behind. So it's
That's wild.
it's a bit odd, really. But sorry for getting that 2
Yeah.
hours wrong. It's
all
not
right.
that bad. It's early in the
It's
evening.
6:30 p.m., guys. We're
About 8:30.
sorry. We live very far away from you and don't have a good frame of reference.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. Yeah. So there you go. Sorry about it. But, anyway,
That's
doesn't
all
matter.
right.
It doesn't matter.
I'd
Really.
love to get back down to Australia again someday. I got a chance to visit there when I was younger, and it was really great. So,
A bit scary.
if any of you get a chance to go,
It's,
visit for sure.
a bit a scary place, to be honest. With
Well,
some animals.
only if you go
let's
into
say.
the outback.
Well, yeah.
They got
That's just
big
the,
bugs out there.
That's the first. I bet if you said to, let's say, 100 English people what you think of Australia, I think that would be the most common answer. What I just said there about animals and stuff, spiders, and all that.
That's fair. It's 1:38 Sunday morning here. 1:38. That means that you must be on the West Coast.
Yes. Not even that bad. 30 in the morning,
See.
that's not bad at all. Although if you're staying up for the remainder of the race, then yes, that is quite bad. That means
That's a
you've got
rough
6
one.
a.m. bedtime later on.
Yep. We'll be around. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Who are we watching now? That's the LMP2. Is that Statman?
Yeah.
Statman,
yeah.
what are you doing? Stop drinking. All
To be
right,
fair-
Statman's back in control.
We were watching him earlier, and when he was making that pass for the lead, he was sliding through the final chicanes as well. So, really just the way that he likes to drive this car. And don't
think
forget
you're
as well
right.
that the LMP2 stints are only 10 laps around here. You can fuel and change tyres at the same time. You don't actually have to take that much care of the tyres, and Statman certainly doesn't have to take much more care of the tyres because he'll be in at the end of this lap. So,
Yeah.
you can really
he's
ride
not.
these cars around.
Yeah, he really is. He's just driving it hard. And I think you're right. I think he likes it a little bit loose. It looks like the back end is getting thrown out intentionally. When I was driving earlier today, one of our drivers changed the brake bias and made it so that the back end of the car was incredibly loose. And he liked it like that. He just liked being able to have that touch of like whoop, that whip action at the very end of the brake that he could use for certain moments. It was like watching a surgeon drive a scalpel around somebody. I could not use it. I had to make the brakes so much more blunt to make them functional for me. And I think that we're watching Statman show us how somebody can really drive the LMP2 hard. And it's evidenced by the fact that he's kept this lead on Rendell since he's got it. And it's only been increasing slowly, but it's been increasing. He's almost got 13 seconds on Rendell now. And I think it's going to be.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
it's a very big gap now. We are saying YouTube chat. He's saying he's complaining about tyres overheating. Well, I'm not surprised if he's driving around like that. Tyres overheating. To be honest, I'm not saying it's his fault, but I'm putting that out there.
But I'm saying it's a little bit of his fault. I would love to see the black box numbers on the tires. Yeah, the overnight driving was much cooler here in the morning. Obviously, the things are going to heat up, and these tires are going to butter up really nicely by the end of an LMP2 stint, especially if you've been driving them hard. And it looks like between some hard braking and hard driving, Martin is going to be earning this tire change, and I assume he's going to be pitting on this lap.
Yeah, that's what I'd be guessing. In the race I was covering yesterday, 10 laps for an LMP2 stint was the normal thing to do, and so he's on his 10th lap right now. I would expect him to be in. There's a look at the track conditions, by the way. 32 degrees down on the circuit, on the actual track, and 90 degrees for those of you who use the wrong units. And that means it's
That's us. We
bad.
measure things in hamburger units. That's us.
Freedom units. It's not that bad, really, in terms of tyres. It could.
Doesn't seem like it.
You can overheat them, obviously, if you can overheat tyres in any temperatures, I suppose. But it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Later on in the race, it could get a lot worse. Don't forget, it's early-ish in the morning as far as temperatures go, and in a few hours' time, it very much could be a lot warmer as leader comes in now from another 10-lap stint.
There he goes. Martin Statman, everybody. And passing him now, Rendell. Woo! Far to the outside and across the line.
Yeah, and indeed third place coming in as well, so it's going to be quite a big lead actually for Rendell. But
yeah,
he will be in
42.
He'll be in 2 laps time for that team, so 2 more laps until his stop.
Well, in this moment, let's see if he can put some distance on it. I think he's got enough clear space ahead of him that he can use the driving lessons that he got from watching Statman's taillights and hopefully put a little bit of mustard on his lap and get things get a nice gap going for when he finally pits.
Yeah, we'll see if that can happen. If you are running longer than the rest, of course, you've got just that little bit less fuel on board than everybody else. You should have 2 laps of fuel left on board right now, whereas everybody else is going to have 10 laps of fuel, so 5 times more, i.e. And that means you'll be quite a bit heavier as well. So you've got to make use of these 2 laps, overcut if you like, rather than an undercut, which you might hear about in Formula 1 or whatever. It's an overcut round here, at Le Mans and in endurance racing. You've got to make use of these in laps as you're on low fuel, and you should, in theory, be quicker than those who have just made pit stops and incidentally dropped outside the top 3.
Sure thing. Well, we've just watched the leader of the LMP2s change hands. We've got a couple of things sliding around. Pinakin still leading in the GT3 class, and up front, Ben Dutton is still sitting in the pits, it looks like. And we are going to take a little break here on Grid Vision, and we're going to get right back to you with more from the 24 Hours of Le Mans right after these messages.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Major's Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Welcome back to the 24 Hours of Le Mans on Grid Vision. I'm Joe LaCastro, and I am joined this morning by Ewan. I don't have my Discord in front of me. Ewan O'Leary. Morning, Ewan.
Yes. Morning. It's not that far from afternoon for me, as I mentioned earlier on.
Not
Sorry
that
to keep
far.
bragging about it, but you know, just saying. Yeah,
You're a little in
good
the
to be
future, so
alongside
you can. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just say, good to be alongside you. Just over 4 hours left, and still very close. Still plenty of racing to enjoy this morning.
And so we are. The LMP2 class, especially, if you've been listening so far, has been a close one, with still 8 racers from the LMP2 class all on the same lap. And the leader of the LMP2s currently, Simon Rendell, has pit in. So there could be a lead change. Max Wobbles and Martin Stratman are very close to each other in second and third position in the LMP2, and so that could be the race for the lead very soon here, once Simon Rendell is out of the pits. One thing I want.
Sorry to cut you off.
No,
also,
please.
once Max Wobbles is into the pit lane, I reckon he'll be pitting this time round as well.
Is he on his 10th lap out? Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Well, we're going to keep an eye on the leads there. It looks like there's been a driver change. Florian Denzler now in for Simon Rendell, driving for the RJD. And before we go any deeper into the coverage right now, I just wanted to get a little bit of business out of the way and talk about Ryko Performance, the other sponsor. I read about Major's Garage earlier in the stream, and I'm going to talk to you about Ryko Performance right now. A setup shop, but more than a setup shop, Ryko Performance provides you with weekly data and setups to help you get ahead of the curve with the competition. Whether you're a seasoned racer or a weekend warrior like myself, and you are going to get cutting edge data packs. You're going to get one-on-one coaching and tailor-made instruction to push the limits of yourself and your virtual race car, giving you the winning edge that you crave. So why choose Ryko? Expert craftsmanship, team of seasoned builders. You get a cutting-edge performance enhancement tailored to your vehicle specifically and unrivaled coaching and reliability. So if you want more information, Ryko-Motorsports.com, where we build champions and to deliver results. Ryko Performance, the other sponsor of Grid Vision here, 24 Hours of Le Mans. So thank you for listening, and back to our regularly scheduled annual 24-hour race.
So just over 4 hours to go in this one, and plenty to enjoy for the remainder of this race as well, as we follow on with the battles up and down the field. The closest one being in LMP2 from what I can see at the moment. Chris Chatterton and Jerome Haag in, where are they in that class? 4th and 5th, I want to say. There they are, coming into the first chicane.
4th and 5th, both up a few places from where they started out. So holding it down along with the rest of the LMP2 class with this beautiful tight field of everybody together on the same lap. This battle in the middle, I'm still anxious to see how I don't know if it'll end up affecting the top of the LMP2 class, which has been kind of holding its own with its little battle for first and second place. Statman now reclaiming first place, actually, after losing it to Simon Rendell a few laps back.
Yeah, it's been a good moment for them, or a good few moments for them, but still so close in LMP2, to be honest. I mean, great racing in this class, up and down through the field. What did you count earlier? 7 or 8 on the lead lap? It's something like that. It's
yeah, there was at 1.9 on the
right.
lead lap.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage in the race, that's pretty amazing, really, considering there's nearly 20 hours gone.
With 20 hours gone, having that many cars that tightly grouped, and then you wouldn't consider it tightly grouped anywhere but endurance racing, but you've got that many cars tightly grouped. It could be any number of individual events that cause the entire field to change. And like we mentioned, things like pits, wrecks, like the one we saw that took out 4 racers just about from the race completely, that changed the field. And we very well could see it again before the end of the race as drivers and teams start to get tired, as the track starts to change conditions yet again, this time with all the pebbles on the track from a night full of racing.
Yeah, it's a narrow line at this stage, although still using that outside line for the washer curves to get through on one of the Corvette GT3s. So it's clearly not that bad going out a bit wider, but yeah, generally you need to absolutely stay on line at this stage, otherwise you're going to be finding yourself off the road going offline. Although, as I say, endurance racing, multi-class racing, you do actually get quite a wide line to use because of the amount of times that prototypes have to go and pass slower traffic. Means that there's a very wide line. Lots of different parts of the track being used all the time.
Being used, being cleared. You're not getting the same racing line out of everybody because you've got passing, you've got different lines being drawn in general. Yeah, it's going to be that nth degree more forgiving than maybe a single class race would be of a similar length, just because of the way the cars are sweeping around. Speaking of sweeping around, we've got some traffic going on right now. Some of the GT3s getting passed up by our friend, the leader, I believe that was who just passed. Who was that?
I'm not sure. That's one of the Cadillacs who's just gone through now, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was looking to see which Cadillac that was. That white caddy right there. Is that Ben Dutton?
I don't think either of those are Ben Dutton.
Don't think so. That's okay. I'm looking around to see. I've got the relative here to see that one. That one. Yeah, that guy right there. Oh, maybe I was looking at the wrong car.
It's 4th place, 499 Racing.
Thank
Best
you.
place Porsche actually in the field.
Oh, all right. 499. That's Colin Arnold. Yeah, up 9 places to 4th from 13th.
I'll tell you what's been interesting to me actually in GTP. I keep saying GTP, LMDH in this in this split of the race is that no one's gone for the BMW LMDH, and everybody going for Cadillac, Acura or Porsche. Nobody going for the car that's been out the longest, of course. Do you think maybe all the drivers have the most learning of the BMW, but evidently not. And for whatever reason, yeah, none of that car being used in this race.
No love there. That's interesting. Yeah, the car that's been out the longest, you would kind of assume you'd at least see one. But out of all the cars we have, the 16 cars currently driving in the LMDH class, not a single one.
No. Or
Well, I'm going to
indeed,
keep my eye on future endurance races to see if that changes at all.
or indeed any who are out of the race so far. No BMWs have retired, whether that's in GT3 or in LMDH. Still 3 GT3 BMWs driving. One of them is still leading the race.
Still leading the race. So at least BMW is getting a strong showing somewhere today. If it's not in the LMDH, it's down in the GT3s. And it's not down in the GT3s, it's leading it. And in third place, too. First and third. Mora and, Pinakin and Mora, both driving the BMWs.
But this time round, Aventus Racing BMW will be into the pit lane. They've just started a new lap, actually, so it won't be for another few minutes yet. But by the time they get to the end of this lap, they'll be into the pit lane, and then maybe it will get closer with the Hyperion Racing again, and we'll start to see a bit of a battle develop between those two teams again, as we were saying earlier.
I would love to see that. I would love to see that. I think that the GT3s have had some exciting moments, even though the overall excitement of the LMP2s is definitely there. I'm rooting for I root for the underdog, and watching the GT3s work around the faster traffic has been interesting and exciting, especially here in Split 3 as we keep up with things in the 24 hours. Now my eyes keep drifting up, and that Chad Chatterton and Jerome Haag in the 5th and 6th place in the LMP2s, they're less than a second apart. I think there could be a play coming here as Chatterton tries to hold off Haag. Haag on the outside and the inside here in the S's.
Great move.
Ooh, side by side going now into the straights. Here comes the draft.
Running that side through one bit to give you the inside for the next right-hander, and even if that had continued on, you'd have the inside for Tetra Rouge as well. So a very good pass indeed. But now Chris Chatterton's going to look to come straight back through again here using the draft. He's not going to be close enough into the first chicane. Might well wait for later on in this straight.
Waiting for it. He's over driving now. I think that he's trying to stay in that draft, and we could see the first error in this fight come from him. Oh, he's fallen back a little bit now, about 3 car lengths back. I'm looking for him now being drafted himself. Traffic is pushing too wide again as Max Wobbles throws his hat into the ring.
Yeah, one of the GTPs looking to get through here. We're going to see another example, I think, of a GTP getting through, and then the LMP2s using that as a bit of a slipstreaming chance. Let's see if they do that again here as Chatterton gets past. And they'll just tuck in and then use that slipstream on the way towards Mulsanne corner.
Brilliant. Brilliant. It's a slipstreaming race here in the straights. Comes that hard right. And looking for the speed out of it now.
Now this is going to be used by Hug to really pull away, actually. So Chatterton's not going to get the advantage, particularly of the slipstream. But look at this for Jerome Haag. He's going to really benefit from this, and look at the gap that he's creating now.
Wow. This is where it gets technical. We've got 3 cars, the same class, all stacked up, all taking advantage of the car's strengths and wiping out their weaknesses. As we see some of the tightest, fastest driving for position we've seen here in a while.
It's good to check in with a bit of a battle, really, and waiting a little bit for this. And now enjoying a bit of racing between a couple of these drivers, as we do have the leader in GT3 in now, by the way. I wonder whether we'll get a GT3 leading battle as well.
Very good. Panakin in the pits as Turner Schroll makes his way up, closely followed by Mora. Well, closely followed, I mean he's a minute and 15 behind, but a pit could change things, and we will see.
Very much could. There is the Corvette chasing. Now the gap, what was the gap before? About 10 seconds? 7 seconds? Maybe even less than 10.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so we'll see what it is this time round. See how long the Corvette's been out there on the circuit as well. Now, this is the end of lap 292, and that's 5 laps into the stint for this Corvette. So slightly concerning in terms of fuel, actually. I think they will all need still 4 stops to the end of the race, but I think the pit stop for this Corvette is going to be fairly significantly longer. In fact, maybe about a 1/3 longer than the stop for the BMW. And so not only do they need to make an overtake, but they also need to pull an advantage to get clear of the BMW as it comes out the pit lane. 17.5 seconds. So there goes back to the overcut I was talking about earlier on. When you're still out there and you're on low fuel, you can go at a much faster speed than someone who's just been in the pit lane and filled the tank up.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we are into the hard braking zones. We're right out of the pits. Corvette doing its best to give a little room. And he's driving.
For a second in LMP2 is working up as well a little bit at the moment between Denzler and Collins. Florian Denzler and Ashley Collins. Another one of the Australian drivers.
Less than a second apart for second and third position in class. Yeah. Collins is 10 positions up. The hardest charger, one of the second hardest chargers right now in the class, aside from the leader. He set his fastest time is a 3:31.70. Hot on the heels of Florian Denzler in the 42.
And been closing in by quite a few seconds a lap. Last time round, 3 seconds on the lap. Denzler didn't have a very good lap though. 3:36.3 is pretty significantly slower than where he should be. He seems to be back up to speed now though. I think there might have been a mistake on that previous lap, which has made that gap look like it's coming down quite so quickly.
Okay, well, let's see if it was 20 hours in officially. Here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, 4 official hours left to go.
Yeah, so 5/6 of the race complete and just 1 left to go. 4 hours.
5/6, that cheeky final 6th. Here we are in the S's. Let's see if these high speeds is where maybe Denzler had his issue in the last lap. It looks like he's losing a little bit of speed to Collins, but with some of these long lenses, it can be deceptive.
Now that Collins is right behind, it's going to be all of a sudden a lot more difficult to run the same speed. It's going to be looking a little bit less obvious, the difference between the two of them out over the line now for them both. What are the lap times? So back up to speed for Florian Denzler. 33.9 is right about where you need to be, although it was slower than Martin Statman last time around. It's still back up to somewhere like you'd expect, and Ashley Collins, in fact, a couple of attempts slower, but that's not too bad. If you're this close to somebody, you can't really go much faster than them because they're so close to you, as we see. Is that the second place Hyperion Racing Corvette? I think it is.
Yes, it is. That is the Hyperion Racing Corvette. GT3 had its little spin. Let's go back and take a look. See what made this go around. Trees coming around. Tight turn, getting ready, and just too much. Just overdrove.
When you're through that corner, you want to use the banking to your advantage, and so, you know, actually do use it. Get up there and use it. Not go wide, but don't get it on this inside curve because it unsettles the balance of the car. All sorts. You can just see the way that
It
the
tilts.
curb on the inside is sort of flat, it's level like the rest of the circuit, but on the outside where you're actually supposed to be, it's slightly banked. Not sure by how many degrees, but it's slightly banked, so you've got to actually get up there and not get up on the curb. When you're up on that level surface on the inside line, you can't sort of unbalanced all over the place. It's a bit it behaves a bit weirdly, and that's how exactly how you end up spinning around, as we just saw there.
Absolutely. That even that subtle shift in weight, you just lose enough grip that all of your muscle memory is out the window and your car is in a circle. And I had a few clenching moments there watching him back up to get back onto the circuit. Always a risky move to back up your car onto the circuit. But it looks like it paid off. He did not make any contact, and he's back on the track now. Hyperion Racing still in second place, holding it down. Turner Schroll driving that car. But that leaves Panakin also even further ahead now, gaining another 10 seconds at least on Schroll in the Hyperion Racing. Arvensis Racing, Panakin's team, is looking pretty solid right now. Let's see, they're on 293. Their last, they just finished a pit lap, so they're going to be driving for a while now. And this is Turner's race to lose, basically. I think that Perry's got a nice position, so I'm looking for Turner to stay competitive. How do you think Turner Schroll, in the second place position at this time, can stay competitive with Panakin?
I think it's just about getting back into your rhythm, maybe not getting involved in anything with the prototype like we just saw there. It's just about getting yourself back into the rhythm again here. He was clearly running at a pace beforehand, and this is the stage in the race where you've got to be gaining time in this sort of flip-flop battle, I'll call it, between this top two in GT3. There's about 8 laps where Turner Schroll should be quicker, and then 5 laps where he's losing time. He's just had those 5 laps where he was losing time when he's fresh out the pit lane, but now he should be gaining time all over again. If he's making mistakes during this period, then that's obviously not going to happen. So he's got to get back into the rhythm and just sort of let the race come to him, because he doesn't even need to drive out of his skin to gain time. He just needs to drive without mistakes to gain that time on the BMW ahead. So he's got to start by doing that and just getting up to speed, easing himself back in and getting himself back into the rhythm that he had going earlier on, and start to bring down some of that advantage, which is now up at 26 seconds for the BMW.
Absolutely. So let's see if the Hyperion team can bring that heat and get back up to first place spitting position. In the meantime, let's go back up into the LMP2s and keep track of how many cars are still together on the LMP2's lead lap. Right now, it looks like we're down to 8 cars out of the 11 still driving. I think 11 still driving. 9 still driving, I believe. Out of the 9 still driving, we've got 8 of them on the lead lap. Only Martin Sleck is still on the 8th, is 1 lap down there. It looks like he's on the 323, while the rest of the crew is cracking through 324, so he's not even that far down. Depending on which time of day you look, he's on the same lap as everybody else. So the LMP2s, yet again, even now, another full driver change generation later, are staying together as a bit of a racing pack. And the competition is again between Denzler and Collins. Let's take a look and see if we can see where that fight is right there. Denzler in the 42, leading things. Collins coming up fast in the 105. And I think mixed in with the middle there, is that
the GT?
Who's that?
Yeah,
that's the Swedish car, right? Yeah, that is. Okay. 7th overall. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so
we'll
continue
Oscar
on for second in LMP2. By the way, I agree there's 9 left in LMP2, because I don't think we talked about the fact Artem Blinkov has retired from the race. Maybe we did, but I don't remember. But that's another retirement in LMP2 to go on with the earlier one that we saw for the 818 car. And we've also seen a retirement in the quite a long time ago actually for Aaron Kirches in the GT3s. So it's 3 retirements we've had since going live again here with just over 6 hours to go.
Yeah, that all from the same wreck. Probably the best wreck I've seen so far in any clip, any highlight in person. We had we had some airborne. We had an airborne vehicle, straight up an airborne vehicle with about 5 cars involved in this wreck, probably 4 of which all DNF'd. So 3 or 4 DNF'd. And after that, though, we've been driving clean. We've had a few spinouts, nothing really crazy. We saw a few place changes. Again, nothing necessarily crazy. But let's hope the driving stays clean, even though the track looks like it's warming up a little bit. A moment ago, the track temperature was 90 degrees. Thank you very much. You read my mind. And now it's up to 96 degrees in freedom digits. If we put that into your fine European digits, that would be 36 degrees. So it is getting hotter. We're 6 degrees up. Fine
About,
Canadian digits.
do they use Celsius in Canada? Oh wow, I didn't know
Wow,
that.
we just got to get on the train at some point here. I got you. At least you don't measure things in stone or hand
To be
anymore.
fair, I don't use stone. That's a stupid measurement as well. But anyway, there you go. Seeing that world map of countries that use Fahrenheit, and it highlights the ones that use Fahrenheit. It's literally America and maybe 2 other small countries.
Yep.
Smallish, and and it's kind of like, what are we actually doing here? Why don't we just?
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I got to admit, it's ridiculous. I just try to keep up with both a little bit, but I don't know. Someday we'll see it. Someday you'll see it. There's one U.S. highway that is marked in kilometers.
Wow.
And it's in Arizona. It's the only highway in America that's marked in kilometers of distance. All the signs on it are in kilometers.
Oh wow. To be fair,
That's true.
we don't really use U.S., Liberia, and Panama. We're being told is the only ones that use non-self.
Myanmar.
Oh, Myanmar. Sorry, not Panama.
Great.
Sorry. Trying to listen and talk at the same time. You shouldn't really do it, but anyway, there you go. What I will say as well is that we use miles, so we can't really. We sort of pick and choose a little bit, really. I personally use kilometres because it's easier, but the majority of English people, it is miles as well for some unknown reason.
Yeah, I don't know. But if you live in Arizona and you can get to Interstate 19, it is fully marked by kilometers. So you can get a little slice of Canadian and European life in America.
Is that a well-used highway? Is it?
Oh, definitely
in the middle
not.
of nowhere? I mean, I don't
Yes.
Oh, I see.
It's in the middle
Okay.
of nowhere.
Okay.
It's definitely in the middle of nowhere. It was made in the 60s too, which is great.
Okay.
Because in 1975, America was supposed to convert to the metric system, and we just decided not to.
Oh.
As a community, we just said nah.
Oh right. Okay. I didn't know about that.
An actual law was passed, yeah, called the Metric Conversion Act, and then the country just it was non-compulsory though. It was just you can do it if you want to, and no one did it.
Well, why would you if you could do it if you want
Why
to?
would
That's
you?
a bit silly.
Exactly.
Could have made it leak. Oh dear, this is a bit. Oh, that'll be a nasty crash.
Ooh, that's a
Was-
race-ending crash.
That was. Who was that?
That
It
was our Vance.
Pedro Oliveira. Pedro Oliveira in the. Let's have a look at it here in the number 9 Porsche. We're running inside the top 10 at the
There we
time. They're
go.
not anymore. There is. Maybe they weren't at the time either. But there's
big
the
brakes.
spin. And I've noticed as well, when you hit that wall and the exit the first part of the Porsche curves, it really sort of bounces you into the air for some reason. I've seen plenty of cars getting airball when hitting that wall, and I'm not really sure why, because it doesn't necessarily happen in real life.
Can we get one more replay of that? I want to see that. I want to see if he does a brake tap, and that's why he spun out. It looks like that's what happened here. All right, we're coming in. Oh man,
So with it.
just over. Yeah, he jerked the wheel.
I just felt the car slightly getting away from him, trying to correct that first,
And
and then it
and it
spins
bit
you
him.
out into the outside. It's very difficult to catch these cars once they're having a slide like that.
It bit him like a snake. I caught one slide in my LMP2 during the night, and I felt like I had just done simultaneously like the coolest thing ever and the most non-repeatable dangerous thing ever. It didn't feel intentional. It was scary and awful, and I never want to make these cars slide ever.
No, you generally don't. I mean, from my outside perspective, actually just watching these cars, having only driven the LMDHs in the past, I've not driven the LMP2 ever before, but to me it looks like the LMP2 is slightly easier to catch, but maybe at higher speed it's just as difficult as the LMDHs.
It's got a lot of downforce. If you try to brake while turning in the LMP2, it's going to go out. You have to brake in a straight line and treat it kind of like a Formula vehicle in certain ways. But you can really pound those brakes. You go to 100% brake and then come down off of that when you're about at the 150, 200 marker, and you can be cranking at sixth gear and be at the 175, 150 mark and just pound it straight to 100% brake, and the thing will be perfectly buttery in a straight line. But as soon as you introduce any wheel bend into that equation, it's a recipe for immediate danger, and you will slide and you will understeer, and that car will just go right off the track.
It's not easy, certainly in these cars, that's for sure, as we see a pit stop for the third placed overall car. This is Shabosh Balog getting out and Juan Roldan getting at the wheel, and will lose third, I would have thought, although it might be quite close. William Foyle is still out there on the circuit, having completed, or will complete, his 10th lap of this stint. Will he overtake or not is the question. And
Yeah,
I
that's a good
don't
question.
quite know. I think the answer is going to be yes, actually. I think he'll get up to third place.
Yeah, he's going through the S's pretty fast right now, and we don't have Juan out of the pits yet, still doing the change. So if he get out of the pits, maybe the next couple of seconds, yeah, but they're probably still doing the driver change hold. Yep, and there's the pass. Okay. So Juan Roldan is going to need to make some time back up to get back up, and Will Foyle taking his proper right place in third place, hard charging it, 15 places up from 18th in class to third now. Looking good, Will. And as usual, Ben Dutton is leading overall with 2 minutes and 26 seconds ahead of Ricardo Grappi. Ben Dutton is a current class leader and overall leader in tonight's race. Today's race.
Leading by some way. And Dutton
Mhm.
for the majority of this race, or certainly, sorry, the majority of this morning when I woke up and first tuned in to the stream was about this margin, and it's holding that. It's slightly baffling me as to quite how he's got such a big gap when the other two classes are so close, actually.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it was just solid driving. I mean, obviously it's just been solid, no mistake driving. Constant, no mistake driving. There wasn't an accident that made this happen. It wasn't luck because of anybody else doing anything. It was just good driving. That is how you get this kind of gap at this point in this kind of race. That's the only thing I can think of. And I think it's definitely true. Speaking of some fun, good driving, some place changes. Speaking of the LMP2s, our current excitement point, our current boiling point has boiled over, and Florian Denzler has taken the lead in the LMP2s. Martin Statman falling back a little bit after a pit stop, and another pit stop actually. For another change. So we've got a few cars in the pits now from the LMP2s, a little bit of shuffling going on, a little bit here and there. But yes,
3 stops that lap, including Martin Statman, who is leading. Also, Todd Hayne now at the wheel of the 105, and what was the other one? Tim Claessens, who is at the wheel of the number 81. So 3 stops on that lap, but that means that Florian Denzler is leading for only a couple of laps. And at the end of this one, Jerome Haag will be in from second place, and Chris Chatterton will be in at the same time as well. So plenty of stops to come in the next couple of laps in LMP2.
Absolutely. There's going to be so much stirring going on of the LMP2s with all the stops and all of the traffic mixing them up that I feel like it's going to be hard to see someone really outpace the rest of the class. We're not going to get a Ben. We don't have a Ben Dutton right now in the LMP2s because the top has been gets stirred up by all the other cars in the race. Uh, and so I'm intrigued to see by the end of today who is going to be, how many times has the lead changed place in the LMP2s? That's an interesting
Many.
question. I don't know if I can find that stat, but I would look it up.
I don't know how you'd go about finding that either, to be honest with you, but
Me
many
either.
is the answer. I would have
Yeah,
said.
many.
If we're allowed to,
Okay.
some people don't like counting changes of lead through pit stops, but I'm counting that as changes for the lead, to be honest. And so in that
I
case,
would
it
too.
will be many, many, many.
Yeah, I would too. It's part of the strategy. I'm aware everybody's got to do it every 10 laps, you know. So, but it's part of what you got to do, and you got to decide: are you going to be able to save fuel, get that extra lap in, because that can happen. You know, these extra percentages can add up. Oh, we got a big pass coming up here. What's going on? Who are we watching? It's the LMP2 getting passed by an Acura. Chatter. Chris Chatterton. Looking good.
Standard Nomad car, isn't it? Yeah, seen a lot of this team recently in sim racing, to be honest. Very easily recognisable with that shade of blue that they always use. Is that blue? Yeah, I get green, blue.
Blue, aquamarine, something
Well,
like
yeah.
that. Turquoise.
Turquoise,
That's a
that's
good
good.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it's got to be. That's what it's got to be. So Chris Chatterton, third place in the LMP2s. Jerome Hag has hit the pits.
Not literally.
Not literally, no. And looks like Chatterton has as well. Yeah, he's slamming those
Quite
pits.
an annoying thing to say. Sorry. But,
No. I earned it. You're right. It was a little bit too on the nose for what could be mistaken for the real deal. I fully agree. Oh, look at this beautiful straight. We got plenty of cars out here today on the rise down. Eyes on the the GT3s right now. Is that our boys in Hyperion? No, that's Arvensis, I believe, right?
That's Hyperion.
Yes. That is Arvensis. That's Pinakin. And here we are with Hyperion. Turner Schroll, 26 seconds behind Pinakin right now.
Not making any progress in terms of closing that gap. I said earlier, there's 8 laps where Turner Schroll needs to gain some time over, and there's 5 laps where Pinakin makes time over Schroll. So we're in those 8 laps at the moment where Schroll's to be gaining time. This is the third last of them. There'll be 2 more at the end of this one, Turner Schroll, and ideally the gap should be closer than what it was when start the 8 laps. So not sure what the gap was. It was about 17 and a half or something, wasn't it? We remember that spin at Indianapolis for Turner Schroll, which will have taken out some time, of course. But you know, at the end of the race, they don't say, "Oh well, you had a spin, so we'll take that away from your race time and you win." You know, that's not quite how it works. You know, it all counts. So Turner Schroll has not had a good stint here, I'm afraid, into the car for the first time after a driver not for the first time, but for the first time again after a driver change at the last pit stop. And to lose time in these 8 laps is not really what this team can afford, with precious little time now remaining to still to close the margin. Yeah, we're only running out of time now with every second that passes by. Only 3.5 hours to catch a still relatively big gap.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just a matter of getting that time and closing that gap. It's then setting a defensive buffer on the other side and hoping that it doesn't catch up to you in any big way. That was the toughest 2 stints I've done in a long time. Oh my goodness. Well, we've got someone else was driving there. Tough 2 stints. And thank you for chiming in there, Taylor. I'm glad that you, hopefully you had a good time, even though it was a tough time. I know that sometimes you get
tough stints. I had 3 stints, and I had to cut one of my stints short to hop on the air here. So sorry to my team down in Split 13, but if you're listening and you did some driving, why don't you hop in the chat and let us know how your stints went, and we will get some conversation going there as well. We got somebody else flying into the pits here, another LMP2.
Leader.
That's the leader. That's Florian Denzler, the 42.
Yep.
Our driver from RJD. Pitting in. And into the wall. Oh, Statman. Statman, what are you doing?
Will be the leader in LMP2 in a few moments' time, so that's not
He
ideal
will
at
be.
all.
Well, let's hope that that wall tap didn't do any damage to his overall line, because the way that he's been driving this car, a little bit of damage is going to change his instinctive, the way that the car reacts on instinct. Oh, wow. He's really throwing the weight of that car around. Did you see that?
Yeah, he's
Just
been doing that throughout the entirety of the race through there. It's quite impressive to watch as he now does take the lead. Denzler still sat in pit lane. Will he get out ahead of Wobbles in third place, though?
He's
is
out.
The more pressing question. He's on his way out now. Oh, Max Wobbles coming in, excuse me. So
Yeah,
it's going to be
Max
Todd
is
Hayne
coming
who's got to worry about. Denzler, as
Yeah,
there
let's
goes
see.
Max Wobbles into the pit lane. Florian Denzler out onto the circuit again, and it's going to be close with Todd Hayne. The gap only is going to be a couple of seconds, with only a few further seconds back to Claessens, and there is the gap to the 105 driven by Todd Hayne.
Love it. Love it. 2 seconds between Denzler and Hayne here. Statman still flying. Putting the car up on 2 wheels every time he finds bumps. And they're into the back straights now. Well, I think your instincts have paid off again, Ewan, and the LMP2s have really been the class to watch for today's race. Sitting comfortably in the middle, not only sitting comfortably in the middle of the 3 classes we've got, the pack has just been phenomenal racing, and always something to talk about with the LMP2 class. The Orbit car looks amazing. Absolutely it does. And it's always been just a little bit of meat in the LMP2 bun, so to speak. It's been wonderful to watch. Statman coming into the big turn now. Woo! Look at that! Wow! Just a guy who knows how to drive a car hard. Absolutely.
Yeah, he
Phenomenal
certainly
driving
does.
out of Statman. I don't know if it's phenomenal or if it's reckless. I don't know what you would call it.
Well, he's still on the road, isn't he? He's still doing well, so I'm willing to say it's good driving for sure.
Okay.
So there you go. Statman will continue on in the lead then. 20 seconds is the margin as it just normalises on the exit of the pit lane. Florian Denzler, second place, ahead of Todd Hayne, then Tim Claessens. The entire top 4 covered by less than half a minute. The entire top 6 covered by 3/4 of a minute. Chris Chatterton's out not too far behind Anthony Charles-Pillen in the 29 car. That's a battle for 5th place that will be going on. So 45 seconds covering 6 cars at the front of LMP2. Quite amazing, really.
Love it. Love it. And there's not a battle anywhere else right now that's anywhere near as close as this. Even the GT3s, which I was hoping we would get more of a fight out of, have been spreading out, and the gap is very, very similar. We have another 20-plus second gap between Perry Panakin and Turner Schroll across the GT3 class. So it's very similar between the LMP2s and the GT3s. The leader's out by about 20 seconds, and then all the way up in the LMDHs, the leader's out by 2.5 minutes. So it's a nice spread, but the action is here in the middle of the pack. Let's get eyes on. Let's watch the fight between Denzler and Hayne. Todd Hayne is one of the newer. He just got behind the wheel, I think, recently, right? And he's he just came out, and so we want to see what Hayne is like when he draws lines with Denzler. What is Hayne like? Ooh, close cutoff there. Almost cut the nose off that car as he comes around the S's here. Flying full speed. Cutting the pit lane through the chicane. Here's a fast driver. all the way down to
Yeah.
first as he gets ready to line it up and cross the line. Hayne is 3.47 seconds off of Densler, and it looks like, based on the times, Densler might be leaving him behind just a little bit. So Hayne may end up falling back into the battle with Tim Claessens there. The 81 also up a few places. Claessens looking to close the gap with Hayne, and that gap is closing slowly but surely, down now to almost 2 seconds and 1/10. So very soon, third place could become fourth and vice versa.
Yeah, let's see, really. Todd Hayne will have a little bit less fuel on board because it's slightly earlier, so that will
Good eye.
mean a slightly lighter car and a chance to close in as a result. But it does, at the end of the day, come down to the driver as well. The fuel isn't going to take you the entire way in terms of speed, so you do have to factor that in and make sure that you're still as fast as possible yourself as well. As we see the GT3 leaders again, still the gap not budging between those two.
Now, if I'm going to play the numbers game here with you a little bit, Ewan, let's talk about the numbers I see on screen. I see Todd Hayne with a 4.275 I rating. I see Tim Claessens with a 4.978. It's about a 700 gap between the two of them. I see Todd Hayne with a 4.99 safety rating. I see Claessens with a 4.49. So I know which one drives more safely. And I'll tell you, that seems to me like Hayne is going to be the one falling back, as he's the safer driver with a lower I rating. And that's just where I'm thinking here. A triple stint. Sorry, our chat just, who is that in chat that just said that? I just finished a triple stint. Sleck. Oh my goodness. I'm glad you've been, you enjoyed it. I hope there, Sleck. And we got a shout out from Danielle Tooley, the STKE racing team. You've got fans. Danielle, you were just in the car too.
Something in a different language that I don't really know what it means, but
Well, while we go fire up Duolingo, we're going to send things to commercial here on Grid Vision. We're watching the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we'll be right back after this.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Major's garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Turnershell crashed? It's because we keep making fun of him. All right, all right, all right. Back at it again. Here we go. It's good to be back, folks. It's good to be back on Grid Vision. It's good to be Joe LaCastro here with Ewan O'Leary. And we're catching up on the last sixth, the last chunk of 24 hours of Le Mans here via iRacing. And whoop, whoop, whoop. We're watching a little spinny spin. Look at that. Hey, he's already celebrating.
Yeah.
All
Looking at
right.
that, yes.
Well, at least he had a safe rejoin,
Yeah.
even if it was kind of a showy rejoin.
Was
Let's
it?
take another
Just
look.
caught the grass on the way through the Porsche curves. Just tried to switch, sort of change direction again, switch back to the left again. It's
Yep.
just caught out the Corvette, and as you say, very nice donut to get back going, but very glad that there was no one close behind, because otherwise they would have certainly crashed into him.
Yeah, can't say there would have been any way for him to see that. He was facing, sideways after that spin, so you get a unique perspective on the way the cars are coming at you. You probably realize you have just enough time to be able to pull off that maneuver and get that done. So, good catch. But ultimately, that's not going to add up to anything helpful to the Hyperion team, unfortunately. It looks like they're pitting in right now and switching things up. We've got Pinakin now a minute and 45 ahead in the GT3 class. And of the GT3s, we've got, it looks like, 8 of them still on the road.
Yeah, looks like it, which is good to see, but always so difficult when you are sort of at the command of some of the faster classes to stay in the race. It's very tricky. It may be not even a mistake that you've made that takes you out of the race, and that's what makes it so difficult down there to actually survive one of these races, survive for 24 hours, as we've been talking about. That achievement that all of these drivers, certainly who have gotten to this stage, will be looking to achieve, only 3.5 hours away from doing so and crossing the line in this race.
Beautiful. A full course yellow would be really wild right about now. That's absolutely right. Our chat has just mentioned Have we hit? Do you know if we've hit the three? Aren't there three full course yellows that occurred during this period?
Uh,
Have we had it? I thought there
don't
were
know.
two or three. Okay, we had one in the first 6 hours. Maybe somebody in the chat will be able to enlighten us on how many there's supposed to be. But yeah, a full course yellow right now would be really, really interesting because we get a chance to see at this point, at this point, who is the best driver. What happens when you put Jared Bailey next to someone? There's only one full course yellow. Okay, so it's already happened. Could
Yeah.
be four, according to the rule book. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting. Could be a random number. I like that randomness. Add some freshness to it.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I did notice in one of the other, I think maybe in second split, there was one just, unfortunately, right as the broadcast went back to air. So after about 12 hours of no commentary, came back to commentating over a full course yellow, which is not very ideal. So
No,
there
that's
you go.
bad cosmic timing.
It is,
Very bad.
really. But I guess it means an exciting rest of the race, because if there's a full course yellow in any of the period that we've been covering here for the final 6 hours, I mean, that generally means it will be a very exciting finale, I would say, because there's not much time left and everyone will be close back together again. I mean, to be honest, we don't need that in LMP2 particularly, but imagine if we got that in the in the LMP LMDH categories and the GT3 categories as well. That would really set their races off in a similar way as well. To be honest, LMP2 still look like they've just finished a safety car period. That's how close they are.
Yeah, they've looked like that for the past 2 hours, and it's been astounding still that we haven't had, even despite the event that rocked the field, we haven't had enough of a dominator in the class to pull away, nor have we had something that has caused the class to completely fray into a bunch of different pieces. It's a solid class. And even compared to the GT3s, they're sticking together. And I think if we go back and look yet again, there's still 8 cars. Yep, there are still 8 that are on the lap together, even now.
Yeah. It's amazing, really. Absolutely amazing. Especially, again, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes being taken out in a crash in LMP2 is not your fault, because you can get caught up in a LMDH going through on you. So it's very impressive for all of them to have gotten to this stage, still in the race, still running well, and hopefully some LMP2 battles is one we can enjoy throughout the remainder of the race.
All right. Okay, it looks like there were 2 already, 2 yellows already here, and then we've got, let's see, oh, we might have somebody in the green room. So we can move in here. Would you like to, let's talk to Taylor Oaks. How about that? Taylor.
How are we, guys?
Hey, how are you today?
Oh, yeah, not too bad, not too bad. It's been a long day.
Yeah, you're telling me. How was your last stint?
The last stint of my last double was quite tough. I was starting to get tired, and little mistakes were creeping in, but managed to keep it on the line and pointing in the right direction. But we've got Capel in the car now, and he's the quick driver of the team, so hopefully we should gain some time back.
Alrighty. You're not in stint 3, are you? Or in a split 3, are you?
Yeah, I'm in the Orbit DBM car.
Oh. Nice. Okay, okay. I wasn't looking in the right spot. There we go.
Yep, I managed to survive the craziness of 8 LMP2s coming past at once.
Oh my goodness. You guys have had a heck of a race. What was your car number again? I'm sorry.
It's the 98. The
98.
yellow.
There we go. Lachlan. Excellent.
Yeah, it's sort of a throwback to Ken Miles with the car number and the paint livery as well.
I like the paint. I like the stripes that make the car go faster. Looking
Yeah,
good.
certainly the nighttime period was really interesting with all the LMP2s and certainly with the safety car period that came during the night as well, and bunching them all up. It was just chaos with them when they came back through.
That's insane. The fact that the LMP2s are all still together in what can only be in what is more or less a single lap worth pack is so impressive to me. That even after that, there was no stretching, no. There's plenty of squishing, but no stretching. It's just wild, just wild.
Oh, it's incredibly wild. And when you're working with another GT3 car as a draft partner to keep you going, and then you get a pack of LMP2s come by, and some of them get through before a corner, and all of a sudden your drafting buddy's 2.5 seconds up the road.
Yeah. So tell me this: you did some driving. About how did you get the car ready for this race? How long did you have to prepare for this race?
Not gonna lie, I don't have too much knowledge on how to do all of it. I kind of just drive, and I let the guys who know about how to do all of that stuff in the team do it, and I just say thank you and drive.
Gotcha. It wasn't. It was for some of my guys. We were heeing and hawing over setups. We were heeing and hawing. Oh, do we do this? Do we do that? We changed it. We all have to have an kind of agreement on it. I didn't know if you only had a little bit of time to get the car set up. If you had any unique experiences or during that development process that you could share.
Yeah, car came
Oh,
out on
yeah.
Tuesday. Ethan, one of the
That's
other
why,
drivers
yeah.
in the car, he was one of the best Ford drivers in the GT40, the old Ford GT3 that was on here. He was one of the nutters that still drove that.
So he's with only a couple of days to get used to the new car. The confidence was pretty high then.
Well, it drives very similar to the AMG, if not a little bit better. So it wasn't really too hard to change the driving style for this car.
That's about the best you can ask for. You're going to be switching cars within a week of a race.
Yeah, exactly. We're humming and hawing whether it was going to stay with the AMG or go to the Ford, and we decided, no, screw it, we'll go to the Ford.
And here you have been. Now we've got your boy Lachlan is on the same lap as Danielle, but it looks like almost a full lap behind. So let's hope that he can.
During his stint, and he did a triple at night, and he did get us back onto the lead lap. We were 30 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah.
And we're actually a full lap behind. We got
Just
one
one
lap back,
and
one lap back, and then he drove back, and then drove 30 seconds in front of the race leader, and
wow.
Well, almost got back round to get our lap right back, but he's definitely the quickest one on the team. So then when all of us others have jumped in, we're sort of on average a second slower, and I'm a little bit slower than that. Hence my lap didn't count in qualifying.
Well, we're gonna be keeping a close eye on Lachlan and seeing how things go, and keeping up with your race. Ewan, how are things going on in your? Oh, sorry, what's up?
No, alright. Time I need to get back to the team and catch back in and go from there.
Hey, thank you very much for stopping by, my friend, and good luck to you guys in the rest of the race.
No worries, cheers guys.
All right, cheers, take care. That was Taylor Oakes coming in to tell us about his experiences driving for Team Orbit, DBM. They've got Lachlan out on the track now, Lachlan Kappel. And apparently, he is their fast driver. So we're going to be looking for Lachlan to capitalize as best he can to try to put some pressure on Danielle Turner and Perry Pinakin. Where is the rest of the fight going on? It looks like it's between Chris Chatterton. We've also got Todd Hayne and Tim Classens. There's a lot of LMP2 fighting going on right now. Ewan, are you seeing what I'm seeing here?
It's been the story of the race, really, to see lots of LMP2 battling, and that's very much stayed the same. the Todd Hayne and Claessens who are closest, I would say, in these last couple of moments. While we were chatting there, Florian Denzler losing those couple of places and losing a lot of time compared to these two as well. So interesting to see that they're running so close together. But yeah, good to chat to one of the drivers and hear from what it's actually like out on the circuit rather than just watching what it's like out on the circuit.
Exactly. You got to get that insight every once in a while. You got to get that insight. And thank you again, Taylor, for providing it. He's probably done a lot more endurance driving than I have. So when it comes to that level of insight, getting it from more sources is going to be better for us, especially, and is better for you as listeners. We're watching from Tim Classen's point of view right now. I think we're watching his chase with Todd Hayne as they come down the back straight, getting ready for that big right hand.
Yeah, just hearing here, by the
Ooh.
way, that there's been an incident for Florian Denzler in the last couple of moments. I'll get to that in a couple of moments, but this is another one of the GTPs into the S's before Tete Rouge, and the spin for Matt Byrne, I think that was, in the 499 Porsche.
Ooh,
to get
easy.
back going again from the gravel. The incident that I was talking about, though, or that someone's mentioning in the YouTube chat, Ashley Collins is talking about that in the YouTube chat. The second Mulsanne chicane, car 42, which is Florian Denzler, on a GTP, a big story for the LMP2 results, as one of the LMP2s slows down for whatever reason down into it. And there is Denzler, in fact. You can see the damage there on Florian Denzler's car. He's going quite slowly compared to where he should be, really. A couple of LMP2s have worked their way through on him now. And so he's down to 4th place in the class. Chris Chatterton and Anthony Chalopin will be closing in. And in fact, they're battling between themselves as well. Not good news at all for Denzler, who was lost out as they're side by side into the first chicane. These two, slight contact. And they're going to run side by side over or under the bridge and down the hill here towards Tete Rouge as well.
Still too wide. Coming around, blocking traffic. And down to the inside. There he goes in the 28.
So, just chatting through, but they'll both be catching Florian Denzler now for 4th position as one of those GTPs makes their way through on them. Finally, flash of the lights there indeed from Charpillen, who is not pleased for some reason, but Chatterton is through, makes use of that slipstream from the Accurate and pulls away into what is 5th position?
Ooh.
I think 5th position? Yeah, it is.
Something
5th
like
position.
that.
Yep. So that's that
Six
position
spots,
resolved,
right?
but yeah, not entirely sure what happened to Denzler in full, but cost him a lot of time, and maybe these two will be catching him very shortly.
Yeah, Denzler, I didn't see the incident. I didn't see it pop up. So we'll just have to see. He is definitely losing speed, and but he still is ahead of Chatterton by about 20 seconds. Although that gap could potentially close. Chatterton and Charpelane are within a second of each other. And Florian just looks like he is dragging his heels right now. Denzler looks like he's dragging his heels. Very different driving from zone that we've seen in the lead of the LMP2s for quite a while. Speaking of the lead of the LMP2s, Statman out 32 seconds now, another 10 seconds further, just driving the hell out of the car as usual. Hayne and Claessens. Let's go back to the 105 versus the 81 for a second. The 105 of Todd Hayne in front, coming out of the straight. And we're going to see if he's going to try to make the move. Looks for the inside, doesn't have the speed. Trying to stay close as the draft turns into a series of turns. Blasting through the S's. Waiting for the move. There could be, during one of the crunches coming up here, I don't think he's going to make a dive for it. Both pitting.
Wow. Hugo Rob, by the
Both-
way, pitting as well from the front. So changes all going on here, and look at that! Oh, side by
Whoa!
side into
A
the pit
pass
lane.
in pit
Amazing.
lane.
Well, you don't see that very often, and there's probably good reason for it too. But they both pull to the right-hand side now. They'll have a job finding their pit board as they are crawling on top of one another, and now they pull into their pit box. So all of the top three in LMP2 in the pit lane.
Wow, that was an impressive double pit from those two, and an even more impressive aggressive move to try to push ahead into the entrance to pit lane to get that advantageous stop. Thank goodness there's no collisions in the pit itself, or else we probably would have seen one of those two spite smash the other one.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been a fan of collisions being off, to be honest, from our racing in the pit lane, but if they weren't, then it would have been a real palaver there for those two. Now he gets out first. Oh, it's going to be side by side. Wow.
Again, side by side, and they're... Oh, the limiters have got to be on right now, and they are just to the floor. One of them maybe risking speeding a little bit as they get out. And there we go. Out in front. It's going to be Chatterton,
So
followed by Sharpelane.
Yeah, so Chatterton, Sharpelane, then Hugo Rob, who's gotten out, who was leading previously and has gotten into that car. Tim Claessens, then Todd Hayne, and then that's it for the LMP2 field. But don't forget that the top three still have to make pit stops, and Chatterton and Sharpelane will make those pit stops on this lap at the end of this one when they get back round to the front straight again.
Oh, I thought those two just did. Oh, it was Claessens who did a pit stop. Right. Okay.
Claessens and Hayne, yeah.
And Hayne. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna have now we have again a situation where number 2 and number 3 are gonna pit on the same lap.
Yep. And then one lap later, the leader now, Florian Denzler, will be in. Although just losing a lot of time in this stint, a 36.9 on that last lap from him is not really where he needs to be. Lost 3 seconds to Chris Chatterton on that lap.
Yeah, we're seeing fast times from most, but yeah, Florian Denzler potentially losing some of the edge here. I'm not sure if it's the vehicle or if it's the man.
The damaged vehicle is playing a role.
Damaged vehicle is definitely playing a role. I'm certain of it.
There's
And
the
we had
crumple
that
front
driver
end.
change. So Statman now was replaced by Hugo
yeah.
Rob, right? Okay. Thank you. Statman was replaced by Rob, so we're Hugo Rob in for Statman. So we're not going to see that wild Statman style for a little bit.
Maybe, well, we'll see if he gets back in the car at all in this race. There's only 3 hours to go, of course. It's not inconceivable that anyone getting into the car right now will go to the end now.
That's a good point. They very well could, especially if they're on a smaller team. Oh, here comes the flash from Hugo Rob going around the outside of our man. What's his name again? Lachlan. There we go. Gotta remember my names. Our teammate friend from Orbit. Into the S's. Hugo Rob with some good speed. Making his team proud. Rob is making up time on Sharpelane into the chicanes here.
He'll make up places on both of them here because they're into the pit lane. So
oh, they did. Oh,
he'll
Sharpelane
get
did.
through
Yeah,
on
I
both
just see
of them.
that.
And
All right.
Elton Sharpelane will take their battle to pit lane as they drop from 2nd and 3rd, where they were running, to 5th and 6th when they come out.
Love it. And we've got Hugo Rob looking to take back the position that GazX Racing lost to RJD. Denzler, a mere 17 seconds off. It seems like a lot, but if Rob is half the driver that the previous driver was, we're going to see that 17 seconds close up in a lap or two here. When is Denzler supposed to be pitting here? Let's see.
At this lap. So one
This
more.
lap. Oh.
Lap
Well,
than
then we're going to see it a lot
the two.
sooner than I thought.
Yeah, so in In LMP2, 10-lap stints come around very, very quickly indeed, and for the most part, I think a little bit because of the full course yellows, we're seeing the field very uniform across in terms of when they come into pit lane. We're seeing everybody in LMP2 roughly come in at the same time as a result of those yellow flags. It's somewhat the case in GTP as well. I may have done it again. The LMP, oh God, the LMDHs.
There you go.
Who were at the front of the field. Oh, God. The front three pitting all within a lap there, for example. In GT3, it's a little bit more all over the place, but in the prototype category, certainly is pretty uniform across the leaders that they're coming in at the same time.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. That they're coming in nice tight groups of 2, and that group of 2 can change the whole podium and stir up the entire class, especially when they're racing to exit just to maintain position because they're all on the same lap. Let's see what else we've got going on as I dig around through the results. Not too much going on in the LMDH class right now in terms of close competitions. We've got the closest fight's about a 7-second difference between Mikkel Sondergaard and Matthew Sales. The two of them split by only a couple of seconds for the 9th and 10th position, but they are a lap behind our leaders. And it looks like only on the lead lap right now we've got about four people who are all together on the lead lap. 5 people.
I've only got 3 actually on the lead lap.
No. I was counting like all the way back.
2, yeah. Sorry, yeah. I think we're in the middle of pit stops where we've got only 2, because
I must have been counting
Juan Roldan only just came into the pit lane, and so maybe a lap down as a result.
You're good.
Yeah. So I think it should be 3 normally, but it's just 2 right now.
Yeah. Oh, I see here. Oh, wow. 5:05 on pace to lap the whole field. That's awesome. That's fun. What a world, what a world, what a world.
We're, by the way, bearing down on another hour complete. 3 hours to go in about 30 seconds time, so not long at all now. And as I mentioned a moment ago, each of these teams probably thinking now about which driver is going to be in for the, well, they'll probably know which driver will be in for the end, but make any adjustments to that if they need to. But more importantly, get them in at a reasonable time before the end, and maybe drivers who are getting in now will take them to the end of the race.
Yeah, having that insight has got to be a good feeling for some of these drivers who have been hopscotching each other and taking naps, eating snacks, a nice cold shower, go out and get some fresh air, touch grass, come back, drive some more. Depending on the size of your team, you may have driven a good number of things here. Oh, we got a crash.
Spin.
Wait for it. Hold. And he's spinning. Okay.
That's Nicholas Schwartz in the 171.
Let's take a look at that.
Indeed.
Nicholas Schwartz, he's on team Solpec Precision Racing. Comes flying in, hits the bumps, gets unsettled, turns around backwards.
Yeah, just way too fast on the entry to the first chicane there, and doesn't really know whether to go or not, because it's an awkward position to be in. You're sort of half on the racing line there, but some drivers may elect to go around the outside of you, so you don't want to crash straight into them. Oh. This is a view as to what happened from on board. You can see that happening from a mile away.
No. This is his saving grace right here. His saving grace is that he was facing in the direction of all the cars that were coming. He knew exactly when to do what he was going to do and how to do it. If he had gone the other way, I would have said too risky. He took the safe line out, but yeah, you're going that fast into that is just asking. Whoa!
Big trouble. And we've got a wheel failure here, a technical failure for sure. This Cadillac.
Yeah, no way. That's got to be my wheel turned off.
Yeah. Oh, and it's gone straight back across the road and thankfully not collected by anybody. That was Andrew McKinley the final running LMDH car, and this is what happened. You see the wheel lock into place there.
Yeah. Now it's perfectly straight. His wheel is off.
Well, there's no point having a steering wheel anymore because the front wheels of the car are off.
Yeah. Oh man, you're just a passenger. You're just pushing. Just pushing. Ouch. Yeah,
It's
let's
a
see
real
it.
shame for them. So we
Yeah, here it comes.
have a look at how we saw it live. There it is.
Ooh. Yeah, and then he goes back for more. That's how you know it. As soon as you see it, it's like watching one of those fainting goats. Just seizes up, falls over. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Possibly the animal's worst at defending themselves I've ever seen.
Absolutely. Worst or best, I can't decide. But that was an
It's
unfortunate
funny.
hit. That is going to cost them now. We've got them in the pits now for 1 minute and 14 seconds. We'll keep an eye on Andrew McKinley and see if he can get back out.
Another replay into the second Mulsanne chicane here. This is another car going too fast into the corner and just avoiding the wall on that occasion.
Safe.
But yeah, you know as soon as you've gone too quickly into these corners in LMDH, you know that you're going to spin. But once you're sort of into the corner, there's not really a lot you can do about it, to be honest. You can't hit the brakes because you'll spin anyway. So you've just got to plan the corner right from the very beginning. You can't adjust your line on the way through. And that's, in the last couple of moments, why we've seen those couple of spins.
All right, all right. Lucas De Vries. Back in the
On the
car.
wheel of the race leading, number 77. BMW, by the way. That's why we're acknowledging the new driver here. Wonder whether he's going to be going to the end. In GT3, I would expect not, actually. Expect him to do a couple of stints and then change over for one final driver to take the car through the last full stint, and then surely going to be a slightly shortened final stint in GT3. They're not quite going to make it on just 2 more stops. Still 3 required for this car.
With less than 3 hours to go in today's race, there's going to be just maybe, like you said, Ewan, maybe just one more changeover for some of these teams. If you're not the final driver now, the final driver might be getting in the car within the next 20 or 30 minutes.
I think, well, I think that'll be the deadline for these final drivers, certainly. But it will be when we start to see them for sure.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
3 hours is not out of the question. But you know, at this stage in the race, with everyone so tired, lots of the drivers may not want to do 3 hours. It may be shorter final stints than that.
That's true. That's true. Or you get people who go to sleep and they wake up and they come in and finish it out. Or people who don't go to sleep, like us or like me.
Yeah, well,
but I would not get behind the wheel right
now.
now. If they told me to get behind the wheel, I would tell them that we were going to lose the race. That would be the end of it. Forget about it, boys. We're not doing it. Well, there we go. Let's take a look and see where the scratching and clawing is going on. Ryan Hamilton versus Anthony Charpelain. Let's get a look at that fight going on. The 5th and 6th place in the LMP2s.
It's still the most interesting class, isn't it? LMP2.
It still is. There's 2 battles in here that I could have picked from. I had to pick one. It still is the most interesting class that we've got. The other classes exist to feed traffic into the LMP2 class right now.
Yeah, they do really. It's been a great race between these two, and great battling in the time we've been here to enjoy in this battle for what is 5th position. Ryan Hamilton, the new driver, of course, on the wheel of the Prestanda Nomad LMP2 now. So it's worth noting the driver change there, but how long are the positions going to be in this order as Anthony Charpelain tries to get through here in towards Indianapolis? Mentioned earlier, this is maybe one of the better opportunities to go through, but you've got to be brave to do it. And
got to be brave. He's not going to do it.
Doing it this
There's
time.
no way.
No.
Yeah, he didn't have the speed.
I'm watching his line, and oh wait, maybe he does now. Maybe he does now, but not yet. You got to take this turn. He's not going to dive the corner. He's drafting him. Maybe to save gas, maybe to save tire, maybe just to gain speed, but it doesn't look like he's trying to gain speed. He's a hard read. Let me just put it that way. He's been a hard read for me, trying to figure out exactly what he's trying to do right now.
It could be
Waiting for
down
his
to
moment, that's clear.
could be down to setups. Don't forget, if you're dead in the slipstream like that and you're not saving any fuel, then it could be down to the downforce. And look at the way he's going through the Porsche curves. That would suggest to me a little bit that this car has got more downforce on board, and so will be better through this high-speed section towards the end of the lap, but will
Let's
not
see
be
it.
so good on the straights at making these overtakes.
That's probably exactly right. Let's see through the double chicanes here. And yeah. On the exit, he doesn't quite have that launch, doesn't quite have that jump. And I think you're right about the downforce. Just watching through the high-speed sections, he barely burned a calorie. But now, he's having a little bit of trouble when it comes to that flat top line.
That absolute top speed is
Yeah.
proving to be a bit of a problem, really.
Just out of reach, or it's going to take just a half second, 2 seconds too long to get there. And it could be down to setups, as you said. That'll be the fight there. So Ryan Hamilton and Anthony Charpelain. There is another battle going on. Oh, this one is actually spread out a little bit. The one for second and third spread out quite a bit. It looks like
There it is.
Pedro Oliveira has DNF'd from the LMDH
Okay.
class.
All right. Okay. Yeah. That's one of the cars we saw. Did we see that car hitting the wall not so long ago?
I think we did see him hitting the wall
we
not too
did.
long ago. Yeah, he's done, which is unfortunate, but true. If we look down a little bit, looks like Lachlan is making up that time. He was able to pass was able to pass RCM Blinkoff a few minutes ago there for position 29, and that's 4th overall in the GP3s.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's Blinkoff dropping down through as an LMP2 because he's retired from the race. So if indeed the number 9 Porsche is also retired from LMDH, then that's the 4th retirement we've overseen here in the last few hours.
Yeah, it really has been. Oh yeah, he was in the big crash. Like in the big one, the one that took them all. Andrew McKinley, who we saw lose control of his car, is 8 minutes in the pits still, and from the LMDH class, still waiting to get his wheel plugged back in. Probably, I assume.
Needs some of his car plugged back in actually as well.
That's true. There's bits of that need to get plugged back into. Just the wheel would be a good start. Let's get the rest of it though. That's Hugo Robb, I think we're looking at right now. Hugo Robb, once again taking back the lead of the LMP2 class.
And we'll hold that place for another 5 laps at least, as then the next pit stop will happen. 3.5 minute lap times, meaning that the it's going to be a little while for pit stops. About just under 20 minutes for him to hold that lead, and then he'll no doubt lose it when he has to make that pit stop.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see. What am I trying to view here? Here we go. So going into some of the other stats about today's race and looking into it, we've got 2 hours and 49 minutes left in the overall race, just covering the leaders. We've got Jared Bailey in the 505, racing for 505 Endurance, leading the GTPs in his Cadillac. We've got Hugo Robb in the 117, driving for Gaz X Racing Team, leading the LMP2s right now. He's about 30 seconds ahead. Similar situation. He's about 30 seconds ahead of Tim Claessens. And we've got Lucas DeVries in the 77 driving for Arvensis Racing. And he is currently leading the GT3 class. Here on Grid Vision, you're watching the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
It's been a good race so far. Been enjoying the morning stint for sure, and now pointing ourselves towards the end of this race. 2 hours 48 remaining to be specific, and that can only mean there's only a few stints remaining, only a few positions to sort out, but LMP2 has very much been our main focus. It's been so exciting to watch so far. Unfortunately, the other leading battle we were hoping to see, GT3, has really gone away from us in the time that I've been here. Anyway, it's increased by about 40 seconds, that gap.
And now we've got some more commercials for you folks. Just a little bit of a word from our sponsors before we come back and have some more racing on the 24 Hours of Le Mans, brought to you by Grid Vision. Stay tuned.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Major Series 24 Hours of Le Mans on Grid Vision. I'm Joe LaCastro, joined by Ewan O'Leary, and now joined by Bryant Lucas. Say hello, Bryant.
Hi, guys. Good to be back.
It's nice to have you. And with that, I am going to take my leave. I've been up for almost 24 hours at this point. I'm ready to crash. I am Le Mans. And it's time for me to go to sleep. So I'm going to sign off from my position here outside of Chicago. This is Joe LaCastro for Grid Vision, leaving you in the capable hands of two geniuses and so handsome, Ewan and Bryant.
Oh, man.
Couldn't hold in my
I-
laughter, to be honest.
Oh, man.
Well, I hope you guys have an excellent evening. You guys, and morning even. You guys take care and have a good rest of the race.
Thanks very much, Joe. I did maybe chuckle.
Bye, guys.
Oh, man.
But there we go. Thanks very much. Yes, we'll try and steer you through the next couple of moments. 2 hours 40 remaining. But an IMSA level, IMSA length race still remaining in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Just as you joined Brian, we've immediately got a spin for one of the Acuras. Now, which one was that? I think it was the 22 of Cedric Honbom in the Porsche curves, just on the exit of Corvette. Getting a little bit loose and going around spinning in the gravel. But welcome into the booth, Brian. Good to have you alongside me for this one. He's had another spin, actually, as he's gone through the final chicanes as well. You were saying to me just before that you've been involved in race control and in driving as well out there on the circuit. Let's deal with race control first, shall we? How has the race been generally, from behind the scenes, from general running to looking through incidents and all that kind of thing?
Do you really want to know the answer to that question?
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure? This race control team is working their butt off, and it can be really hard to do this job. There is some drivers out there that aren't too happy with a lot of us, and we see the messages, guys. You can't say that we don't. It makes this job very difficult, and you can even see it by the way people race you on track if you're a driver as well. But there are also the other side of the drivers that are very happy with the outcomes, even for the teams that have gotten penalized. They're like, it's really shows the pure racing spirit of this event. We have guys coming in and begging for penalties. We've even had people give themselves penalties, go to the protest and say, "Oh, I did this to this car. Give me a penalty." So it's a thankless job, that is for sure.
That is for sure. And yeah, big thanks to everyone who, including yourself, who's been involved in doing all of that. Because as you say, it's a thankless task at times, and there's no way of pleasing everybody, let's say, throughout any race, but especially one like this one, where everyone gets a bit tired, a little bit grumpy as well, I'd imagine, at this time in the day for sure. But let's chat about driving as well. We've got, as I say, just under an IMSA length race remaining. I think you were chatting to us earlier about the prospect of you actually doing some more driving later on. I'm not sure how that's going to be affected now by the fact that you're here, but how has it been out there on the circuit as well as behind the scenes?
Well, I've been running that M4 GT3, and I just want to get back into an LMP2. I miss my LMP2, but I have texted my teammates. They already knew that I had a very busy day. Between I had 5 hours of broadcasting scheduled, 12 hours of race control time scheduled, plus about 5 hours of driving time scheduled, and they are already ready to take those closing stints for me. So luckily, I've got some great teammates. Thank you, Anthony Demiani. But man, the car has. I own 2 cars, and let's just say one of those race cars are taking my paw prints, and they are headed for a W. It looks like.
Well, I was going to say, surely you can't enjoy the BMW, but you just said there. But yeah, you're looking forward to the P2 again. I actually remember I did the 24 hours of Spa at iRacing Official last year in the BMW. It's very safe, it feels to me. And that was kind of the idea of us choosing it. We were just looking to get to the end of a 24-hour race because it was my first one I'd ever done at the time. And so we just thought, well, what's the safest way of getting to the end? BMW is the way to go. But I can't say it feels like, nice to drive or even very quick at times, to be honest. It was a bit lethargic and a bit slow and a bit understeery, or maybe that's the way we had it set up at the time. But it does feel very safe, and I imagine that part of the reason we've got 2 BMWs currently on the podium in GT3 in this race is the fact that it is so safe, and those teams will have felt very confident of being able to complete all the laps here today, because it's a car that very rarely leaves the road, or very rarely does something you're not expecting.
Yeah, it does drive like a boat,
Yes.
very
Yeah,
much so. But it keeps playing out to the racetrack, and we had a couple of for our GT3 team. We had a couple of new racers that have not done an endurance race before, and I said, "This is the car we are running. This is not an option. This is the car to start endurance racing with." And it seems that those guys are learning, and that's kind of what we wanted. So it is a great starting car, and obviously it is a great ending car here in Split 3. As we see, it is leading the field here, and also in third with Strike E Racing Team GT.
Yeah, and there's Arvensis, who are leading the way. Now, you may not have been aware of this, but when we came back with commentary with about 6 hours remaining in this race, the gap was about 10 seconds between first and second in GT3. Now it's Lucas de Vries and Turner Schroll who are up against one another. And I'm afraid to say that in the last couple of hours or so, this Corvette has lost a lot of time. 55 seconds is now the gap. This is a corrected gap. This is how it will look at the end of the race if things stay as they are as well, by the way. There's no one waiting for a pit stop here. There's no one who's made an extra stop compared to the other. This is the pure gap between those 2 teams, and that's a very, very big gap to cross with this amount of time remaining. I think all of the leading gaps, actually, LMDH and GT3, with the exception of LMP2, which is still very close. I think, to be honest, if we're going to see a lead change in LMDH or GT3, it's going to have to take a mistake from the current leader, really, to see a change. In LMP2, I think all bets are off. 26 seconds, and it's those gaps can come down very quickly indeed. Indeed, the lead in this class was smaller than it is at the moment as well. But the others are going to need to see a mistake from either Jared Bailey, who's leading the race overall, or Lucas de Vries, who's leading in GT3.
And yeah, you say that there's you're saying that this can't really change much, but there is one thing that will shake the entire field, and knowing Mike, he's gonna throw it in. Safety cars. That is gonna change the entire race. You'd think there'd be one coming in these last few hours, but you got to keep your eye out for it. It'll change the entire field. That's when cars get wrecked, passed, and switch drivers, and everything changes. So just watch out for the safety car. That is going to be the biggest fear for all of the leaders right now.
I think we've had 2 so far in this split, as far as I have been told. We had one in the first 4 or 5 hours of the race, about 4 or 5 hours in, and one at 2 a.m. I'm not sure which time zone 2 a.m. refers to, though, to be honest with you. Is that European time zone? Did that happen, about 4 hours ago, 7 a.m. 2 a.m. in America? I've got no idea. But there's been 2 so far.
Yes, I was a part of that second safety car in the control room. It was 2 a.m. EST-ish. And yeah, it was very eventful. We had it's quite exciting of a restart there for them, but man, it was a weird safety car period. We had a couple of new race controllers, but everything went over decently smoothly. So
There's a look at the track temperature, by the way. Still, it has actually skyrocketed during my time here. It started at about 30 degrees Celsius. Has now gone up to 44, even in the 2 hours I've been here, or 2 hours and a half or so that I've been here. So, so there you go. We're just seeing those temperatures bite maybe towards the end of the race on a very sunny day in Le Mans, France. I just want to ask you a little bit about the behind the scenes of that in race control in terms of those caution period. There's a lot of splits to take care of here. We were talking to Joe earlier on about his race, and he's in split 13, for example. There's a lot of drivers and teams racing here tonight and this morning indeed, and there's a lot of caution periods to work out through as well. So I'd imagine race control are pretty much busy almost constantly with working out cautions in different splits. Is that the case? Is that how it works?
No, it's not quite the case. So for split one has a different safety car procedure, and then split 2 through 4 has a different safety car procedure. And then all the other splits are ran as like a normal iRacing race would be, but with live penalties. So with split 1, we have each class gets its own queue and safety car. So we have safety car for each class to be able to separate those queues to where we want them, so we can restart them in a good spot for split 1. For splits 2 through 4, there is no actual live safety car. We do the leader that cycles to the lead at the exit of pit road is the virtual safety car. And how it works is with that is your set car, and then we go through all the cars that are laps behind it, but in front of their leader will bit the wave by around, and that is only for splits 2 through 4, splits 5 through 13. No safety cars for them. They just get the good old penalties and talking to from the stewards in the pits.
All right, well understood. Yeah, fair enough. It still means that plenty of drivers dealing with safety car intervention and all of the interest that brings in terms of running yourself towards the end of the race and making sure that you've got enough fuel for the end of the race and all of that kind of thing. But there you go. It's split 3. We are here and looking forward to the final 2.5 hours. While we were chatting about that, we've had a driver into pit lane. In fact, a number of drivers in pit lane in LMP2. I think Hugo Robb was the first of them, was he? I think so. And is now behind Florian Denzler, Ryan Hamilton and Anthony Charpillon not actually getting through this time. So previously, in a normal cycle, those two would actually overtake the race leader as they come into pit lane and as it drops down the field. But actually hasn't managed it this time, Ryan Hamilton, Anthony Charpillon. And so Hugo Robb effectively is just a second off the race lead as of right now, despite the fact he's already made an extra pit stop compared to the 3 closest LMP2s to him. So a flash of the lights there, a real show of dominance as Florian Denzler again struggling with the straight line speed, struggling with the damage on the front end of that LMP2. And if ever there's a circuit you cannot afford to have damage, it is Le Mans.
Yes, you can definitely tell he's got lots of drag in the back of the car. Does a lot better in the corner there on exit. He is close to get this draft. This is not NASCAR, but you do get a really good draft down the back stretch here. And it looks like it's just enough to keep that car close to the leader.
He's actually, he's doing okay actually. Earlier on, when we were watching that car with damage, you can see it more prevalent on the front end. But it will be repaired slightly. There it is. Doesn't look quite right, but it's better than it looked before. And clearly the straight line speed is better than it was before as well. But Hugo Robb is going to have a great chance here to take the lead into Indianapolis. Right, tucked up under the rear wing here.
Safety car.
Oh, wow.
Safety car is out.
Wow.
Leader at the moment is the 505. He is going to be the provisional safety car as of the moment.
Okay. So, Owen Densler was, and now you can see the 505 slowing down. Um, oh, indeed, going straight on there. One of the Cadillacs straight on into the wall at Indianapolis. Now, which one was that? Is that Andrew McKinley again? Who's gone back to pit lane. But yes, with 2.5 hours to go, we're going to have a big shake-up in this race. Now, one thing I want to ask you about in this situation then, just very quickly, because it's about to happen here. Ryan Hamilton and Anthony Charpelain would otherwise be coming into pit lane here and making a pit stop because this is their pit lap. Now, are they permitted to do that? Do they have to wait? What's the plan for them?
Pit road is always open. We never close pit road. If you're the leader, you can go in and pit. You can pit from any position here. You decide when you pit. So if you pit this time or the next time around, you can make that decision as well. You're going to see a lot of guys go into pit road here, and then on exit they will assign who is the virtual safety car, aka the leader. As we see the 505 endurance car going to pit road. The GT3's there. He is rightful to go full blast right there. You saw him go by, as he is going to be a pass.
So who is the virtual safety car now with the actual one coming into the pit lane?
It won't be decided until we see the exit of pit road.
Okay.
So it depends on where all the GTPs are. I will call it out as I hear Mike say it.
Right, we'll get that information through to you as we see the 505 endurance car come into pit lane. Jared Bailey, how will he be feeling at the moment? This is a nervy situation for him as we see the 4th place car right behind coming through. Matt Byrne continues on, so may well get back onto the lead lap here as he goes through in 4th position. Although he is starting lap... he's only just made a pit stop, actually. This is perfect for Matt Byrne in that Porsche. So we may well get 4 GTPs on the lead lap, depending on what happens here through this safety car period. Up on the jacks there for Stephen Bull, who gets at the wheel of the leading Cadillac. But after leading for so long in this race and having this period of 4 hours or so, leading by minutes, now all of a sudden that has gone away completely, and they are now going to have lots of pressure on the restart.
Yes, and yeah, he's just about to call it. I was like, I already knew it was going to happen. 505 is determined to be the overall leader. He is going to be our virtual safety car. What's going to happen here? Everybody is going to go around the racetrack and catch this safety car queue behind the 505. Now, the protocol is going to be here. Between the 505 and the LMP2 leader, there is going to be a couple of LMP2s. Those are your wave-by cars. They'll wave them by the leader. They'll come back and get back onto the end of the queue. And for GT3, from the GTP leader back to the GT3 leader, there's going to be some GT3s in that cluster that is caught between the two. They are going to be sent around, and they can go catch the back end of the safety car queue. Once again, the pit road never closes. If you want to go around and hit pit road afterwards, you may. So just remember, pit road never closes for split 1 through 4.
So we'll bear that in mind. So as you can see there, we've got, that's Prestanda Nomad in LMP2, isn't it? I think Ryan Hamilton, who's just caught behind the leader here, so they'll get the wave by. And so will a number of others. I won't read out everyone who's going to get a wave by, because otherwise we'll be here forever. But those that need to will do so as they make their way through Tete Rouge and out onto the Mulsanne Straight. One thing that's really notable to me here as we're watching this right now, by the way, is the fact that the 27 Cadillac is right behind Stephen Bull. That's Peter Sikdar in that car. And so that effectively means that's the 5th place car. You've got very, very close there to getting their lap back in a sense and getting ahead of the leader to sort of get round and catch the back of the train, as you were just talking about. Look how tantalisingly close they were to making it. That's got to be a bit of a disappointment for them.
Yeah, and I'm sure they stayed out possibly to try to get ahead of them so they could go all the way back around. that would be the call. That would be the right call, is to stay out and try to hop ahead of that leader. That way you just get the wave around and you can drive all the way around and then hit pit road.
I agree. I'm not sure if they did or not.
It sounds
I
like
thought I'd seen them in.
Sounds like our producer is saying, yes, they did come in.
Yeah.
Gotta keep an eye on your strategies here, guys. Mike was saying last year that they had a lot of people not take advantage of these safety car periods, and it looks like again this year.
Yep. It's a different style of racing, isn't it? Compared to the normal iRacing special events or normal iRacing races. In effect, it's a very different prospect to all of a sudden be dealing with safety cars, dealing with all of that. And as I say, it's not something you normally have to, as we see a whole stream of cars coming in pit lane here, almost as if there's been, well, as a GT heading the train, so not being able to overtake has proved to be a problem for all the prototypes who are stuck behind that Mustang, and then a whole load of them come in. This is including the leader in LMP2. David Barraclough at the time was leading. Hugo Robb had been leading beforehand. Now here he is, making his way around. This is unusual to see under safety car, but because we're not in any danger in sim racing, it's okay to be running at full speed under a safety car. It's okay, everybody relax. So Hugo Robb will have the chance here to go through on Barraclough and Todd Hayne, but will he make it in time? Barraclough is coming out now. Does he make it? Todd Hayne makes it just about, and so does Barraclough as well. So David Barraclough and Todd Hayne have both made it ahead of Hugo Robb, who had been leading, and I was just saying moments before the safety car was in a very strong position, was in fact nearly an entire pit stop ahead of the rest of the LMP2 field. But all of that has been wiped away. He's not even in the lead anymore.
Yes, and based on my experience in the control room, we are going to be going green this lap easily. Mike's going to queue up here in a little bit, and he's going to call for the 505 to speed up his pace. But in the meantime, it sounds like the producer wants to go to a quick commercial break. What do you think, Ewan?
Yeah, well, yeah, let's do it while we're under safety car. We've got a bit of a chance to not miss any of the action, make sure we're back in time for the green flag. So we'll take a quick break and be back for the green flag.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Major's garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Le Mans and the 24 hours, of which we have just about 2 1/4 remaining. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary, on comms for the moment. Brian Luke has been alongside me for the last couple of moments. Thanks very much for being alongside me, Brian. I believe we're about to bid you farewell, but I think we're about to have a restart. Could you just give us a bit of an overview as to what's been happening during the ad break here on circuit?
So we just got past when we got past that second chicane on the Mousson Straight, Mike started calling out the free pass cars. Free pass cars meaning is what I explained before, cars that are trapped between the GTP leader and their own leader. So they got sent around, and they are currently running around the racetrack or in pit road. As we can see, there is a few GT3s in pit road. We can see the LMP2s are on the backstretch. One is going into the Mousson corner. Other ones are starting to head into chicane 2, and we've got 2 GT3s heading into chicane 1. But it looks like we got quite a cluster in pit road still. They're going to be coming out pretty quick here. But we are going to be going green this lap. I will confirm it here in a sec. Wait, here it is. Green this lap. It sounds like that's the call. Green this lap is the call.
Right, well, thank you very much for that update, and thanks for being alongside me for the last few moments. It's been great to get your insight. I'm not sure what you're going off to do next, whether it's driving with your team or whether it's race control or what you're going to be doing next, but thanks very much for joining me, and hopefully you will be able to get some rest soon.
Thank you, Ewan, and thank you, Grid Vision. I appreciate the opportunity.
Very much. Brian Lucas there alongside myself, Ewan Lee, for the last few moments. Joining me now, though, Justin Prince to take you to the end of this race. Welcome in, Justin. Good to have you alongside me. We're in for a very exciting restart here.
Yeah, this should be an interesting one because when it comes to restarts, especially in an event like this really equalizes potentially a lot when it comes to the field. But so far today, it's been 5 out of 5 endurance. That's been one of the more dominant ones, as they're being told they can start speeding up a bit for the restart zone. It's going to be an interesting one for some of these classes now at the time of this caution flag, because you only have a couple drivers per class, really, who are on their own laps here to be able to battle for the class leads for the final couple hours in this race.
Overall, we've got 4 cars on the lead lap. In LMP2, we've got absolutely heaps of cars on the lead lap and a very interesting race. And down in GT3, we've got 3 cars still on the lead lap fighting it out for the win. Out onto the front straight we go again. 505 Endurance in control of the field again. Stephen Bull over the line and still waiting. So when he's going to go and get the green flag here, to be honest with you. Up in towards turn number 1, and we're still going at a very reduced speed. I wonder if we are going green at all on this lap, to be honest with you. Doesn't look like green flag pace to me.
Yeah, that's pretty clearly going to be another lap. So it might have been the next time by on the call that was originally reported on probably. But here's the thing when it comes to this that's going to be important here is, especially in LMDH, you're talking about your top runners essentially having a massive buffer in some of these places that they have to sort out. Because, for example, North Sim Racing needs to be able to sort things. They have now just been confirmed they are going to get the command out of the first Mulsanne chicane, if I heard this correctly, from race control.
Okay, so not in towards turn 1, but instead out of first Mulsanne chicane. So I'll quickly go through those who are on the lead lap and in contention here. In the overall standings, it's Stephen Bull, Ricardo Groppi, Juan Roldan and Matt Byrne who are in the top 4, and they are the 4 who are contending in GTP. Down in LMP2, David Barraclough and Todd Hayne got out ahead of Hugo Robb after some great pit stops down there. So those 3 are all on the lead lap, along with Ryan Hamilton, who had to get the wave around and so has got quite a few lap cars between himself and those who he really wants to be next to. Jerome Haag and Reed Gibson had the same, and also following on, I think that's pretty much it actually, down there for LMP2s. Maybe Marcin Slek and Jonas Ranner will also have the lead lap, and they do indeed. So there's the last 2 on the lead lap. There they are at the back of the train. And in GT3, Lucas de Vries still leading the way. Now it's Derek Heiberger who is driving the Corvette in second position, taking over from Turner Schroll for Hyperion. And then it is Nicholas Sanquini who is in third, also on the lead lap. Out of the first Mulsanne chicane they go. More weaving, more waiting, and still no green flag by the looks of things here at the first chicane.
I'm guessing they haven't fully sorted things out yet, if that's the case here, because right now it seems that a couple drivers are still trying to shuffle before they get here. Might have to, at this point, wait until the end of this respective lap. The way things are looking here, they are still increasing speeds here, some of the drivers, as they get prepared. Here we go, the command's underway.
So then, everybody pretty much in this camera shot right here as we look down the Mulsanne straight, the green flag waves, and look at the jockeying for position in the background. Into the second Mulsanne chicane they go with the green flag waving again. 2 hours and 10 minutes remaining in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Out of the chicane they go. The racing really ramped up to 11 immediately. All of the prototypes trying to find their way through slower traffic. Some of these GT cars especially will have to stay out of trouble very, very attentively over the next few minutes.
Yeah, some of these drivers are almost weeping and bobbling around like, I'm not even sure what they're trying to do with some of them right now with NSR Rent in particular. But a lot of these other drivers right now, quite simply, are seeing this as a chance to be able to leapfrog, a chance to gain positions after being separated for so long in some of these cases. And others, they have to go because of how much track position they need to gain. That North Sim Racing machine needs to gain 2 seconds to have a shot for the race lead.
Yeah, lots of lap traffic involved here, so just because the classes have been sorted out to get everybody on the lead lap who should be on the lead lap doesn't mean they're all packed up together. There may be lap traffic involved. Change for the lead in LMP2 as Hugo Robb has taken over from David Barraclough and Todd Hayne. There you can see them in a line. The darker looking LMP2 belongs to Hugo Robb. If you can pick that one out in the middle, that's the 117. Then the orange LMP81, that's Barraclough. And then Todd Hayne in the white LMP2 just behind. It's free for the lead in LMP2, trying somewhat to have an organised and civilised battle between the 3 of them with all of this traffic racing around them.
And that's going to be the tough part for the most part, is getting that traffic to cooperate because right now it's full-on bonanza mode. Hugo Rob's in a great position though with that jump to get that advantage from Torque Freak Racing to be able to get the run. We've seen some great speed from Gazax throughout our broadcast coverage, and right now it's kind of showing itself. Right now, Hugo Rob's also a solid driver in amongst himself with how he's been able to perform in the league scene we've seen.
Through the final chicanes they go, the forward chicanes, the end of the lap. A little bit of a moment there for Todd Hayne as a couple of the GTPs, the LMDHs I should say, make their way through and just halt him slightly through there, but he'll be able to gain some time when David Barraclough and Hugo Robb are overtaken, and there's a big dive down the inside of Barraclough. This is so frustrating if you're an LMP2 driver, seeing one of the LMDHs go down the inside. There's not a lot you can do. You've got to accept the fact they've got to come through at some point, but it's costing Barraclough time. The gap for the lead out to 2 seconds all of a sudden.
Traffic give it, traffic take it away, right? And that's the difficult thing too, is you know that's going to be inedible. It's just, do you get it to bounce back at the right moments? Right now, Barraclough, he's in the mindset right now. He has to let some drivers still have to go compared to some of the others. So that's going to make it even more tricky because take a look. He's now compromised potentially if this isn't clear quickly. PWR just finally cleared just before the braking zone at least. Some others, you're going to see them obviously reach by the mid-corner, and that's going to be where you gain the time back at this point.
It's going to have to be people getting in the way of Hugo Robb here if David Barraclough wants to get back involved with the leading battle in LMP2 here on this restart. So, the 24 Hours of Le Mans getting back underway after its third caution in this split. It's different across the top four, all of whom have safety cars, but this is the latest one for this split here. Going back green again with about 2 hours and 10 minutes remaining in the race. Still 505 Endurance leading at the front. Hugo Robb has taken back the lead in LMP2, and Lucas De Vries hanging on again for Arvensis Racing's BMW down in GT3. Was a clean restart at least, though. That's the main thing we can say about that. There was 3 wide moments immediately on the Mulsanne straight, and we all saw it happening in the background, but thankfully it looks like there's been pretty much no contact. Haven't seen anybody go off the road as a result of the restart.
Yeah, no off tracks, no major slides. Everyone kept themselves cooperated and cleanly done in the start zone. Exactly what you expect for a normal restart. So now it's going to be quite simple to get the strategy down. Just to say that, it looks like we have a replay to contradict that statement, possibly.
I've spoken too soon again, and there is a lock-up down in towards Indianapolis. Thankfully, avoiding the wall for the number 22 Acura. That is Cedric Holborn in that car, and a couple of laps down maybe on the leader. So has dropped quite a few places. This is probably the worst possible moment to have a problem like that. While it's pretty innocuous and may look pretty innocuous at most times in the day, at this very moment, it does cost you a lot of places, and it certainly has done for them. They were knocking on the door of a top 5. That 22 car now down to 11th.
Yeah, but as this is all going on, keep in mind, Arbonitas Racing has just been running on their own for the time being at least. Keep an eye on that blue dot you see in the backdrop there. That's the Corvette Hyperion Racing. And Hyperion, we talked a lot about them in multiple different leagues this year, and there's a lot on this coverage. They're looking to gain time fast. 5:09.6 on the warm-up and the pace lap. Can they close the gap is the question to be able to take the class lead away from the BMW.
Well, we'll get the first real representative time in terms of lap times this time round as we get towards the end of another lap. 3.7 seconds is the live gap as the slightly diminished GT3 field makes its way down in towards the final few corners of the lap. We've got less than 10 of them remaining, so not much for the prototypes to work their way through, but it's going to feel like a lot for these guys to deal with when they are passed by so many LMDH and LMP2 cars. Lucas De Vries does a 56.8 on that lap. 57.4 for Derek Heiberger. Not the restart that the Corvette would have wanted particularly, losing time and now seeing that gap creep over 4 seconds again.
And that's on their own too, so that kind of showcases the potential, maybe the wrong pace. That's going to be a difficult thing now, is if it stays sustained like that, obviously you're not going to chip away the gap, and you're going to get the frustration in. It's going to be difficult. And Derek, remember, was the starting driver for this car in the opening 2 hours of this race. So he's one of their top drivers to try and get the job done here. So they might need a little bit of luck if this continues as a trend to have any shot to get to the 77.
Yeah, they're going to have to work hard to close in that margin as we look through the Mulsanne Straight. Time for a Chinese restaurant there. I don't know what that was all about, but anyway, it's plenty of signs around here that are of note, by the way, in case you have a look. The stuff around the circuit, almost as impressive as the stuff on it here on iRacing, as its detailed scans show. Just over 2 hours remaining in the race then. 3.4 seconds for the overall lead, 2.6 in LMP2 and 4.2 in GT3. This is exactly what safety cars bring, Justin. It's different to what we see in iRacing special events, where it's a green flag run from start to finish. There's a time and a place for a league like this in which there are safety cars involved, closings of the field. This is the third one we've had in this race, and the second one we've had in the last 6 hours. Means that a lot of drivers and teams are in contention who may otherwise not have had the chance to do so. It means it's not a pure green flag run from start to finish, but does make these restarts very exciting.
It also, remember, makes it tricky to strategize, because like in real world, you don't expect to stay fully green, incident-free 100% of the time. Meanwhile, the Sim Race Sweden machine seems to have issue after issue piling up. How about a spin to add to it? Good save.
Yeah, so last lap round it was Indianapolis. This lap round they got one corner further. It was at Carnage instead. But as you say, they avoid the gravel for the most part, and they avoid the wall as well. So that's good news in that sense, at least. On their lap, by the way, is all the positions up to 7th. Mikael Sandegor is currently in, or Sondegor, excuse me, is in 7th for the moment. Matthew Salas is in 8th, but of Dominic Fouquet, and then it's Mark Kalin in the 10th position. Then Cedric Hornbaum, who's the final driver on that lap. The lap ahead of them is Thomas Beaufil and Peter Sikdar, as we were talking about during that caution. Just missed out on getting onto the lead lap, but they're one lap down, and then you've got the top 4 who are on the lead lap. All of it means is that the safety car kind of means that everybody sort of resigns to their own laps, and they can't really move very much up or down from the laps that they find themselves on.
And I know that's a discussion point amongst the teams, but at the same time, it's not everyone can get a free waiver round, right? Based on the raw pace, you know, as we see over the time. Sometimes you get even just one car on in a class on the lead lap. But today, so far, at least we've had the 4 or 5 so far on the raw pace. The point being right now is, while there's a lot of discussion that comes around who gets the wave, how do you get the wave, it's quite simple. Just have a good strategy and make sure you're consistent. A badly timed caution for pit stops absolutely has been, I think, for a couple teams, been devastating based on some of the differentials, especially for teams like, for example, I'm going to talk about Orbit and DBM Mars. They were destroyed at one point, Ewan. They're stuck a lap down. They've had race leading speed before getting turned around in the first 30 minutes. Since then, they've been basically on catch-up mode, having to come back from essentially near 2 laps down. And now, despite having the pace to contend with the leaders here, obviously, they're back a lap. And unless they get another caution or something, which is very unlikely, they're going to be stuck in this is their own lap for position.
And unfortunately, it doesn't sort of discriminate as to whether it is an incident that's your fault or one that is instigated by somebody else. An incident costs you time, and everybody else is able to gain as a result. So what that has meant here is that they're sort of trapped off of the lead lap, not able to quite have the, because you've got to have really quite great pace to get yourself back onto the lead lap from being off it. It is pretty difficult to do. It's much easier to just stay on the lead lap once you're in it. So that's the real key at the start of the day for everyone to talk about. It's consistency, staying on the lead lap, making sure that you're there. If there's a caution, you can be brought back into the fray. As soon as you fall off that lead lap, your afternoon and your evening and your morning becomes very, very difficult.
Especially with this type of racetrack, right? It's more than 3.5, 4 minutes just about when it comes to GT machinery. You're not going to easily get your lap back or unlap yourself and then catch up to the leaders unless a lot happens, especially with the cautions. That's going to take almost a whole nother gear. And the thing for Orbit is they're not in that gear situation. STK&E Racing Team GT, give them credit though. They've been amongst those to be able to keep it clean. You see them a moment ago in the blue machine. They're right now able to take advantage of all this and take advantage of the early incidents because, again, the key throughout a race is simple. Survival is critical. If you want to contend, you can't have a crash or a major mistake. And most teams have had major mistakes today.
Yeah, and that is very much sort of summarized by the fact that we've only got at the moment 8 of the GT3s remaining in the race. Now again, it might not all be down to GT3 started incidents, and that is it doesn't academic in a sense. Doesn't really matter whether it was instigated by a GT3 or not, but there are only 8 remaining. That's the top and the bottom of it, and so you've got to be very careful throughout the day to make sure you're one of those 8. That's half of the field that we started with only remaining in the race. So yeah, it's been a very attritional GT3 event, and those that are still on the lead lap have done very well indeed to be there.
So on that note, we're within the final 2 hours of this race in Ewan. I think, based on the timing, it's time to get a proper send-off once again. Your thoughts on what you've seen of the racing as we approach the final stages and get ready to bring Taylor in?
I've thoroughly enjoyed it here this morning. I've got to say, I've stepped in with about 5 hours or so remaining, just less, and it was a very close situation in GT3 especially, but LMP2 is the one I've been really impressed with so far. So many cars on the lead lap. The same amount of cars we've got remaining in the GT3 race as a whole are the amount of cars on the lead lap in LMP2. That's how fantastic the racing has been there. Just as we had that caution, just before that, Hugo Robb was starting to take control a little bit for the number 117 team. That caution has pegged them back a little bit. It's given us the situation now where we've got a very interesting race in that class again. I think that is where the focus is going to be for the remaining hour and 55 minutes. You can see the leading gap there. Just 1 second, and what a tantalizing prospect for the final 2 hours.
And so on that note, it's time to bring in going announcer for the final stages here as we once again thank Ewan O'Leary for his hard work for this coverage here today here on Grid Vision. Taylor Burris now joins alongside. Taylor, it's been an interesting one. We just had a safety car finish about 10 minutes ago, in fact, and as a result, things have gotten interesting, in particular for the LMP2, as just discussed. Jonas Winter is now behind the wheel for the RJD entry and is on a tear to get right back in the fix of things with GazX Racing Team. GazX took the advantage for the class after the restart from Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. RJD restarted in the 4th position. RJD, remember, had a tearing fast pace when they had Jonas behind the wheel with his experience from earlier this season in the special event scene.
They certainly did, and now they are fighting their way through with 2 hours. This is probably going to be one to watch here because just of how quickly Jonas Wagner is working his way through to catch up to Hugo Robb here in the closing stages of the race. So, like Ewan mentioned, the LMP2 race is going to be one to watch here as we get ready to see the checkered flag fall at Le Mans. Oh, we had a big one, I guess.
Yeah, I think there was the question in our ear, do we want to see it? Well, the answer is yes. So what's the big one look like here? Well, it looks like a lot of slippy slide for one, but let's take a look. And apparently the answer is polar bear, as in it doesn't let you go that far. Apologies for that, but hey, so far today, it's been an event with a lot of frequent moments, but better yet, the strategy has been critical to be able to get right. And right now, here's the thing, RJD, during the last pit cycle, was amongst those, believe, with the tires compared to Gazek's. He was on the double. Let's see what happens here already. The blinky from the 42. He's on the prow.
He certainly is. He is looking for it, and now he will try to find his way down to the outside lane as they head off into the second Mulsanne chicane. Can't quite find the opening just yet. Hugo Robb going on the defensive to keep the driver of Jonas Wagner behind as they work their way down the second part of the Mulsanne straight, heading to Mulsanne corner. Not too far behind, though, is David Barraclaw and Todd Hayne. This LMP2 battle, it is anyone's guess of who could come out on the top step of the podium, heading down into the braking zone of the Mulsanne chicane. Jonas Wagner is working his way, trying to find the opening, but Hugo Robb is being very smart and very smooth with where he sets his car up for the defensive runs. And there you see the other 6 LMP2 cars that are still in the hunt for this win.
Keep in mind, Torfric Racing by TFR Lab is in the next pack, 2 seconds back. This likely could come down for the win itself. RJD getting brave to Indianapolis contact. A slip and slide by Robb, but a grip hold from RJD. New class leaders with under 2 hours to go.
How about that for Jonas Wagner, who is now going to lead the charge for the moment in LMP2. He's got to make sure, and now he's got to beat the rabbit, kick that into overdrive. And remember, he was the fastest driver for this team since when we were here early in the race, as one of the LMP2 cars had a little bit of a slip and slide coming out of carnage. Possibly. Let's take a look here at the replay.
Yeah, this was the Pastrana Nomad machine. Might have got some help. That is hardcore on the dive, and it looks like they weren't expecting it.
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, there was no contact. He did get up onto the curbing a little bit while he was going into braking as well there, Justin, so that could be a little bit of an issue. As we have another situation here on track. Oh, big time pass and a trouble for the 08 machine by the looks of it.
Oh, why were they parked on the racetrack is the question after that.
Yeah, that's
apparently it's a tech issue, that's for certain. But that's a terrible spot to have a tech issue that forces you to basically stop like that on the racing surface.
Yeah, that was Andrew McKinley, who was behind the wheel of the PWR 08 machine in the GTP Cadillac. So, tough break indeed. Nearly collected one of the Acuras in that situation as we pick back up with the 561. And we have another replay of one of the Sweden esports drivers coming out of Tetra Rouge.
Yeah, so far Cedric Holmbaum's not been having a good time. This is his 3rd incident since the restart.
A little bit of damage possibly to the rear end of that Acura ARX 06 GTP. So he's got to be careful as he makes his way back to pit road, because that could possibly be some affecting the aerodynamics. He currently is sitting in 11th in class, 11th overall, and 2 laps down from your race leader.
Yeah, things have gone upside down and pear-shaped for the 22, you can argue. But now, taking a look back at some of the trains, HTS Racing Yellow, they're also in the conversation for a strong finish here. In fact, they're looking to try and rip away the podium for Barraclaw in his respective side right now. Last time by, 3:34.1. That was the same time, in fact, within 2/1000ths of the TFR entry. They are identical, these two, on pace.
Yeah, they are running some very smooth lap times, and like you said, identical lap times last time by. They are now going into the Mulsanne corner. It's just a matter of just microseconds between these two of who will make a mistake and who will get that position over each other. Then you see the next group right behind, another 2.8 seconds back of the Team Skazmax Spark Services and the Scuderia Chicken House, which I'm going to be surprised. They had some incidents when we were on in the beginning of the race yesterday morning, but they are here to play, and they are in the contention for a good top 5 finish.
How about that for a change of fortunes for Henrietta in particular with the move, able to get to the top 5. That team early on had some moments, as we remember from our first into the broadcast. But since then, their team did put in the report that afternoon qualified at the back, and as well having a 55-second stop and hold penalty at one point. In fact, at one point, they're only a minute ahead of being lapped by the class leader. If it wasn't for a caution during one of the early stages of this race, they would not even be anywhere close to contending for a spot. For reference, one lap down to the class leader would currently see them, well, dead last out of those running outside of Sector 5.
Yeah, that would have put them 8th in class if they were a lap down, but they have fought hard and are in contention for a chance of the podium here, as a little bit of a change in the podium in the GTP category, as 499 Racing of Matt Byrne is actually slowing quite a bit. He must have had a cut-through penalty, and Juan Rolanda in the Project Valorious Academy Acura takes over the 3rd spot.
Some interesting swap arounds there as there's Project Aureus Academy. They're a green and black entry currently on their own. Currently the last of those on the lead lap, just 4. Got that distinction for the restart, mind you. So after that swap around you mentioned with 499 Racing, it's going to be an interesting one in terms of where some of the teams are going to put their cards on the table, so to speak, in terms of what can they do. Right now, 505 Endurance is absolutely bolting away up at the front. That car's been a rocket since the second it started this race.
It really has. Stephen Bull behind the wheel of it now. I'm pretty sure he's going to be taking it to the end by the looks of things, unless he's going to have to do one more driver swap. But so far, just absolutely a tear. They have been leading majority of this race here, and they're looking to continue that dominance in that Cadillac GTP.
And all they have to do is make sure to not get involved in trouble, especially with traffic now for the first time. Furion Racing, they're now trying to lap them. Harmonious Racing still staying at their advantage in their respective class by a sizable margin. And it's still running lap times quicker for the most part than the Corvette. So, as we continue on with this, you have to feel that a lot of these drivers are starting to feel the fatigue too, because it's the final stretch. Obviously, you want to push out as fast as possible here. Try and close out strong. But we're talking some of these drivers potentially up for 24, 25, 26 hours, including all the practice in warm-up and qualification here that have been pushing for since really 8 a.m. yesterday.
Yeah, and this is the point where it's really critical to make sure you have to refocus, lock yourself in. If you're the one who's going to be bringing it home for this race and trying to be careful, whether it be the GT cars, trying to be careful around the prototypes that come up on them, or making sure they don't make any mistakes with getting off track penalties, whether you're the LMP2 cars who are in that middle ground, you're watching out for the GTP cars, but you're also making sure you're not making any mistakes or not making any contact with the GT3 cars. And then the GTP cars, of course, you just got to be able to lock in and set lap after lap, consistent lap times to stay ahead or gain on your competition.
And as well, remember all the planning that comes into play. Some teams have had curveballs, obviously, because of the strategy. How do you adapt to a situation, so to speak, for your rotation of drivers? Like, for example, we've seen drivers in the past fall asleep. We've seen drivers miss their runs. We've seen drivers crash into the pit lane, and then it triggers, oh boy, get the backup driver ready. What's that adapting period like for you, at least?
It's kind of almost similar to this broadcast a little bit. You call a little audibles, you make sure you have someone ready to go if need be, and making sure everyone's all set, and make sure people are awake as well, but also just making sure that drivers are comfortable at certain stages of the race. Find out where they feel better of racing. Are they more better to run that daytime period, that early evening, the midnight graveyard shift, pretty much? And then, of course, those who are up and at 'em in the early morning hours, right around that closing time for us, which is, anywhere between 6 to 7 a.m. for those who want to try to bring it home in one piece.
And it's one thing, too, where you have drivers from all different regions, but if you have them all, say, in the Americas, or all of them in France, or all of them in Australia, that could make planning for these last stages like this very tricky to make sure your number one driver is energized, because your second or third drivers that are pulling the night shift, or even your fourth driver, they're going to be very tired, to say the very least, right now. In fact, they're probably asleep, so you've lost that support for the closing stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how this plays out for the closing stages of these drivers. Who is going to work their way up through the field here and making sure that they get themselves situated and reorganized at the moment. So we'll see as one of the GTPs, makes contact slightly with your GT3 leader, that of being the Arvanius Racing with Lucas de Vries behind the wheel of that 77 BMW, which is looking to be one of the favorites in the real world at the Le Mans track, because, of course, the BOP is one thing, but also it's one of the current race winner out of the GT3 field at the last round from Imola. And, of course, that Spa was a good run for them as well.
Yeah, so far, BMW, at least for the BOP indeed, looking very strong, because it's 1 and 3 for their current positions inside the top 5 for the BMWs. We talked about as well the new cars on the block, the new American machinery from the Fords and Corvettes. Hyperion Racing's doing a solid job here, as they almost thought about pit stop. Instead, it's going to be push time. Racing Lab is around in front of them, and it looks like they'll go unscathed without too much lost time here, as the 3 had spun around right at the edge of the racing line.
This would have been detrimental indeed here for your second place driver in the GT3 category, as we keep an eye on the race here and watch the action as they work their way around the circuit.
Yeah, but right here, that's where Hyperion Racing had to be very careful, let's put it that way. They were still faster than Arvanita's last time by, despite the checkup there for the spinning prototype. So, speaking of which, pit stops, RJD is in. These are likely going to be the third, if not second to last pit stops of the race. Very likely third to last.
As they work their way in for these final drivers here, we should be seeing, like you said, a couple of more pit stops at least, as a little bit of wheel spin right there for one of the drivers. He's ready to get going. You got to be careful with that.
Oh, that's normal. Don't
Well, I
worry
know.
about that.
Well, I know that's normal in sim, but in the real world, that's a big no-no.
Yeah, especially if you want to change the tires, I could see that. But that really sets up for LMP2 especially, and what Barrico has been able to specialize in is stretching fuel here. A splash and dash situation on fuel to close things out potentially. You're talking about pit stop schedule with 20 minutes to go if they stay on point here for that class.
Oh, that is going to be very interesting to see how that will all play out in the end for these drivers. But David Barraclaw, of course, has been the most consistent with saving as much fuel as possible during this race in the LMP2 category.
Expect him to come in this upcoming time by. He's been running 334s on the racetrack for a comparison's sake, compared to some of the others that at this point of the race have been running up to a second quicker on the average. So obviously a strat like his works in the context of no cautions. It's almost like Barricole just naturally is saving the gas.
It certainly is. As we watch on and see here what we will see of David Barraclaw, he currently has a 54-second lead over Jonas Wagner, who is working his way in second position currently. And we'll see how much of a time he will lose or gain during that pit cycle and wrap up the LMP2 pit cycle for this moment. GTP cars should also be making their way on pit road at least next time, if not in 2 laps or so.
So they continue to zoom around the racetrack in the closing stages here. Of note amongst that pit strategy, in terms of the differential, RJD, based on what is on the racetrack, had a much different pit cycle. How about, remember the past where it was even footing about 10 minutes before the pit stops? Our Gatsax racing team just exited the run through Mosen in the backdrop. That's how big the difference has gotten just with one driver and one goal. Remember, we talked about the experience for RJD. That's really coming into dividends here, but better yet, they also made a driver change for Gatsax with Martin Stratman behind the wheel to close it out. Can Martin find something magical to close it back? From my understanding, he was very fast earlier on. Is he fast enough to get to the leader, is the question.
Well, we're going to find out as David Barraclaw does come down pit road here, as he will get the fuel service on his vehicle. Jonas Wagner's 36 seconds now. He's coming through the Porsche curves and making sure everything is going to work his way through, as he should take over the race lead any moment here. Once we see where David Barraclaw will come out, that is going to be where the current situation will be, and this will be the race for the next 39 minutes till their next pit stop.
So standard pit stop, pretty plain and simple once again. RGD getting aggressive on the curbing. But where will Barracle's cycle? Looks like he's already rolling, but RJD makes the pass. Should be the same. It will be the same for Gazex. No issues.
Yeah, no issues here as he will take over the race lead. Barraclaw will slate into the 3rd position, so just right about the start he did during that previous cycle before the pit stops began. So good run to see what he can do, and now we'll see how quickly he can fight his way up to the top of the field here as we keep an eye on this battle in LMP2. as we work our way into the next round. No issues currently in the GTP category. Everyone's kind of spaced out pretty evenly. There is a battle, though, for the 8th position in class between the Magic Arrows and the Silpec Precision Racing. Mark Kalin, who we've had on the show on Grid Vision a couple of times, he's looking to try to get a little further into the top 10.
Yeah, and remember, Precision Car had some issues early on in the respective race, and so far, seen a lot of different drivers from various different leagues, I was about to say, make their appearances in this race today. People just love this racetrack, first of all, but second, people just love endurance races.
You're talking about probably one of the most challenging forms of motor racing on sim as well as in the real world, because if you think about it, yes, certain points Performance Motorsports is an endurance race. Anything really over 4 hours per se is an endurance race, whether it be ovals, short tracks, even stock cars, etc. But when it comes to being over that mark, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 24 hours, and plus not only that, you're in multiple different classes, whether it be prototype classes and GT classes or multiple different GT classes, it would change the entire outcome, especially how setting your car in one spot or another, trying to negotiate traffic, could cost you either the chance of a podium, a win, or even the chance of even finishing the race. It just is so incredible to see, and plus also working together as a team, trusting another driver as well, where you feel like you must be the one who must take control and be in charge when you're driving the car, but then you have to get out of it and trust it to someone else to run for certain periods of time and at the same pace that you are or faster. There's nothing like it.
You can sense that over the course of 24 hours to be able to put that together as a team. And we've heard of people doing it on their own the whole 24 hours. That's a challenge. It's a challenge just to organize just the team together on the same wavelength for a race like this.
It really is, and that's why, I mean, honestly, I love, Justin, me and you are well known a lot to do a lot of stuff in the NASCAR world, short track world, but when it comes to, at least for me, what I've really fallen in love with over the years is sports car and endurance racing, just because of just the technology, the amazing abilities that manufacturers, when given, yes, they are restricted in certain ways, but basically a chance to showcase some ultimate power for certain ways to think about it when it comes to building a race car and letting it go out there and just absolutely test and showcase that, hey, we have some of the best engines. We can go this hard for this long at some of the most iconic tracks in the world and come out with a victory. I mean, it's basically the best thing nowadays, to where, especially with the GT cars, it's win on Sunday, sell on Monday type mentality. Because if you think about it, when it comes to the winners of either Daytona, Le Mans, or, the Nürburgring even, winners of those classes, especially in GT categories, when they do win, those are probably some of the bigger sellers on Monday as far as what people want to drive.
By the way, pit stop window is open for GTP. So they're having a full pit party right now in this moment. Based on the stint length there, they might be able to get to one more pit stop. That's about it. So that should put them right on the dot for 45-45.
Yeah, and we're watching now the leaders in the GTP as they make their way down onto the pit box, and it's going to be no surprise. Stephen Bull had such a good lead at the time when he entered into this pit box. A couple of drivers are swapping out their drivers here in the closing stages for that hour and a half, 90-minute dash. But Stephen Bull, he's going to continue on pulling away with that beautiful sounding Cadillac. I have to say, even though all the GTPs we have on the service are amazing to drive, amazing sounding, the Cadillac, though, I have to say is a fan favorite no matter where you are because of that loud, thunderous V8 motor that is pounding away in this car.
You know what? We're already about midway through this hour. Why don't we listen into some of those sounds as we get to the closing stages? 505 Endurance. Let's ride on board with them for the lap and take a listen to the motor. Once again, your favorite sounds there, Taylor. As that 505 Endurance just put a 426.4 on the outlap.
Yeah, absolutely incredible and just amazing to see as we have an incident that happened during that onboard situation. That is going to be with the Porsche and two Acuras. I believe that's around where we saw, two Acuras synchronized spinning. That was Mark Kalin, as well as the Sim Swede. Nope, that was not the Sim. Oh, Robert Kunkis in the Hardcore Machine.
Yeah, I was about to say, they've been having a rough time. There's the coordinated spins. They're able to avoid damage, though. That's the bright side.
Speaking of the Acuras right quick, that's, I think, a manufacturer that everyone is looking forward to seeing making its debut in the World Endurance Championship. The biggest issue right now is trying to get the Honda version, because Acura is really only an American model that we see utilized, and, not a whole lot is utilized outside of the United States and Japan. So curious to see what will happen, where we'll see if this car will be rebranded as a Honda in the future, to where we could see this car running in the World Endurance Championship and at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
It'd be an interesting conversation point. But right now, at least the moment, the battle is on for second. North Sim Racing has dropped back and back. They're within 7 seconds now. They have already reached some of the traffic, so a lot of these teams are starting to show some slip back as things have now cycled after the safety car.
Yeah, there's a couple of points on screen. You will see the North Sim Racing Cadillac, and then you'll see the other drivers closing in, Project Valerius, as well as the 499 Racing. So this is going to get exciting to see how this will all play out here, the final two steps of the podium in GTP. No one, unless something were to happen for Stephen Bull in the 505 Endurance, is really, as far as speed-wise, is going to catch up to those drivers, I would have to say, for the time being. Yeah, the closest battle that we're really going to be watching for the entire race is going to be that LMP2 battle. In fact, there's a 3-car battle in LMP2 between Matt Stratman, David Bearclaw, and Adam Hayne. They're about 9 seconds back from your race leader, but it is a fight to watch as they come down the Mulsanne. Bearclaw just shuts the door right in front of that Corvette to get back in line and get into the toe of the draft on Martin Statman, who is now trying to lurk his way through the second Mulsanne chicane.
Yeah, it's kind of showcases again that slip back we talked about for Gazex right now. Bearclaw in drafting distance though. Thing is, there's a fair amount of time to get the move done here. Do you just do it as quick as possible, like a Band-Aid, take a Band-Aid off? Or do you try and wait? What would you do?
It depends on where you're at in the race. If you want to try to get around as quickly as possible and get that position, but also for someone like David Bearclaw, maybe just be a little patient, and that's what I think David's been doing most of the races. I mean, yes, he gets himself in a position where he feels comfortable and then just starts saving a little bit of fuel here and there as long as he's still in the toe of that draft, because that's helping him down the Mulsanne and working his way as they get around your GT3 race leader coming out of Indianapolis over towards Carnage, and he will try to get to the inside and complete that pass as well. But that's the critical thing. It's all about playing strategy a little bit of what you need to do to get that extra tenth, that least amount of time on pit road. And that will be the difference for him, where it could be as quickly as getting up to the race lead and holding it after a pit stop, or it could be detrimental where he could be outside the podium looking in.
Keep credit to HTS and all this for keeping hold of things. Also, Devotion Sim Racing Blue Red, while they're stuck in a lot of traffic, they're right now trying to hold back as well. A GTP for the time being at least until a cleaner time opens.
Yeah, Devotion holds that 5th spot as they have a little bit of company from the Sim Race Sweden Esports of Dan Peppels, who is in the leading position in that car. He's trying to break into the top 10. He's got over a minute, though, to catch up to Mark Kalin if he wants to have that shot for a top 10 finish here as well. He could get up to as far as the 8th spot by the looks of it on timing and scoring, as far as everyone ahead of him is on the same lap as he.
We already talked about the fatigue level and the potential on that side here for a lot of these drivers here. What's kind of going through your head now with an hour and 20 minutes to go, knowing that the challenge is almost done, but it still needs to be kept clean, so to speak? What goes to the mind at this point?
One thing is just trying to make sure you are, this is the stage of the race where you have to be considering it as a sprint race. Those final 2 hours to 90 minutes in the race is a sprint race where you need to just start going and going and going and making sure you try to gain as much time at certain points of the race. For drivers, though, like Jonas Wagner, Stephen Bull, and even your GT3 race leader of Lucas DeVries. This is also a time where you gotta be careful as we see our GT3 leaders coming down pit road. There goes Lucas onto pit road. Will we see Derek Heiberger coming on pit road as well? He comes off of pit road as we now wait and see what will happen with the rest of the GT3 field in that class. But this is the point where you now start to have to push it a little bit more each and every lap to a degree within the boundaries of keeping it not making mistakes.
Interesting thing when it comes to these GTs, by the way, with this pit stop timing for most of these drivers, it's still one stop from here, Taylor. They are 20 minutes away from their normal target. So they're going to have to top off like the other classes will with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, so far your top two did come down pit road, but so far your top three, your third place driver, fourth place driver, have yet to pit right now. And of course, one of those drivers who is trying to stay on the lead lap, that's Ethan Bass. He's the last car on the lead lap, and in fact, trying to see how many laps he is ahead. He's showing now at least one lap down. My apologies.
Yes,
so
he's been stuck there.
Yeah, he's been stuck there at the moment. Everyone else actually is even a lap behind your race leader in GT3. So Lucas DeVries is currently now can set into cruise control quite a bit.
I think right now, though, he's had the stronger pace, consistent-wise. Yes, the Corvette at times been able to reel in a couple tenths, but that BMW just seems so well-balanced for this track today.
It really has. It's been able to put on some good runs, keep the good pace quite a bit, and are able to just run consistent lap times, lap after lap, during those non-pit cycle runs for the most part. So they're going to keep an eye on this one here to see how he continues on and chasing down and trying to just keep the gap. That's all it is right now for the driver of Lucas DeVries in that Arvenius Racing BMW. Just maintaining the gap here and saving a little bit of fuel here and there as well. And then also just staying out of the way of these prototypes, letting them go by and not trying to put too much issues. And hopefully they pass him on straights such as this.
Let's take a commercial break. When we come back, final stretch. You're watching Grid Vision.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups. and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Major's Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Okay, let's go over it. Welcome back to Grid Vision's coverage of the Majors 24 here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Taylor Burris here along with Justin Prince, our producer Austin Derbyshire, as we are closing in on the final hour of this race here in a situation for the brand new Ford Mustang GT3 once again. Having an issue over at the Porsche curves, a little bit of Tokyo Drift styles. Good points right there, I have to say. Loops it back around. We'll continue on racing. I get the number of that one. I believe that's the one. That's the 19 car, the Delta V Racing, driven by Francois Pedreo, who is currently in the car, 8th in class, 32nd overall. He's 3 laps down behind the 7th place car of Caitlin Florian Maillo in the Walk Esports. So, tough break for them. He got a lot of work to do in the closing stages of the race. We do have a battle for P3 in the GTP category between 499 Racing and the Project Polaris Academy. Finn Anders and Matt Burns are going to do battle as they head down to the Boston corner and on the straightaway, making the run to Indianapolis as they work their way through. Not too far, though, from your second place driver of Sim Racing of Ricardo Brandi, who is to be right on board with the driver of Project Polaris, Finn Anders, as he's trying to hold back the Porsche as they work their way towards Indianapolis. Dorian Finn Andrews trying to work his way and hold position over Matt Byrne. Byrne looks to try to find his opening in the 499 racing machine. He'll look to the inside, show the nose, can't find his opening. But as they come out of carnage, making the run over towards the Porsche curves, he is trying everything that he can to hit his marks, and so far, not able to get the power down to find that opening as they work their way down the straightaway, as they work across into the corners, and just smooth and consistently work into the Porsche curves, and it's now going to start to stretch back out. Finn Andrews gets a great run out of the Porsche curves as they head through the forward chicane, towards the forward chicanes and the Corvette curves. As we watch on and see this battle, this is going to be one to keep an eye on as well. We do have a couple of other battles as that starts to stretch out just a little bit between the Twerk Freak Racing Machine of David Barraclaw, Adam Hain in the HTS Racing Yellow, and Devotion Sim Racing with Matteo Prudhomme is in a fierce fight for the final step of the podium in LMP2. Barraclaw has stretched it out a little bit over Adam Hain and Matteo, but as they work out towards the Mulsanne corner, these drivers will do battle, lock horns, and get set for a final dash to the finish. 1 hour, 8 minutes left to go here at Le Mans. So, apologies on it, it's actually Mathieu Prudhomme. So we'll see how this will work their way out. And keeping an eye on this great battle. Battles are starting to congeal a little bit on the track in certain places. No issues for your GT3 battle. There is no one really. Everyone's just trying to log laps and get to the end. Everyone's spaced out anywhere between 9 seconds to over a lap from each other for the most part here. So we'll keep mostly eye on the LMP2 and the GTP battles in class. We have 4 cars in GTP on the lead lap for that, as Matthew has a little bit of a bobble coming out of carnage. He gathers it back up and will continue on the fight with the driver of Adam Hain in the HTS Racing Yellow. As we keep an eye on this, Matthew is trying to work his way as we pick up the new Corvette and your third place driver in the GT3 category. There is Daniel Tooley and Derek Heiberger in the Hyperion Racing Corvette. And there you see the driver of Daniel Tooley and now David Barraclaw. We're going to go back to the GTP battle for the third position here, the final step of the podium, as Matt Byrne is now being held up just a little bit now by the driver in the LMP2 category. That's the 21 machine of Adam Wesselach, who's behind the wheel of the Team Skazmat Spark service machine, as they are closing in on your second place driver of Ricardo Grappi in the Cadillac North Sim Racing LMDH car as they head towards Indianapolis. Problems for Mark Kalin once again. As I gotta say, Mark is not having a good time in this final stage, heading down the Mulsanne. As what happened here, loops it around once again. Tough break for Mark Kalin in the same spot that he had earlier here. As Matthew Prudhomme in the LMP2 category has come down pit road as well. He will concede his fight in the top 5 in the number 29 machine. As Jonas Wagner is continuing to lead the charge in LMP2 by 10 seconds now. So he is set to continue running the pace, and he has been running very fast and consistent lap times, lap after lap, and looking forward to continue that trend here, as we should be seeing their next form of pit stops. And penalties coming in for the 42. Jonas Wagner receives a penalty on this moment, so that is going to be a big situation, a big change in the race lead once we know what will happen. We'll try to find out what the situation was for this penalty, standing by on that moment. As we will get that information here momentarily. as the 42 just received a stop and hold penalty for avoidable contact. It is currently being appealed right now. So we'll see what happens here, but we'll keep track of that. For the most part, looking over all of the races, for the most part, the ones that are being broadcasted, I would have to say, other than Split 2, Split 3, 1, and 4, everyone's kind of been minding their P's and Q's for the most part. 42, that is their second penalty that they've had. Okay, well, yeah, that jump start as well, so we'll see what happens here as they are going to try to appeal that penalty momentarily. But this is going to be a big game changer, possibly in LMP2 here, where this could change the whole outlook of who will win the race in the category. Will he come down pit road this time? Yes, he will. He will serve his penalty. Yep, Yeah, they are currently in the appeals moment, but we will see Jonas Wagner coming down pit road to either serve the penalty or at least to fuel his car up, at least, because they are coming into the stage of pit stop strategy for filling up the cars. Barraclaw will retake over the race lead in class, as well as several other drivers coming down pit road, such as the GazX Racing Team, the HTS Racing Yellow. Scuderia Chicken House will come in staying out for the moment. Nope, will come down as well. As Matt Distel also in the Prestanda Nomad 5C1 will come down pit road as well. Now the question is going to be, what will be the outcome for RJD Racing? And Scuderia Chicken House will have a driver change. Michael Chow will come behind the wheel of the Scuderia Chicken House number 46 machine. And Gaz, yep, they are serving the penalty. So RJD Racing will serve its penalty. Scuderia Chicken House will also jump positions over them. GazX Racing moves up to P2, so once we see David Barraclaw coming down pit road, GazX Racing Martin Statman will be your new race leader in LMP2. And coming in with just about 1 hour left, we got about 1:33 left on the clock before we hit that 1 hour mark. This is going to be a fight for the finish here. Ladies and gentlemen, exciting to have you here on Grid Vision for the LMP2 battle, as this is going to get exciting here. As we also are going to keep an eye on the battle in GTP for the final step of the podium between Project Valeris Academy along with 499 Racing. Tough break there, as the officials have some of the toughest jobs in the business to make those calls. So we have to thank all of the officials in every split of this race who are working hard. The entire Majors team is hard at work since basically the beginning of the week when they were setting stuff up. A lot of things had to come into play, so we can't thank them enough. But definitely being race control, not a fun job, no matter it's real life or virtual, as we watch the GazX Racing team of Martin Statman, who will take over the race lead once David Barraclaw comes down pit road. There you see him now in the Torque Freak Racing TFR lab. As waiting to see, has RJD already been released out on the track? Yes, they are. They are in 8th place right now. As Mark Kalin's on pit road. One of the first GTP cars to come down pit road. So only a matter of time before we see the next group of GTP cars to come serve their pit stop cycle, as we are now under 1 hour left to go in the race here. As we say once again, good morning to all of you who are tuning in live on Grid Vision for split number 3 of the Majors 24. Of course, it is one of the biggest broadcasting events of the year, I have to say, as 4 different broadcast groups come together to bring out the 4 top splits of the event. You catch the top split over on SimSpeed, second split over on the Global Sim Racing channel. Here we have covered the third split, and split number 4 is on Pit Stop TV. It's a massive effort, and of course, we hope to see more of these drivers continue to race here. As we watch and see your race leader in GTP come down pit road, Stephen Bull in the 505 Endurance Cadillac will lead the charge to pit road and get his, what could be his second to last pit stop. We should be expecting one more pit stop from him, along with of course, the drivers in LMP2, as Tim Clayson will be the driver who will carry the flag and home for the Torque Freak Racing team in LMP2, as here comes Matt Stratman. And how about this? Tim Clayson comes off of pit road here. Could he have the chance to hold off the race leader and maintain the race lead? Here comes Martin Statman out to turn number 1. No, but it's going to be a fight here. As soon as they enter onto pit exit, it's now down to 1.6 seconds, make it 1.7 seconds, as Tim Clayson gets himself rolling. Devotion Sim Racing hot on his heels, as 505 Endurance is going to do a driver change as well. Dennis Cho going to get behind the wheel, as North Sim Racing, Ricardo Grappi, Matt Byrne, and Finn Anders will stay out on the track for at least another lap. So this is going to be exciting to see here in both your prototype classes once we see the pit cycles completed in the GTP class. That's where we'll really see who will be where in this run. 505 Endurance is going to at least fall to the 4th position now. Once we see what happens, though, for your top 3, as they're all separated by at least 1.8 seconds. There you see Ricardo Grappe leading the charge, the Porsche of Matt Burns, and the Acura of Finn Anders right there in the 3rd spot. Your top 3 different manufacturers battling it out for the top step of the podium here, but they still have one more pit stop to serve as they come through the first set of the Mulsanne chicanes. Drivers working their way through and get themselves up to speed out of the Mulsanne chicane, making the run to the second Mulsanne chicane. Good or hard racing as they are approaching one of the LMP2 cars. That's the 4th place in class of Adam Hain in the HTS Racing Yellow, as they enter into the braking zone as you ride on board with Finn Anders in the Project Polaris Academy 551 machine. And he is trying to put the power down to catch up to Matt Byrne in the 499 Racing Porsche as they work their way over towards Mulsanne Corner. This is why we are excited about sports car racing. You know, get the chance to see such close battling for the final chance hour, to see some of the top names in sim racing duke it out and seeing who can come on top as they are approaching some more lap traffic. They are now caught at the tail end of that 105 LMP2 car. Flash of the headlights from the Cadillac as they come around and work their way up towards Indianapolis, as the field gets themselves set up for the final dash, and seeing when your top 3 in GTP will come down pit road. Most likely it will be either this lap or the next lap, as the 130 machine gives way. That's the Scuderia Velope by Calcimio, driven by Benjamin Carrara, who is now 1 lap down as he's trying to struggle his way back onto pit road. Flashes the headlights again from the Cadillac of Ricardo as he tries to find his opening and get around that LMP2 car as they head into the corner. Replay of a situation that happened on track. This is that Cadillac that had issues, just big time, just slows down completely, almost comes to a dead stop right there. As he had a couple of off tracks, so he's trying to make sure he doesn't get a penalty from overshooting. As, ooh, big hit right there, loses the nose. As we do have the driver of Finn Anders coming down pit road. Matt Burns stays out. Ricardo Grappe stays out as well. So we'll see where this will play out for the driver of Dennis Cho He's now coming out of the Corvette curves over towards the final few set of corners. So this should move Dennis Cho up to P3 right now. He is currently 17 seconds behind your second place driver of Matt Burns, as he will come out of the final corner of the Ford chicanes and get the spot over Finn Anders, who's still in his pit box. So there was a change for third position. Dennis Cho will now try to hunt down. He is 33 seconds back from your race leader now. Matt Burns 2 seconds back from Ricardo as he tries to negotiate a couple of the GT3 cars. Keep an eye on that. No major changes in GT3 at the moment. It's still, of course, Lucas De Vries in the BMW leading the charge by about 11 seconds over the Corvette of Hyperion Racing. As Tim Clayson is now stalled out to about a 2.3 second gap behind your leader in LMP2, the Kazakh Racing team. And Justin, pit stop penalties, pit stop strategies have just changed the entire look of your GTP and your LMP2.
Yeah, and again, what can you say when it comes to anything incident-wise? We've seen and talked about contact for the race lead already. You got to get the pass done clean. And so far, that was a conversation point for earlier on. So, in the case at least, though, for some of the others, there was a lot of talk about jump starts as well, I think, in that same realm. This is absolutely class changing, and GazX is right in position to take advantage because of all this.
They certainly are, Justin, and watching on now, looking at our driver in RJD, Jonas Wagner, he's 31 seconds behind your next driver, which is the Team Skazmax Sparks Service of Adam Weselek, who is in that 7th position. So he's going to need a miracle. Yes, they have one more pit stop scheduled in LMP2, but still, it is a big ask for Jonas to try and make up such a big amount of time in order to catch up to your race leader.
Yeah, and that's why I think Tim Clayson has the best chance right now, if anything, for Torque Freak Racing to do something in this situation. The key word, can that something lead to a full close-up? That's the problem, is right now they're not as fast. I think right now, I don't know if they have the same pace to be able to keep up with GazX to be able to have a shot here.
Well, we're going to take a look at the times here, because now Tim Clayson has now been running at full speed now, and Martin Stratman, he's now coming out of the Ford chicanes. He's having to deal with a little bit of GTP traffic now as they come across the line. He just ran a 3:35.1. Tim Clayson, a 3:35.3. So he's going to have to find a couple of tenths here and there to make up that 2-second gap.
Yeah,
But
that's the tough thing. I just don't know if that's going to end up happening here because of all the traffic right now.
yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see. But GazX Racing Team, they are in prime position to have basically, I got to say this, Justin, this is a steal away. Yes, GazX Racing has been in the mix. They've been in the top 5 for a majority of the race. But when it comes to RJD, Jonas Wagner, when they get up to the race lead, they dominate and pull away from the competition.
Yeah, it's been made pretty clear that clean air has been the major thing. Lots of this traffic is absolutely destroying GazX's buffer, though. Oh, this is not a great spot, though, for Torque Freak near contact with Australia Wide.
Oh, close call indeed, and they're not done yet. They come out of the first Mulsanne chicane, and Torque Freak now has to split up GT car with the GTP prototype, of course, in the field. He'll get the tow from the Porsche as he tries to hunt down your race leader, Martin Statman, as they head to the second Mulsanne chicane. You ride on board with Tim as they head down there into the braking zone. This is going to get exciting here as we watch and wait with anticipation for the battle for the race lead.
Yeah, and this is going to be something that probably ends up coming down to the pit stop in the next few minutes here. Remember, they still need to make that one extra stop here, and that's coming up in the next few minutes or so. I think that's where it's going to come into play, and depending on how Torque Freak Racing saving worked out, that might be the major catch-up point that might see them right on top of Stratman for this lead.
Yeah, they are getting a big tow now from Stratman as they come down this long straightaway, making the run over to Indianapolis. The Porsche GTP did get around Stratman as well, so there's no buffer, there's no driver behind. They do have the driver right behind in third position, hot on his tail, of Mathieu Prudhomme in the Devotion Sim Racing Blurred as they come into the braking zone of Indianapolis. So this is a 3-horse fight for the top step of the podium here in the LMP2 class here at Le Mans. This is exciting. This is why we love sports car racing as they come out of carnage, and now it is game on for your top 3.
Yeah, and this is the best that they've had an opportunity to pounce all race. Haven't really seen them in a long while. In fact, I don't think at all inside podium positions. Can they find that extra gear here too? I think there's a great chance for it, especially if TFR gets busy with GasX, for them to pick up the pieces and make the move.
They certainly have that potential as they come out of the Porsche and the Corvette curves, heading over to the Ford chicanes here. Big opportunity to make a big lunge into the corner, but the thing is, you want to time it right. We have 47 minutes left to go in the race. These drivers got to be careful of when it is a time to make that pass here. They are good on fuel to the end, unless, of course, a certain driver did not put enough fuel in the car. There is that possibility as well, but I'm pretty sure for the most part, everyone made the correct fuel calculations, as Matt Byrne in the 499 Racing will come down pit road, as Dennis Cho will pick up another spot on Matt Byrne, move him back up to second place. And now he's got to make up 30 seconds until we see Ricardo Grape come down pit road.
You know what I found very interesting, though, in terms of the games? Remember, we talked about the potential of top ops with 20 minutes to go at the pace they ran some of these drivers. North Sim Racing's LMDH at times have been trying to clutch hard on the entries to save gas. They are yet to pit for a scheduled stop. And these cars can go borderline up to about 45, 50 minutes. So North Sim Racing might be trying to strategize a way to finish this race in front of 505, knowing they might not be able to do it on hard line pace.
The thing is, though, Justin, I don't know if they can stretch it out. They've been already out there for quite a bit as it is.
I think it's not the question of stretching out, it's can 505 stretch it out?
That is true, too.
Yeah, because remember, North Sim Racing's 13 laps into their stint by the time they come in here. Everyone else just pit around 12 and a half laps already through their set stints.
We'll have to wait and see how this plays out as we watch on. But yeah, this could be a game changer here, a big change as far as who will come out on top with the GTP in class, because 505 has been dominant, but that small little error coming down too early on pit road changed the entire gameplay of this event in class and overall.
But right now, Roby continues the fuel save. Expect him to pit this time by also on the same strategy call as NSR Red. So both of them are trying the extra bit here to get to the 45-minute mark so they can go full tilt. Meanwhile, in the GasX camp, let's just say it worked out perfectly for us because the safety car could have changed a lot earlier in the race, and well, it did. But now, with all the trouble with RJD in the penalty box, they're in the catbird seat to try and play some defense here. More traffic ahead with Arvanitas, the GT leader, in front.
Yeah, Arvanitas is trying to work his way and trying to just stay out of way as best that he can as they work their way out of the Porsche curves. And they will go around the outside. This could bring in Tim Clayson a little bit more, but now Tim got caught up in a spot that's a little difficult to get around the GT car. That will stretch out Martin Statman away from Tim Clayson in the closing laps here as they come towards the Ford chicanes.
44 minutes to go, and there go the horn blares as NSR brings both their entries to the pit lane. And a problem for the 278, they missed their stall.
Oh, no, that's going to cost some valuable seconds.
That's going to cost them potentially the buffer they needed, possibly, depending on how the strategy goes. We'll have to see if Dennis Cho does get to the end on full speed and full sawn.
Keep an eye on the competition here as they work their way around, and we will watch and wait with anticipation as Dennis Cho does take back the race lead away, and now he's got to see what he can do. He's got to save a little bit of fuel or try to just go full on stretch that lead out as much as possible to get to a point where he could have enough time for a simple splash and go towards the end of this race.
Well, the simple splash and go, I don't think is going to be quite as simple as it is, right? Because the pit delta is still going to be like 20, 30 seconds.
I know that, but that's what I have to say would be the only thing that could help him out is trying to stretch it out over that 20, 30-second bracket.
All more pit stops, it looks like, closing up, by the way. Hyperion, well, they really don't want to deal with this traffic. They're saying, you know what, I'd rather deal with inter-class traffic than I would not in-class traffic.
Yeah, he's got the Nürburgring Esports of Peter Toma behind. This is not a battle for position. This is just one lap car who's just trying to get around and not cause too many issues, as here comes the Cadillac number 27 machine. That is the RD Simsport William Foyle behind the wheel of that 27 Cadillac.
Yeah, Peter Thomas seems to be almost a bit quicker with the slipstream right now. The problem is going to be, if you're Derek, do I really want to let a lap car go? And it's kind of the thought of, really? Okay. Blinky, blinky, I guess you're faster. If you want to be my fuel save device, I guess that's all right.
I mean, that would be the smart thing. I mean, give a chance for one of those drivers who's ahead of you and save some fuel. Stay out a little longer than your race leader of Lucas de Vries, and maybe try to leapfrog him during the final pit stop cycle.
Yeah, this has to be the strat here. Even though you definitely don't want to be behind a person who's 2 laps down, you have to recognize that you take advantage of the situation where it may lie. And right now the situation says, this is your closest car in your class by a country mile. You have to be able to utilize this to your advantage to keep up, and better yet, this fuel save. Oh, and keep in mind, STK E-Racing is on their own, so they're not having the same opportunities you're having right here.
No, you're certainly not, and these drivers here are putting on a stellar run for the finish, as a little mistake right there by the Nürburgring Esports Mercedes. So now Hyperion Racing is like, okay, you made that mistake, you cost me some time, I am now going to pass you to get back on track.
Yeah, a little bit of column A once again on fuel save, but column B, here's the thing that is important. You have to not slip up if you are laps down and doing this. You slip up, you lose confidence pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
Don't you?
You certainly do, so you got to be careful with that and know when and where, hopefully not to make any mistake, but if you do make a mistake, just be able to try and keep the flow of the race going. Don't be something that will hold up the driver who you are trying, in a sense, helping if they are not on the same lap.
Now, it's worth noting, you've seen the difference on the racetrack. Arvanitas Racing is still going on track. Hyperion, we've seen with the pit stop situation, might be part of the argument too, is if they think they're already good to go because they just topped off, or attempted to at least go for the undercut, that's going to cause some panic. Right now, Devotion looking to cause some slip and slide and trying to avoid panic, trying to keep up with TFR.
Keeping an eye here as Devotion is trying to get a good run. They keep up with the most part here as they work their way around. They were actually last time by almost 2 seconds faster than your top two.
Yeah, that's a massive amount of time pickup. Gazex is getting swarmed by some traffic here too now with the LMDHs. And that's part of the beauty of Slipstream. If you have someone who is fast in a straight line and fast on their own, combined with car that's good to be able to keep up in draft, you have a solid combination to work together to be able to break forward and try and chip away. Breaking the toe is so critical here in France, and we've seen that.
It really is, and that's what's helped certain drivers to break away from your other class battles for the most part. So like we see right now, Gazek gets that big toe from the Cadillac of Dennis Cho in 505 Endurance to be able to break away from Tim Clayson and Matthew Prudhomme as they work away and try to work together. As they come out of Indianapolis, a little bit of a slip and slide right there by Tim. He gathers it back up before they enter into Arnage.
Near tire barrier contact as well, as Devotion is right nearly to the rear wing. Do they risk being brave to the Porsche curves, or do they just go for the bump? They go for bravery. Side by side, this is now for second.
It's time to make those brave and heroic decisions, and Matthew is trying to complete the pass. He does move him up to P2 into the Porsche curves and LMP2 as the Frenchman tried to go after a chance for the race lead in class.
All they need to do now is focus ahead and get the draft. Just get the draft of Gazex. Right now, that's going to be difficult. They need to close up about near second and a half, nearly, to get a full whiff of that draft to where it benefits them to have a shot at this. They did gain already 2/10 through the final chicane. They might have some pace here if that is actually sustainable here.
They certainly are going to try to, so the French drivers are chasing down Gazex Racing Team. You're right on board with Matthew as they work their way out of the Dunlop curve and make the charge over to Mulsanne.
Right now, they are a bit stronger on apex off. It's just going to be the straightaways that might be the difference, Taylor. What can they do, really, outside of hope the uncontrollables flip upside down, so to speak, to be able to fully close here? Right now, they are still at that 1.8, 1.9 second buffer. That's not going to be enough.
No, it's not. And last time by, they were even about 4 to 5 tenths off the pace of your race leader in LMP2. So they got to be able to try and find that extra bit of speed there one way or another. And it's critical that they do it now because there is no chance of really gaining any more time if they make one small mistake. So they have to be careful of that as they work their way down the Mulsanne over toward the second Mulsanne chicane. And Tim Clayson's right there, but he's got no help. This is all based on pure speed until you get a little bit closer. Within under a second is when you'll start picking up the toe of the giraffe from the car in front of you.
Here's the thing, they are chipping a 10th per chicane now. We talked about the corner speed better on Apex. That might now be critical. And remember, these cars are very, very integral when it comes to setup. They've got the same front plane hookup for the downforce, mind you. This is all down partly to driver, but also maybe partly to what's in the car for them to be able to chip this gap.
They're going to try to get a good run here as they come out of the Mulsanne corner. It's now down to 1.6 seconds. Gazx had a good run out of Mulsanne to be able to start stretching that race lead away once again. But this is the area, though, that we saw Matthew have a good run through. Basically, from Indianapolis all the way to the Ford Chicanes, this is where he can capitalize on it as they come out of Indianapolis. A little bit of a bobble right there from Matt Martin. He gathers it back up, heads into Carnage, goes a little wide. And Matthew still staying within about 1.5 seconds from your race leader.
Meanwhile, getting close to that window for stops here for some of the drivers on the racetrack. DeVries is still yet to come down with everyone else on the top-off strategy. 505 Endurance. Right now holding back Project Valorous Academy on the pylon at least as they try and stretch it. What an advantage here for Valorous though if they were able to make this strategy work.
They are absolutely in contention to get this race lead away as they work their way around the circuit. Heading off over towards the Corvette curves and then the Ford chicanes. But they are trying to close pace. Last time by, they were about 0.6 off the pace of your race leader, and they are setting some blistering lap pace in this event.
Now, just got an interesting tidbit from Gazx, and this is going to be mind-boggling with them being in the class lead now for LMP2. Hugo Robb, the driver for that car in the 117, just confirmed, oh, hey, maybe the setup thing is we are using the fixed setup with a standard gearbox. Our top speed is 310 kilometers an hour. Well, that fixed setup is going to have a hard time with the draft almost being caught by Devotion. Obviously, usually the fixed setup right from stock isn't the play.
That's pretty interesting that they're using a fixed setup right there. I mean, they're only hitting about top speed 192 miles an hour. And we're seeing how quickly Devotion is closing in on them. They're now under that second, so they are starting to get that toe of the draft here as they work their way through. Meanwhile, back over here, we had a situation possibly in our GT category. As the Sim Race Sweden Esports trying to get around Nürburgring Esports. You have an off over in Indianapolis. Yep, a little bit of off track. Gathers it back up. A little bit of rallying for the Acura.
Yeah, that Sim Race Sweden machine has not had a fun day. Or a fun night even.
From one of the top cars we expected to be battling in contention for the race win to now just trying to fight to make sure they can stay in the top 10.
Draft distance now for Devotion Sim Racing with 31 minutes to go. And with the pit stop in hand for these drivers to have to come down to the next couple laps or so. Expect the short pit to come into play, obviously, for these drivers here. However, does Devotion do what they did with TFR? Make the pass immediate, or do they save knowing that it could come down to one click of fuel to be first out of the pit box here?
That's the thing. So you want to try to conserve as much fuel as possible so you don't have to put as much fuel in the car when you come down for that final pit stop. We're going to see what Matthew will do. Of course, he could just try to see if he can jump out ahead and start pulling a little bit of a gap to that way when they do come down pit road. Maybe they have enough time when the rest of the LMP2 field jumps down onto pit road as well, that they can maybe leapfrog and get ahead when they come down with that fuel stop.
Right now, they're staying lockstep at least now with the toe. It's been the Mulsanne chicane that's been the quick part. Here's the test. Here we go. Got to get the good entry. Devotion with a better pit entry.
And Barraclaw or Tim Clayson will stay out one more lap.
Well, that's usually been the status quo for TFR, but this could be for the lead. Devotion seems to be able to game things up. They're not using the limiter. I think Gazex was. They're 1 mile an hour quicker. They're using a little bit of a iRacing trick to gain some time.
Now it's a matter of who will win this race off pit road. HTS Racing Yellow also stayed out. Scuderia Chicken House also going to stay out an extra lap, along with Prestanda Nomad as well. So this here could be the battle for the race win. And as they come off of pit road, GazX, what is going on with Devotion? They finally get released.
They had to use more fuel, get more fuel, it looks like. They had to put an extra 2 seconds into the tank for the final 30 minutes. So Devotion may have gone just about near full fuel for safety.
Could be the critical factor, though. I mean, if you think about it, we saw about a week ago in the world of NASCAR how critical it is to make sure you full fuel your fuel tank in order to get the victory. And probably we're going to see the drivers of Devotion make sure they do not have that happen to them and have enough fuel to make it to the end.
Here's the downside, though. They've lost slipstream drafting range, and better yet, they've also got a heavier race car for the rest of the way, potentially.
They certainly do. It's 2 seconds to the gap between Devotion and GazX Racing as they work their way over the hill down the Mulsanne Straight. And now we wait and see what will come of the other LMP2 leaders, of how long they're on pit road. The time they have to beat, for the most part, on this pit cycle is right around 30 second pit stop is what they would have to beat.
So, it's going to be interesting where this plays now. TFR having to let by some drivers. Problem is, they're not having a fun time getting around. That was Project Valorous Academy that was on the rev limiter as they try to get on by here and nearly went off the racetrack. This time by for Torque Freak to decide how things go now for the class.
This is going to be critical. They have to come down pit road. They have to try and beat a 30-second pit stop, possibly, if they want to have enough, and as well as make sure they have enough fuel to make it to the checkered flag here at Le Mans as they are coming through. The Nürburgring Esports machine gets out of the harm's way of these drivers as they work through the Porsche curves. Good fight here as we watch and wait with anticipation of how this will all play out. Through the Corvette curves they will go. Little hop of the berm right there as they come through onto the forward chicanes, entering pit road. Oh, close right here as they try to get around. Contact possibly with the GT3 car hard into the inside barrier.
That's Walk Racing Esports, and that may be protestable. Torque Freak Racing still stays out after all that. That's interesting. But the 23 car, error or not, they are getting a lot more of it on the front nose as they no longer have one.
They certainly are. Let's take a look here at the replay. I mean, right? It seems like both of them came together at the same time, but we'll have to see what the officials say. But Walk Racing could have possibly waited and just held their line instead of coming down, or even let off the gas a little bit, realizing two prototypes were coming at them. But I don't even see contact right there at all from those angles. So we'll have to wait and see what officials decide to do.
So with the contact, everybody except for Torque Freak is into the pit lane. And now, already, those who are net lead battlers are up to second and third on track. Scuderia Chicken House amongst those still in the pit stalls. Looks like they'll be off and away amongst the top five still. Up at the front. Dennis Cho started off the day along with Ben Dutton, and they have been rocket quick. Dennis Cho ran one of the night stints about 100 or so laps ago. He continues to just rocket forward.
He certainly does try to rocket forward. He has about a 28-second lead over Finn Anders in the Project Valaris Academy team. So this is going to be critical to see how that will all play out in GTP. And, of course, then you got about another 1.6 seconds back to the Porsche of Matt Byrne. There you see right there. There's the gap. So once we see Dennis Cho come down pit road, Justin, this could be the battle for the overall race lead and class in the closing stages if Cho does have to fill up enough fuel to where he can lose that 27-second lead.
Yeah, this is going to be a nerve-wracking time for them, or rather for 499 Racing. But back to TFR. Great job of the fuel save to go 2 laps further than everybody else right now. But now, the question is, where are they going to cycle? They got only a 50-second buffer on the racetrack right now. If they were to keep things going here, there's a chance they would cycle in front. Now, here's the thing. The pit deltas for the others were 1 minute and 3 seconds for your front runners like Gazex in their last pit stops about a lap and a half ago.
This is going to be critical to see what he can do as they work their way through. The minute 3 seconds, he's got a 50-second lead. He's really going to have to find some pace as far as on pit road to see what he can lose.
Here he goes. Tim going to keep it fairly safe on the pit entry.
Our top two, second and third place in the GTP also come down pit road as well.
So, that's interesting amongst them. It's going to be North Sim Racing who remembers on the top off rather. So they're going to keep going here. 505 Endurance is already on the jack. Off and away. The race is on for 2 different classes. North Sim Racing zips on by. They're in the lead.
They will take over the race lead here, and it's now a 2-second lead in class for the LMP or for the GTP category, LMDH category. Here's Martin Statman and Tim Clayson. Tim Clayson's off of pit road or off of his pit box. Here they come as they enter into the Ford chicanes for Martin Statman. What will be the case here as we work their way through? Tim Clayson, he's coming out of the entries. He's off the pit limiter. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a fight here. It is now under half a second between your top two in LMP2 and under 2 seconds in GTP.
Right in the middle of the two battles in particular now. And remember, Torque Freak Racing now with the lightest of the cars. But North Sim Racing overall race lead as a result of fuel strategy. It's not a big buffer, though. It's only less than 2 seconds, and they're aggressively saving fuel.
They certainly are as they work their way down the Mulsanne straight here. You see one of the Acuras right behind them. That's a lap car. As we ride on board with the North Sim Racing of Ricardo Grappi, who is trying to lead the charge here as he will work into the second Mulsanne chicane. You work their way through, watches over the bumps a little bit, little sideways, gathers it back up as they work their way through, keeping an eye also on your LMP2 category. Tim Clayson is 0.8 of a second and closing on Martin Statman, as Statman had a little bit of an off here. This allows Tim Clayson to get a big run out of the second Mulsanne chicane or the first one as they work their way over towards the Mulsanne corner, and Clayson has dropped the hammer significantly to close the gap.
So the battles for both prototype leads on in full tilt. 1.3 seconds for LMDH. Even tighter for LMP2. TFR right now within 5 car lengths as the fix set up for Statman. tries to hold on in the final stages. One of the drivers normally who races in Apex Tech's LMP2 series. Tim Glassens looking for a move, can't get there yet.
He's trying to find the opening indeed here as he works out of the Mulsanne corner. Gets a big run. He'll look to the inside. Now is go time. Side by side. Battle for the race lead as they make the run to Indianapolis.
For the point, the 81 to the right side. Left side held by the 117. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab looking to take things in the late stages on the strategy. GazX trying to keep it high side, can't through Indianapolis. To the race lead goes TFR with under 20 minutes to go.
TFR will now have to go on the defensive as GazX looks to try to find the opening out of Carnage. Can't get the power down, and there you see the run that we see from Tim Clayson as they make the run to the Porsche curves. 19 minutes to go.
Focus now goes to LMDH because Ricardo Groppi is trying to go off a miracle. He just lost his lap traffic buffer. Jake Edwards says, I want to go instead. So now the gap, as a result, down to 7/10 between first and second.
Here, and it's closing. It's under now half a second now as they come out of the Dunlop curve over towards Tetra Rouge as you ride on board with Dennis Cho in the Cadillac and working their way through. He's got a big, heavy, loud pedal ready to go thundering down the Mulsanne straight. Here they come out of Tetra Rouge. Trouble for one car. Is that, yes, Jonas Wagner?
Oh, that is RJD, yeah. They were one of the contenders for so long, and it looks like they're still on track. Well, that is something. I don't know how to respond to that outside of that was something.
That's not how you make Mulsanne chicane, let's say that.
Yeah, something broke. But for the overall lead, North Sim Racing looking defensive. They now might have to push. 505 says, I'd rather zoom by. To the right side, they make it easy. Dennis Cho takes the lead.
Dennis Cho, your new race leader, once again here as they come out of the second of the Mulsanne chicanes. And now we will see what Dennis Cho can do. Can he pull away, or will we see the driver of Ricardo Grappe try to find a way to utilize the draft and slipstream past his race competitor?
That's going to be the most difficult part with their strategy. And it looks like North Sim Racing going to try and still use the clutch and coast for some of these corners. They just missed the corner despite it.
That is going to cost them a couple of tenths for sure right there as they work their way through. Have also a battle for the final step of the podium between Finn Anders and Matt Byrne as well to keep an eye on in the GTP as well.
Under 17 minutes to work with. And now, as the battles close things out, Matt Byrne is looking for that podium, as you said. And this is going to be an interesting one. They're already playing snake games down the straights.
Yeah, they're trying to find out where they can do. Who will be the other manufacturer to join the Cadillac 1-2 at the front of the field right now as they snake their way across, heading off into Indianapolis as they work on into that corner over towards Carnage. Matt Byrne just trying to find a glimmer of hope to get into the third spot.
Any sort of glimmer or shimmer, that for that matter, with how things have played things out. Right now, Matt Stratman needs a lot of luck from the traffic with how things are going here in these sectors. Sam Clayson's just that quicker. In fact, last time by, we'll see at full speed, I should say this time, but it was a 3:34 for GazX last time.
GazX now starting to lose a little bit of pace here as possibly some issues. Nope, Magic Arrow's on pit road. Sorry about that. Magic Arrow's losing some time on track. But we're just keeping an eye and seeing how this will play out for Matt Stratman as he is trying to just see what he can do to chase down, or Martin Stratman, to get that race lead back from Tim Clayson. But I think it's now safe to say that even though the fixed setups does work well, it's not good enough for catching up to the open setup possibly that is driven by the Torque Freak Racing team.
Under 15 minutes to go as more pit stops for some. These drivers not on the same lap cycle in LMDH compared to your leaders. But things looks to be secure there, especially for Arvanitas Racing. That's absolutely seems to be secure, rather. With Hyperion Racing still a full complex of corners back. Still, Orbit. They stay in orbit for the top 4. Let's take a look at the replay, though.
Coming into the Ford chicanes right here for the Ford Mustang, and a little bit of loop-to-loop, almost a little bit of drifting right there. But is able to keep it on and will maintain that 4th position. They have a 1-lap advantage over the car that's right behind them, the Nürburgring Sports Mercedes. That's right there in the mix.
Final stretch right here. Give credit to Arvanitas Racing. They have looked lights out quick since the safety car period a couple hours ago. No one's been able to touch them with a stick. Even Hyperion, they were the closest to it.
They've been the closest most of the race. Pretty much, I think Hyperion has been in 2nd place, I say, more than half the race, I would have to say. I mean, they were in 2nd place pretty much when we were on early on. And they are still there holding on it. The race leader has changed multiple times during the event, but Hyperion Racing has consistently been in that 2nd spot.
Team in the past has had opportunities to race in prototypes in the Majors 24. They've looked very strong so far. Arvanitas to close it out today. For those air race lead battles, by the way, they've all separated out. With 12 minutes to go, things look to be settled down right here.
Seem to be settling down just a little bit in the closing minutes of the race. As we'll keep an eye and see who will be able to survive the closing stages. It's pretty much now just a little bit of... The only one we're just keeping an eye on still is that LMP2 battle, because if something were to happen to Tim Clayson, a mistake, GazX is right there to capitalize. Ricardo Grape could close the gap a little bit, but I think he's more into fuel conservation and making it to the end.
Just going through all the various teams racing along for today. It's funny how, at this point, a lot of the teams are at this point of having some fun. Let's phrase it that way. After all, we mentioned the sleep and needing to sleep. Got an answer of Nick Stein. Apparently he tried to sleep, have 21 hours with no sleep. He allegedly says that's a bad combination. I wonder why.
Oh, there's so many answers to that question.
Hey, a driver in one of the splits ran 31 hours up straight, but only raced for 5 of those hours.
Okay. That's just someone who needs to maybe rethink of how to spend their time. I mean, I can understand being up 24 hours for a full-on endurance event. Maybe a little over if you think about it, counting the fact that you have the pre-race festivity and the post-race festivity. But 31 hours?
I've seen people try 36.
No. Oh, by the way, thank you, Mr. Heiberg, for subscribing.
I've got questions, but then again, Heiberg is still behind the wheel of the Hyperion machine. I think it's a family member. But
Well, it's Jay Heiberg. It's not Derek.
yes. Oh, some traffic slip up. Under 10 minutes to go. And it looks like the field has settled itself into full trend after the pattern of the strategy, though. North Sim Racing, well, their strategy's gone bust.
It really has, and it's a tough break. I mean, I wish they were able to try some good runs here, and this would have been a fun battle to watch, but I think it's just not the right strategy call that they made that will basically keep them out of contention for the race win.
We'll say this, the Cadillacs seem to have had the better advantage here today. The Acuras were bigger at tracks like Sebring earlier this year, but it's the Caddies in this split that are able to get the job done. The Acuras are 3rd and 4th at minimum, or rather at least in 3rd. Then you find a flurry of Porsches and Acuras.
So it's amazing though how each split we see different cars being the dominant one. As we almost saw Ricardo thought about going down pit road, but thought better of it.
Eight and a half minutes to work with. And obviously don't want any mistakes. Well, speaking of mistakes, that was nearly one that time on the backtrack from Devotion. They just about clobbered the tire barrier going wide with the lap traffic.
Yeah, that was going to be a close call right here. So we'll take a look at the replay. Right. Oh, I don't even know why you try to throw a block right there on a GTP car and overshoot the braking zone.
I guess that's a way to let him go.
I don't know.
Under 8 minutes to work with, and there's that slidey yet again for Simrace Sweden. Someday their car will be able to stop sliding. They've also managed to turn the headlights to full sawn on the racetrack. That's interesting. I don't know why the headlights all of a sudden turned on at 3 o'clock, but here we are.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it, as they try to want to go full on and make sure they have the full experience. But I don't know, why they have the high beams on that LMP2 car. The LMDH cars do not have any headlights on at the moment.
No other protests have come through in terms of this split. For the final stages, by the way, including from that contact reported earlier and seen earlier when it was 3 wide for what was, in turns out, for the LMDH lead, or rather for the LMP2 leader. The only protest of significance here that has come through is in split 10, somehow there's a protest against the administrators. It's going as well as you would expect when you try that. Not well.
Yeah, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, that's not a thing. That's
You
absolutely not a thing.
You can't protest race control. That's a new one, I have to say. It was 6 minutes ago.
But, hey, at least the teams are having fun. In their full support on why would you do that. But with 5 minutes coming up here, it's been a dominating race all day and all night for 505 Endurance. They've been on a tear since the start.
They absolutely have, and they are looking to continue this pace here. 5 minutes to go. I'd say probably not this lap, but the next lap, we could see the white flag.
It's going to be close to it. Remember, this is a track that's got some interesting white flag rules with it, though. You have to see the white flag for it to be said final lap. It can't be white flag thrown while you're on the backstretch. That came up a couple years ago when this was an official iRacing event and didn't have the distinction of now having to be called the French countryside next to a KFC. But you have to know when that lap's going to come out to be precise. You know in sim, but the flag stand is not necessarily the telling sign.
Certainly is not telling. It is the case here, Justin, as they work their way through. We pick up Dennis Cho, who is going to lead the charge down the Mulsanne for what could be the second to last time, the penultimate lap for your race leader. There you see Ricardo Grape right there behind as they work their way through. No big issues in LMP2. Tim Clayson has pulled out to a 2.5 second lead over Martin Statman in that class. And then, of course, Lucas De Vries, 21 seconds over Derek Heiberger in the Hyperion Racing machine.
New protest in the past minute. Interesting. Car 81 apparently, they are saying there's a protest for avoidable contact now that's been filed for your race leaders in LMP2.
Oh, goodness. Drama continues to boil in the final minutes.
So this is going to be an interesting one where it's definitely going to become unofficial. Your top two have filed a protest or have had a protest against one that are here filed after that little rub for the race lead.
I didn't see any contact when that battle for the race lead happened. The only other contact I can think of was the issue that happened with the lap traffic.
The thing is, the only protest that is applicable to that is when they hit a lap car out of the way.
And he's actually caught up to said lap car that he made contact with earlier.
Again, any final penalties, race control just confirmed that will be reviewed post-race, which then official results would come into play.
2.5 minutes to go as they work through the Mulsanne chicane. They still have a good battle in the LMDH category as 499 Racing Matt Byrne did get around Finn Adders for the third spot as they come over to Carnage.
Here we go, the final stretch coming up right here from France. Dennis Cho looks to close it out extremely strong. 4.4 seconds up with a fuel save of North Sim Racing. Looking like this will be the last lap coming up right here, waiting towards the flag stand. No motions from Barney yet. We'll see what they get once they come around.
This is going to be exciting to see here as Dennis Cho leads the charge. 400 laps completed in this event. As Tim Clayson is closing in over towards Carnage. And we'll see if he will get the white flag when he comes up as he comes towards the Porsche curves.
Well, at the very least, the second the MDH leader gets it, then everyone else would, in theory, get it. But obviously, LMP2 is going to be up in the air a bit. Regardless, TFR, if they end up getting the win, that strategy paramountly perfect. 505, their pace paramountly perfect. And GT3 as well. Lucas De Vries' playground right now.
It really is Lucas De Vries' playground indeed, as he is now looking at a top 25 overall finish in the BMW, just making it through and surviving all the chaos that has happened around him, and he is looking to come home the winner in his category. How about Scuderia Chicken House? Top 5 finish for them looking like.
Yeah, it didn't look great before, but good for them in the end. Still, 13 seconds on the clock. We'll see what the timing screen shows. Should be white flag. If they keep zooming, then you know it's an extra one. But 400 laps of racing from France. It's been a wild one, to say the least. All zeros stay on the clock here, so this could get interesting for the scoring.
I got white flag right now on timing.
So, that looks like that's going to be the case then. Regardless, 400 laps of racing, Taylor. It really only came down to the final 15 minutes for all the classes except for GT3.
Absolutely here. So we're going to see how it will all play out. Here is your race leader, Dennis Cho, leading the charge to Carnage for the final time as he is going to try and take home the victory here once again and looking to do so as they come towards the Porsche curves for the final time.
LMDH looks fully secure. LMP2 now up in the air because a second protest against the current leaders there just came through. And that was from the car involved in the incident in the 23. So that's going to be something looked at by race control post. But you know what isn't going to be looked at post for race control? A dominating win for 505 Endurance. They're going through the final sector. Dennis Cho looks to take the final corner well. Checker flag waves up on the stand. It's 505 Endurance who rockets their way to victory. They win the Majors 24.
They win the Majors 24, and I got to say, Ricardo Grappe tried to send it there in the Ford chicane, but unfortunately did not work out for him as well. Matter of fact, turned around the driver of the Orbit DMB Mars Mustang, who comes and finishes fourth as we pick up Tim Clayson heading into Indianapolis for the final time.
It's been a wild one for this class in the final few minutes. GazX Racing Team in the wings if anything changes officially. So right now, we can say this at least based on the track positioning. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab put themselves into a prime position to be able to race for this W. They were able to stretch the fuel longer than anybody else, went 2 laps longer than anybody else for the final pit stop. Had the lightest car for the critical stage to close it out. And now, as they make their way to their final sector today, they'll see the checker flag right here. Unofficially, TFR will hold on at split 3. They're the ones who take the checker flag for LMP2 here in France. Checker flag.
Absolutely incredible job for them as we pick up the Arvinus Racing Lucas De Vries BMW. Of course, BMW returning once again to Le Mans in both GT and LMDH categories here in 2024 after a little bit of a hiatus from Le Mans competition. And they are looking to bounce back in style as we see here in the sim. Arvinus Racing and Lucas De Vries comes towards the Porsche curbs for the final time as he looks to take the win in class in GT3 category.
For the final time to the corners, Lucas De Vries will take the car for number 77. Arvinus Racing putting on dominating pace to close out the class today. They went from 43rd starting spot to 25th overall. Checker flag waves this time. It's Arvinus Racing who will take the checker flag here in France.
Absolutely incredible drive by the Arvinus Racing of Lucas De Vries as he will come home with the victory. And Justin, they have survived 24 hours.
And survived it, they did. Celebrations underway for some. Dennis Cho just keeping it patient. After victory here today, now he gets to burn it down.
Absolutely incredible run here as he will continue to celebrate. He has made history, winning the 4th annual Majors 24.
Let's take a step aside. We come back, race results and post-race coverage. You're watching Grid Vision for the Majors 24. Welcome back. Here's a look at the unofficial race results. Again, keyword unofficial, as there are several protests in place for the LMP2 winners. 505 Endurance gets the overall win today. North Sim Racing 499 Racing. Project Valorous Academy, RD Sim Sport, the top 5 there. NSR Red, TFFSR, and Magic Arrow, the top 8. Your top 10 today, Taylor, rounded out by Sim Race Sweden and Scuderia Fopi by Calciamio.
In 11th, some of the team names here have been incredible too. In 11th place is Blackout OPR GTP, driven by Jake Edwards. The Sulpec Precision Racing by Bradley Hawley, Mark Kalin, and them. They'll come home P12. Hardcore will come home in 13th, followed by Racing Lab Esports in 14th position. Then this is where the interesting situation happens. 15th, your winner in the LMP2 category, Torque Freak Racing, unofficially, is won by Tim Clayson and his entire team. GazX Racing team will come home second in class, 16th overall. 17th overall, third in class is the Devotion Sim Racing Blurred team. And then HTS Racing Yellow, Scuderia Chicken House, and Prasanda Nomad 561 round out your top 6 in class and top 20 overall.
Rest of that class goes 21st. Team Skesmat Spartan Services, RJD after penalties and a big crash, 22nd. Sector 5, 23rd. Then a DNF for PGW, 44 laps down. A 49-lap difference for Armenisis Racing, season 25th, but it's an overall win for them in GT3. Hyperion Racing, STK, Orbit, and DBM Mars, followed by Nürburgring Esports and Australia Wide Racing Blue, your top 30 overall.
31st position goes to the Walk Racing Esports team, followed by Delta Racing 2. SimVision will come home 33rd. Team Unknown 404, 34th. Race Tech Competition 35th. Really Slow Motion Racing in 36th. Not in Vain Racing Orange 37th. V3 Racing, Vermilion Motorsports, and Switch It Sapphire round out your top 40.
That's a look at the top 40. The rest of the drivers out. We can tell you Hydra Race, Geodesic Racing Gold, Speed Racing Sim Race Sweden, the other Hydra Race Geodesic. Other notables, Adrenaline Motorsport, who was a contender earlier, High Caliber Auto Sports, and Ryder Engineering, who had led laps early amongst the DNF list. 53 cars started the race today, Taylor, but only 3 could win their classes. Your thoughts on this one?
I mean, you're talking about having the chance to win at one of the most prestigious motorsports events in the world, but just also the chance to finishing one of the most prestigious motorsports events in the world is just as important, and these drivers are going to be celebrating and enjoying this until we come back for the 2025 edition in 2025, and I gotta say, it's going to be exciting. I can only imagine how much more this event will grow going into next year.
So on that note, it's time to say goodbye for the rest of our crew, for the entire GVT We would like to thank you for tuning in and participating in the chat, as well as to watch along for today. For more information on getting your league broadcasted, starting your career in broadcasting, or more, contact us on Facebook, X, or email by info@gridvision.live. Special thanks once again to Andrew Carnadale for the cameras from Whipwatch Sim Cams for today's broadcast. Once again, congratulations on the victors. You've been watching the Majors 24 here from France. For Taylor Burris, for Austin Darbyshire, I'm Justin Prince saying so long. We'll see you next time on the grid.